Hello, everyone. Hope you all had a good Sunday so far. But now it's time for round two of our A-League play-ins. We're already down to 12 teams, and by the end of tonight, there's only going to be 8 remaining to determine our playoff bracket for next weekend. I'm your host, Jimmy, and joining me on the desk for this game, Sean Lizard and Rico. How you guys doing?
Doing good, doing good. Glad to be here.
Doing good,
Awesome.
right, for some more play-ins today.
Definitely. We got some great matches tonight. Up first, it's going to be Ruination taking on Fallout. Fallout, of course, they eliminated Basalt and Battery last night, which was expected. And it was Ruination who ended up with them because all the other teams were like, nah, we don't want to play Fallout. Rico, what's your take on these two teams?
These two teams are pretty interesting to me. I think both of them are looking to prove that they can be contenders, that they aren't they aren't deserving of this kind of middle of the pack seeding that they've gotten. Both of them have a lot of potential. Obviously, they both have star players. Ahi on Ruination being one of the league's top off tanks for seasons and seasons and seasons in a row now. And then Fallout, Toxic, a proven great draft strategist, drafting really good teams consistently. Dust, a high-level tank player. Dirt, an incredibly talented hit scan and flex player, just has a huge hero pool. And then Rift coming out of Brad's collegiate team and from the BPL World Cup, just a really rounded roster. And then obviously the star power on Ruination with a couple newer faces being thrown in there. I think that we're looking for a good game here.
Yeah, I'm kind of sad that we are seeing this matchup so early because, like you said, these are two of our top teams that could have definitely ended up further in the rankings, and they would both, in my opinion, very well deserve to be in playoffs. But only one of them can proceed tonight. Let's talk a little bit more about Ruination because their season, as you said, started out amazing. They had 3 early wins against 6Piece, Momentum, and Monarch. But because of the Swiss system, they then had to face some of our top teams with Summit and Kawabanga, with some roster issues on that last game. So ultimately, they fell to 3-2 and only finished in 8th place, despite having, like you said, a great roster with people like Distortion or Ahi, our Season 2 MVP. Sean, would you say that this team is better than their standing might indicate? Like, would you agree with me and Recurve on that?
I would agree. Looking at Ruination play, because I casted that Ruination versus Monarch game, they looked really good. They have the potential to be a really top tier team, especially with all the talent that Recurve mentioned that's on that Ruination team. So the talent is there. Just they've had trouble against those top teams like Cowabunga and Summit as it's being shown right now. So again, I really do think they have the potential. It should be a really close match. Like, you could coin flip this; it could go either way. So we'll see what happens. I'm excited.
Yeah. As you can see, as we just saw the matchups, they had some similar games. Fallout, they're just one place behind, one spot behind Ruination, so it can be really close. They also went 3-2 and finished, like I said, just behind. And as we saw last night, they made quick work of Basalt and Battery, which was probably the least surprising result of our first round. Do you guys think Fallout's run could end tonight, or would you say they can go maybe far in our playoffs if they make it tonight?
Personally, I'm leaning towards Fallout myself. I think they're a more well-rounded roster. I think in terms of like overall synergy, Brad is just a great leader to have behind your team, and I think that pushes them just over the edge from Ruination, who may be a little bit more disjointed and rely on hero plays or star power or something like that. So I'd give a slight edge to Fallout, but like I said, anything can happen. You could have clutch plays from one insane player. Ahi maybe pulls it out on Ruination to make up the difference between that or something like that. So personally, I'm going with Fallout in this matchup, but really anybody has the opportunity to take this one.
And I agree with that. And Recurve mentioned it. One of the things we're going to be looking at as key plays here, with these two teams being as close as they are talent-wise, it's going to come down to who can make those key plays in certain moments. So I mentioned earlier, this really is a coin flip game. This could go either way, but I'm going to go on the opposite end. I'm going to go with Ruination. Yes, they had some tough results against those top teams, but playoffs is really the time where you can see anything come out. And just based on granted, it's only one game that I saw them play, but from what I saw, they did look a little disjointed, but I think they can pick it back up in time. And again, just with this being an 8-9 matchup, you don't know what you're going to see. So either way, we should have a close game, but I'm leaning towards Ruination in this one.
Yeah, as you say, I guess that's the side effect of drilling down on a number of teams here. We're going to get a lot more closer matchups, and this definitely is one of them. We have 4 matches tonight in total, 4 elimination games. They're all bangers in their own right. For example, right after this, we'll have Zenith versus Monarch, a rematch actually from last week, so kind of a little deja vu effect there. And our third match is going to be Solomon Island Sloths taking on Momentum, who had an explosive win over Efi yesterday. And closing out the show will be Vengeance versus 6-Piece, another rematch from our regular season. So I'm not surprised that Vengeance chose 6-Piece, because they won against them in week 2 or week 3, I believe. And it's one that I'm very excited for. Outside of this game that we have right now, is there any crazy preds you guys want to make? Is there any top team that you think could get knocked out tonight?
I have a couple.
Let's hear it.
I genuinely think that Monarch will beat Zenith. I know that may be a little bit of a wild card pick there, with the strength of both teams with how they've played. But I think Monarch has a pretty good edge over Zenith, and I think the Momentum versus Sloths game is going to be closer than some would expect.
I'm actually going to agree with Recurve here on the Monarch over Zenith. I really think Monarch does have what it takes to beat Zenith. And in fact, that'll be my bold pick. I'm going with the upside. I'm picking Monarch to beat Zenith outright. So we'll see what happens. But I think this is just the beauty of play-ins, is that with it being single elimination, like I said, you don't know what you're going to get, because you can literally see anything. As like the intensity is ratcheted up a notch. So, but yeah, that's my upset pick today.
A lot of Monarch believers, sure. We're gonna head into this game though. It's gonna be our first map Blizzard World, so I'm gonna hand it over to our casters. Let's go.
Alright, so we have Fallout versus Ruination coming in here. It looks like Fallout is gonna start on this defensive double shield. And Shun, how are we feeling about these comp matchups between these two teams? What are we thinking? Who has the advantage in this double shield mirror?
Well, right now, looking at the comps, Fallout, the one big advantage that Fallout has is that Torb, right? Because you have, with Ruination, you have Sage on that Tracer, but with that Torb turret, that's going to hopefully be able to negate any kind of flank opportunities with that Tracer. And then you have that Hanzo that's able to bust down shields very easily. Other than that, not much difference. Same tanks and supports for both teams. DPS, the only thing that's different. So let's get it started.
Love to see that. As we see Ruination starting this slow approach, starting this walk up, just Monica throwing that Sonic Arrow out to get a little bit of visibility on the enemy team. A lot of damage coming in early for Ruination, taking a lot of damage, getting a little bit low. Sage goes in and gets the early pick onto Bird Boys with a beautiful one clip. Bakura also taking down Dust immediately afterwards, and that looks like a quick first cap on the side of Ruination. Just incredible play from Sage to get that early pick on the Baptiste.
Yeah, that was great, and you saw that flank come out as Sage does go down, but it's not going to matter as the point gets capped there. That was a great kill there by Sage, getting Bird Boys out early, and as soon as the Baptiste goes down, that's a majority of your healing gone. So wonderfully played by Ruination there to cap point A.
Just great stuff, as we're going to see Ruination start to take this high ground, approach another neutral fight, the pull coming out, going to get a pretty big pull actually, and on the side of Fallout, the pull's going to miss, get caught on that little middle section of Blizzard World's second point. Still a little bit of a neutral fight, pull's coming out. Ooh, a nice rock hit onto Georgie Boy, as they'll take a little bit of space, they'll back up a little bit, give it a little bit of space, get those resources back. Fallout using that time to take some aggression, push in a little bit. The window gets dropped down on the side of Ruination, forcing Fallout to drop towards point. They're going to start trying to force this objective, play attackers even, not trying to push towards this lone player on the side of Ruination. The Flux comes out too from Ahi, a huge Flux in that backline to stop the flip coming out on the side of Fallout. And that should be another clean fight off the back of that Flux from Ahi. Just a huge play from him.
That was a great play. Getting 2 with the Flux there was huge, but also the job by Ruination to force Fallout off the high ground, force them to play point. All of a sudden, you lose that high ground advantage, and Ruination now in a great spot here at a blistering pace, getting ready to cap point B here.
Sage on this Widow, taking a crazy angle in this top left, as we see Fallout hard switching onto this rush composition with the Reaper Kree. I like this change. They aren't doing very much in this mirror comp, so they'll switch onto the rush. Rift able to high noon Sage already, so that's already up 1 pick with Flaws, able to trade out for Dust. Bongo will go down, as well as Lamp on the side of Ruination. Just a very scrappy fight coming in here. Rift just right-clicking away, trying to survive. He able to take him down in the end. The health pool too big for him to overcome. He's still alive in this backline, trying to pull his back between taking the Sig 1v1. Nobody really going down. Supportive tried to teleport away, but isn't able to get out right at the end and goes down. Bakura and Ahi anchoring this point on this double shield composition, still able to bring this one back. The window comes out on the side of Fallout, but it just is not enough. Too little, too late. Ahi with 4 that fight. Just crazy aggression, a really good off angle from him taking top, and him and Bakura secure second point for Ruination.
And that was a nice, long, scrappy fight. That just speaks to the playstyle of both teams. But Ruination coming on top out in the end. And now look at this time bang into point C. Almost 5 minutes to cap point C here. Ruination doing a good job setting the pace and just winning these long, scrappy team fights. That's exactly what you need in maps like Blizzard World.
Ahi with another huge flux, almost lapping Georgie Boy already. Forces out the lamp. Everybody low on the side of Fallout already. Dropping down, Bakura able to find Dust and Rift, while not able to take out Sage. A lot of trades coming through on either sides of these teams. George Boy takes himself out with his own rock, but Monarch is able to clean up with the Storm Arrow at the end. And once again, Ahi's huge fluxes keep being the difference maker. That initial pressure and all of that damage coming out, Fallout not able to follow up on it, not having that beat ready in time is just forcing them so far back.
And like you said, Ahi doing a great job with this. And look at this, he is already 60% to another fight. And you'll probably have it here in a few seconds as these long, scrappy fights continue. Ultimates coming out from both sides. Sloths keep popping the rally here to keep Ruination up. And Ahi gets another kill, this time onto Rift. So Ruination just doing a good job, as I said, just setting the pace, being super aggressive with these fights. And now they're going to have a chance to set a blistering time here on Blizzard World.
With his another flux. Huge flux, gets 4, I believe. All lifted up in the air. 2 go down immediately on the side of Fallout. A third, the mech gets popped out. Dragons just to clean it up. And that's going to be an insane time on Blizzard World for Ruination. 3 minutes, 24 seconds. Incredible.
That is incredible, and we've been mentioning his name pretty much all map. Ahi really dictating the pace there. 3 fluxes on that map, multi-kills on one of them, just doing just a blistering pace by Ruination, and 3:24 on Blizzard World. That is a blistering time, as we're going to have a pause come in here as Fallout gets ready to do their attack run. But this just speaks to the aggressive style that Ruination likes to play. And you saw it there. They did a good job dictating pace. They took high ground off of point B. They forced Fallout onto the low ground. And just like that, this map's over. I'm sorry, the map's not over, but the round is over. And Ruination just doing a really good job so far.
Well, we see the initial double shield mirror come out where Fallout was trying to take sort of to see if they could beat them at their own game kind of situation. And then Fallout fell over to the Ruination double shield 2 fights in a row. They say, okay, we're going to switch to this rush. We're going to try and out-rotate them, outpace them. And they still can't match the pace that Ruination is setting. Despite being on the rush comp, they're getting punished on their rotations by the pulls from Bakura. They're getting punished on the rotations by the fluxes that Ahi is building so incredibly fast, by the way. I think he lapped Georgie Boy like almost twice in just a few fights. Just incredible speed on these fluxes. Fallout just isn't ready for it. It's forcing so many cooldowns. They can't save beat in time. They can't use lamp how they want to. Their ults are getting thrown all out of whack, and it results in a crazy fast time for them there.
Yeah, and you mentioned it. Ahi was just building these fluxes at an extremely fast rate. I mean, we mentioned it. He used his second flux, and you blink, and all of a sudden, he's 70% to another flux. It's just, it's insane how much value that Ruination is getting out of this Sigma, and it's showing. 3:24 on Blizzard World. I mean, that's an extremely fast time. And again, that just speaks to a Ruination playing this really aggressive style with the double shield Sigma. So it's going to be tough for Fallout to replicate a time like this. But in Overwatch, you never say never.
And what we didn't talk about, we did talk about it a little bit at the start, but I don't think quite enough. The incredibly clutch play from Sage to open up this entire map pretty much. Just that first pick on the Baptiste, just taking that off angle, taking that flank on the Tracer, and being able to one-clip the Bap before the fight even begins, opening up that first point and just allowing for a crazy snowball. Just that one single kill did so much for Ruination. It allowed them to have an early ult advantage going into second point. It allowed them to take that high ground and kite that aggression coming in from Fallout when they tried to take the high ground, to be able to have Flux available for when Fallout tried to flip the objective and play attacker when they drop. It was so important for that BAP to be dead early so they could not gen ultimates, and just led for what I think is a majority of the reason why this cap time was so fast.
Yeah, and not only that, do you not get that ult gem, but with Baptiste, you lose a majority of your healing. Once that BAP goes down, you don't have that immortality field to keep you up. So you said as soon as the BAP goes down, that's pretty much fight. You lose a majority of your healing. And now as we look at Fallout here on the attack, coming out with the Reaper Sim, probably going to TP the point here, we'll see, going up against the double shield of Ruination.
Good old honest rush compositions, love to see it. I love the teleport. Okay, we're going to try and get this rush composition onto the high ground, avoid all of the spam, going in really fast. Dust already falling a little bit low, the lamp's forced early on. Rift getting that sim beam as high as he possibly can, trying to get that level 3 beam to deal as much damage as possible to those double shield on the side of Ruination. They're forced into a corner. Oh, 3 from Sage! 3 from Stage, so much spam coming up from that Ashe on the high ground. As we talked about, just a really impactful player so far. That dynamite, it needs to be eaten by Georgie Boy before they're able to come in. Otherwise, you'll have situations like that where Sage just does incredible work.
Yeah, and when you get into close quarters like that, if you don't have that second shield, you're just going to get bursted down really fast, and that's exactly what we saw with Ruination there. Get that dynamite in, get 3 people off of it, and we're already a minute off the clock here. We'll see what Fallout tries different here. Sticking with this rush comp for now, going into this double shield, that beam, as you said, trying to get charged up, but not going so well. That Flux coming in gets 4, and just like that fight is over.
The 6-man Flux from Ahi, and almost, what was that, a minute 10 seconds for that Flux? Just really incredible pace on the Flux early on to get all 6 players of Fallout on their rotation. Like we said before, they're hard punishing these rotations from Fallout. They are taking so much damage while they're trying to get to the core of Ruination. That is.
Yeah, and when you're able to build fluxes at a fast pace like this, it just gives you a really big advantage here. I think no matter what kind of comp you're running, Ahi already 40% to another flux, as both now the supercharger and the rally coming out. And that's just the death combo right there. The dragon catches 2, and well, Bird Boy does get flunked, but
trying to win this. Supportive dropping the Death Blossom to try and get somebody, gets 2 actually, able to pick up Bakura with the final just Hellfire Shotgun shot onto him. Georgie Boy able to clean up the last 2, and what seemed like a lost fight for Fallout is turned by on the back of Supportive.
Yeah, exactly, and you mentioned it. It looked like Ruination was going to win that fight, had it well in hand, but Supportive coming in, getting some big kills with that, not only the shotguns, but with the Death Blossom as well. And they cap point A. Probably not going to match the time bank of Ruination, but that's big to at least cap point A.
This is what Fallout needed, a little bit of momentum, breaking that first point hold. Now they're trying to anchor onto this cart, opting not to go for that high ground push, letting that double shield sit up there, not wanting to take too much spam. Maybe we'll see a high ground rotate on the right side, or maybe we'll see them try to force cart. No switches on the sides of Ruination, very confident in this double shield composition, very confident in their spam, just kind of sitting back, waiting for this. We do see Sage drop the Bob, not really getting too much. Oh, the teleport comes out from Fallout, the quick engage onto the high ground. Supportive able to take out Sage with that quick 1v1. Not much you can really do in that situation. Rift also taking down Flaws immediately afterwards, and this just a really good engage with that teleport. I think caught Ruination off guard so that they could just run him down. Georgie Boy also able to take out just Monica, and Ahi trying to save it just a little bit with that Flux, able to take out Noct, but I don't think it's going to be quite enough. Dust just swinging away, getting those kills. Supportive able to take down Ahi right at the end, and that's going to be a quick second point as well for Fallout. So just when we thought, oh, Fallout not going to be able to cap nearly as fast as Ruination, here they are setting a really fast time of their own.
Yeah, Fallout just doing a really good job. Usually when the other team sets a blistering time like that, kind of get to your head, but Fallout doing a good job not letting it get to him, and they're being just as aggressive as Ruination was on their attack. Most likely not going to set the exact time as Ruination, but they're still going fast nonetheless. This is a good job by Fallout with these counters, and another TP engage here, but Supportive going to pay for it with his life. But going back to that point B, end of point B, that was a great teleport engage. They're really aggressive from Supportive to get that kill.
Really good from him. Ahi able to take out Dust, so that is going to stop the push of Fallout for now. Supportive going down early, kind of didn't want to commit onto that, didn't really want to full-on engage with their rush composition, would rather go in with all of their members as they're coming up on almost 4 ultimates now. Supportive getting really, really close to that Death Blossom, and as we saw, he can turn fights with it. He will fall to the bottom. A nice teleport engage coming onto the high ground, throwing down the wall, the sim wall as well. It looks like, oh, the dragon coming out from the side, unable to, oh, it's a 5-man shatter, it looks like, from Dust. Lays out 5 members of Ruination, and I believe with Supportive still alive on that Reaper, that might be another really, really clean fight win on the side of Fallout, but they were not pushing cart for a lot of that. So it seems that Ruination will get one or so more clean fights right here, and coming up on, ooh, not very many ults at all. They will only have the window, and probably very soon a Flux as the window comes out from Dust, or from Bird Boys.
Well, if we've seen anything from Ahi is that when he gets these fluxes, they're usually pretty big, hitting these 3, 4, 5-man fluxes as the special move comes out, but Supportive going to pay for it with his life, and that's probably going to be the reset coming in here as you lose one of your big damage dealers on the side of Fallout as Rift goes down. Well, as I say that, 2 members of Ruination go down, but well, wow, Fallout actually might be turning this here. Both healers go down. This might be a little tough with both the shields still alive.
It seems like this core of Fallout just will not say die. They do not want to give this up. Not fragging out on this Lucio, doing so much work. Kills 2 by himself pretty much into the backline. After Dirt tries to go for a little bit of a creative move on the side with his own ultimate. Not still fragging out. Almost takes out the Lylum on the side of Ruination, but unable to finish up. Sage with 2 with the Doomfist ult though. Maybe some heroics to save this turn fight. For Ruination, he will go down. Ahi finding Rift as well. So only 3 members available for Fallout left as they'll lose the D.Va mech as well. Just an all-out brawl on the objective. Just Monica able to find Georgie Boy out of that mech. So it's still a 2v2 as it seems that Ruination will finally get those recontests that they need, get those respawns that they needed to hold off the aggression from Fallout. But a really, really good almost turned fight from Fallout. Not all hope is lost. Got Ruination sweating a little bit there. But some clutch performances from Sage on that Doomfist saves that point there.
Yeah, Sage really came in big there with the double kill on the Meteor Strike. And now the bigger thing for Fallout is that fight took so much time. You're now under a minute here. You really have only 2 fights at best to cap this point before it's over. And Supportive goes down to a head strike there from Monica. And that, again, may be point. But as we just saw, well, with the Dragon coming in there, that's going to end that fight. So 30 seconds to go here for Fallout. They're only really going to have one more push here to try and get this in. Most likely, if they do cap this, it's going to be in overtime.
It does not seem very likely for Fallout to be able to cap with some time here. Only having Supportive with his Death Blossom available for this point. Don't think he's going to end up going for that top right teleport move again. Did not work out too well for the first time. They're going to try and take this... not really a rush mirror as we see, but Cora on the Rhine now instead of the Orisa, probably for stall. The neutral fight being taken, both Rhines swinging on each other. Dust goes down super early to Sage. Supporter stunned up, but will not go down. The Hydra gets dropped by Sage as well, takes out Rift, so that's 2 for him so far this fight. Georgie Boy will lose his mech, and Sage will take out Supportive. It looks like this is going the way of Ruination. They will hold, it looks like, on this 3rd point Blizzard World with a flux from Ahi to secure it a little bit, and Dust back on this Wrecking Ball, but I don't think it's quite enough with that Rally Armor up, and that will do it. Ruination will win map 1. Surprising, well, me at least, surprising, I assume, quite a few people here in this matchup.
Ruination, though, just coming out swinging right out of the gates, and Ahi with the play of the game, probably the player of the map right there. I mean, it was just flux after flux, and here's the 6-man flux right there. It's not just Ahi, pretty much every member of Ruination on that map coming up with big play after big play, and when you set a time like 3:24 on Blizzard World, you know you're doing something right. The the coordination looked amazing there. It got a little scrappy there on point C during Fallout's attack, but they were able to hold strong, just wait out those fights, and they end up winning the map. But this is kind of what we expected with the plans, because with this single elimination format, teams are going to try whatever they can to get the advantage. And Ruination looking good so far, up 1-0.
So what I think happened here is Ruination pretty much came out and said, we are good at double shield. We know how to play double shield. We are confident on this composition. Fallout came in, okay, we'll match it. We'll see if we're better. And it was proven very fast. Ruination knows this comp significantly better than Fallout does. So what I'd like to see here is, because I'm very familiar with Brad Toxicinator, I know how his mind works when it comes to like game plans, when it comes to prep work. He's a very, very intelligent player and a very, very intelligent just manager overall. So what he, I think, will be looking for here is a way to kind of mix up Ruination, as they're probably used to playing that mirror because they have so much into the double shield. You'll find a lot of mirrors, a lot of versus rush compositions. So what I'd like to see Fallout do going forward is try and get a little weird. I want to see some creativity, you know, because Ruination is clearly very, very confident on this double shield. Ahi doing so much work on that Sigma, as we keep harping on it, but I can't stop saying it enough. These fluxes coming out from him, all of the spam damage on rotations, perfect timings, perfect pull fluxes from them, over and over and over, is just making it so this double shield composition just doesn't get pressured. They don't take enough damage for the rush to make an impact. As we can see, the second map is going to be Rialto, so as I was saying before, some creative things could be coming out here. I'd like to see, you know, I'm a Pharah man myself, maybe some Pharah coming out on the side of Rift or Dirt, aka supportive. I'd like to see that from either one of them. Maybe some ball compositions to get them mixed up, and it looks like, ooh, okay. I see some Tracer Ash, Monkey Diva. I'm liking what I'm seeing so far.
I am liking what I'm seeing too, and you hit it on the head. Ruination does such a good job playing these double shield comps that sometimes teams just think to themselves that they can match Ruination in their double shield, but you said it, Ruination just knows this double shield meta a whole lot better, so a mix-up is necessary, and Ruination coming out on the attack here, and they're sticking with that double shield comp, the Orisa Sigma, sticking with the Baptiste for healing, but coming out with the Zen Bap composition, and then on the side of Fallout you have that Tracer Ash, Winston Diva, so trying more of that dive composition on defense, and then the Brig Ana try and get some of that healing. So interesting composition, so we'll see how it works out for both.
Yeah, the Zen comp adds a lot of spam damage and a lot of burst potential to Ruination, as we see Distortion will switch immediately over to the Brig upon seeing the dive comp coming out from Fallout. I believe they're going to be looking for more of a Nano Monkey engage off repeat over and over and over again. We'll see. Bakura already falling low, gets purpled, gets lamped up though. Sage is able to take out Rift and win that Ash Mirror, but Dust is able to trade him out immediately afterwards, so still kind of a neutral fight coming out for both of them, but Bakura takes down Bird Boys as well. Bakura just loading up the Odin on the Orisa, gatting down 3 people himself, and that's going to be a quick first little corner push for Ruination. Wow, Bakura just alphaing up on Orisa, that's pretty impressive.
Man, the tanks for Ruination just doing work today. It was Ahi on map 1, and now Bakura with an early start on map 2 with that Orisa getting 2 big kills there. And again, it just goes back to how well Ruination is able to run this double shield comp. We're going to get a late contest here from Fallout, but Dust is going to go down. And there's the Flux there, catches a couple, and that's just map. I mean, my goodness, Ruination. I don't know what more you can say about Ruination's tank, but I mean, they are doing wonders so far, and they can't point a 5 minutes in the time bank.
I mean, we've said it so many times before. All right, one fight has gone by, Ahi has Flux. It seems almost routine at this point. As he'll be working up to his next one, the Flux just kind of anchoring that first point capture for him. They're going to be holding this corner, dropping the window early on from Lionel to try and get some damage, and Ahi finds supportive. Bakura loads up 3 again! Bakura with 3 on the Orisa. Bakura, apparently the Orisa Warlord, loaded up the... Always he'll get juggled off the map by Dust is a little bit of a punish, but you can't take away the fact that you got absolutely unloaded on by Bakura on the horse. Just an incredible play for him.
I mean, Bakura coming in big again. He's already got Supercharger and Dragon coming up now for Ruination. I mean, this is just if you're Fallout, like you're trying anything you can here, but I don't know what you can do against this tank line. I mean, they're being so great. Well, a double pulse bomb will take care of that, but Ruination
just as you say that, they need something to stop the bleeding. Supportive comes up with 2 with the pulse bomb and then cleans up just Monica at the end. Just really impressive from him. Obviously, a very talented mechanical player showing up when it matters most.
It is, and that was the big pulse bomb. Takes out both healers, and that ends the fight. So you have just a second here. You can take that second, reset, get ready for the next fight. Fallout does have that Bob to space point, but Ruination has that Dragon and has that Supercharger, and Ahi already 60% to his Flux. A good fight here, and he can get it. So, again, Fallout not out of the woods yet.
See this Bongo on the corner to try and take an early engage. Rift's Bob already going down really fast due to that Bongo damage. Before able to push forward a little bit with all of the extra damage being given to by the Bongo that he just dropped. He getting dangerously close to this Flux. Rift, though, able to win the Ash 1v1. Bird Boys takes out Lylum as well, and it seems like off the back of that grab from Spooka, that they're gonna once again stop the bleeding a little bit with this Ball Zarya composition. Like I said before this map, I really wanted to see Fallout get a little bit weird with their comp. I wanted to see them give me a mix-up, give me something that I haven't seen before. And this is certainly something that I have seen before on one of the best teams in the league. So really love to see this, I'd say.
Yeah, you said it. And Ruination now gonna try this attack run once more. He has pretty much that Flux ready to go. But the key ultimate here for Fallout is Bird Boys does have that trance to counter that Flux. As long as he doesn't get caught, if the Flux comes out, he can pop it. So we'll see if Ruination can get an early pick here.
We see Lylum with that window as well, looking to combo with Bakura to load out that Odin once again. And Bakura, as I say that, able to take out Spooka. Bakura just an Orisa God, able to get that early kill. But Toxic is able to res him up once again, so he'll be back alive. Dust able to take down the Bob from Sage, so not too much being done with there. The Flux will come out onto Bird Boys and he'll be taken out by Sage, but Supportive and Rift comboing to kill Distortion and Sage as well. Just a really back and forth fight so far. The DPS of both sides kind of trading back and forth between different players. Rift able to take out Lylum. It looks like Rift is just able to clean up here, as he'll probably take down the Torb, just Monica as well. Yeah, and Fallout able to, once again, kind of just stop the bleeding a little bit. That Flux rendered completely useless, like you said, by the transfer from Bird Boys, even though he does go down afterwards. And even though being the only casualty to it. And Ahi will make that change over to the D.Va, I think, to ease that spam just a little bit more.
Yeah, and this is a good job by Fallout here, just stabilizing and holding Ruination around this corner. With, again, you have that high ground on the stairs and inside the museum. It's really difficult high ground to try and get control of. And now for Ruination, you're down to only a minute. Fallout has done a great job with this stall here. Now you're coming up on some key ultimates. You have that duplication ready to go. You're going to have the mines to space the point. You're going to have Grav coming up. I mean, Fallout does have everything they need to hold this point.
Yes, for Ruination, once again, that star power. Bakura loading up the Odin once again for the third time. Dropping the Bongo, doing a ton of damage. Sage able to take down Spooka with that initial burst. Rift copying onto the D.Va, drops the D.Va bomb in the middle of everybody, but the bomb will stop that from doing any, or the shield that is, will stop that from doing any damage. Rift able to take out Bakura's Bongo as well, so all of the damage that was being amplified now no longer. Everybody doing normal damage, except for Rift getting that blue beam from Toxicinator. Dust falling very, very low in the back line, able to get healed up, and it will take out Sage with those mines as well. I don't know exactly what happened there. The grab comes out from Spooka, catches 3-4 members, huge grab from Spooka, followed up by Rift with the sticky bombs. I don't know about that trance. The trance was a little creative, but besides that, a really good fight from Fallout. Oh, it's last fight, that's why. I'm stupid. Wasn't paying attention.
No, but no, that grab pretty much sealed things there. Being able to get 5 members of Ruination there, there's just nothing you can do. And that was a great hold by Fallout there. It was looking a little dicey after point A, but they were able to stabilize, get some key picks, and get into that ult cycle. And now Fallout has their win condition here on Rialto. But again, that corner leading into point B is one of the tougher ones in the game. But again, Fallout just doing a tremendous job. Now it's going to be up to their attack run to see if we can get this series evened up.
Trans did some psychic damage to me. I'm a play to the buzzer kind of player. I saw that come out. I was like, what are they doing? But like you said, Fallout. I'm really happy to see it. Like I said, in between the two maps here, I really wanted to see them come out with a little bit of a mix-up, something that we haven't seen them come out with before. We know Rift is a very strong Echo player, whether it be from BPL World Cup or from his experiences earlier on in the BPL season, and Dirt, obviously incredible on that Tracer. Dust, a ball player for sure. Just the three of them being able to combo and do as much as they have so far to kind of, I think, confuse Ruination a little bit. They expected a little bit, and were prepared, it seems, for more of a mirror matchup, something that they've ran into before, something that they've practiced, those mirrors especially. And now that Fallout's throwing a little bit of a monkey wrench in there, they don't really know what to do. They don't know how to adapt, and they're sticking with this double shield.
And I mean, sometimes teams will just stick to what's comfortable with them, and we see it with Ruination, right? They're sticking with this double shield, but as you mentioned, sometimes a little switch up is necessary. Is Dust trying to take that flank route there, but I think he's been spotted out there. But again, you see that difference of comp coming out here from Fallout, just trying to get Ruination off of this high ground, and the ball kind of doing work so far, just doing its job of just trying to dislodge not only Ruination from the high ground, but just pull people out of the way, and Supportive gets that first pick there on Monica.
A huge boop from Dust early on in that fight forces 3 members of Ruination down early on. Dust already getting close to those mines with all of the damage that he's doing, causing so much disruption. As that mine's looking to drop it, the window comes out on the side of Ruination, but it's just too little too late. Rift over the top, dropping the sticky bombs. Dust doing so much damage on this wrecking ball. Boops the Baptiste out of his own immortality field, and a quick 3K for Dust. Incredible wrecking ball play, so much displacement from him.
That is, and this is one of the things you have to do when you're a wrecking ball. One of the keys is being really aggressive, getting those boosts, knocking people off the high ground, and Dust just doing an incredible job and got the mine super early there, and that was one of the keys in that fight. No contest there from Ruination, so already 28, and now they have 5 minutes to get this around the second corner and win this map, and already you can see the aggression just continues from Fallout as they're going to take down pretty much every member of Ruination, and Dust just doing work on that wrecking ball.
So much displacement from him. He's rolling through, knocking people off of high grounds, knocking them back from being able to contest the point. So much work being done from Dust on this wrecking ball, as well as the combination between and the synergy with his 2 DPS players. Always there with him, always ready to follow up, as we see another slam engage coming in from Dust on the wrecking ball. Now unable to really connect with anybody as the double shield of Ruination tries to take this high ground, tries to do a little bit of spam. Another huge boop from Dust, setting up behind the ball, knocking them all into his own team. Rift and Spooka able to follow up, killing both of the DPS on the side of Ruination. A huge grab dropped by Spooka. Rift even throwing in the copy on the Reaper in to try and get a little bit even more damage done, as it seems that Fallout, off the back of this incredible comp switch from them, are able to take Rialto.
What a comp switch it was. I mean, you just blinked and that attack round was, and the map was over from Fallout. And Dust just doing a incredible job there on the wrecking ball, getting those displacements, being very aggressive, getting those boots. I mean, I don't know what more you can ask for from Dust, but that was a great comp switch up there from Fallout, countering what Ruination was running, and just like that, the map is over, and we are going to a third and final map here, and I don't think you can ask for anything else.
My first cast of the BPL Season 3, and it's a banger. You'll love to see it. And like I said, I'm really happy to see the composition from Fallout. I like it when teams get a little bit creative. I like it when they throw some mix-ups in there. That Ball Zarya comp, as we saw, I alluded to it a little bit earlier, we see it come out a lot on the side of Summit. So it seems that Brad, as he does like to steal compositions from a lot of teams, seems to have taken that composition and used it in his own team scenario in a situation where he needed a mix-up, and he used it perfectly. I love this composition, minus the Zarya. I'm a little bit curious on the Zarya, but hey, it works for some people and it worked here, so I can't question it too much. The displacement, I cannot stress this enough. The synergy between Rift, Dirt, and Dust is incredible. The fact that Dust is able to consistently roll through this double shield of Ruination, get these displacement boops onto entire cores of Ruination, and then have Dirt and Rift able to just immediately swarm on that and capitalize on the space that he's making is just really, really important. And it shows the synergy between those three players specifically is just off the charts. They're just doing something that Ruination just isn't able to keep up with. Their tempo is too fast, their displacement is too good, their plays are too well executed for Ruination to match it so far, now that they're off this double shield, now that they're out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, when you run a comp similar to what Fallout was running right there with the Wrecking Ball, you have to have that synergy because the coordination has to be there, right? And you mentioned it, all three of those players, the coordination was there, Dust getting the big boops, and then the DPS following up on those kills. I mean, that was just beauty right there. I don't know how else to put it, but Fallout just doing an incredible job with that comp switch, able to take that map, be aggressive, counter what Ruination was running. And now we're going into our third and final map, which is Control, and we are heading over to Busan for our final map.
I love Busan. I love this map pick. A lot of interesting comp decisions could be used on this map. I've seen a ton of different variations, especially on this Sanctuary. You can see a lot of different stylistic choices between teams. A lot of different comfort picks come out. Sanctuary and Mecha Base are two of my favorites that a lot of different strategies can be used. Obviously on Mecha Base you see a lot of rush, but mix-ups on Mecha Base aren't very, very common, but when they do happen, I love to see them. They're always creative, they're always coming out with different TP strats or different rotations with snipers or something like that, so I'm really interested into seeing, and it's going to be a double shield mirror. Well, that's rough, but it could have been cool.
Yeah, and I was just about to say that, yeah, Fallout, going back to what they did map 1, trying to mirror Ruination in this double shield comp. But if we remember what happened on map 1, it didn't work out so well for him. But this is map 3, so we'll see what happens. The DPS, the only thing that's different for both teams, both shields and tanks similar for both teams.
I think Fallout maybe expected a rush composition coming out from Ruination. They have this Reaper, they have this Sim, really, really good in close range rush kind of duels, rush kind of mirrors. They do have this teleporter, though, able to rotate really easily. Kind of flips the script on Ruination, takes their own spawn, able to sit in the back with Monica, able to take out Rift early on, so a lot of that sim damage gone immediately for Fallout, as Bird Boys is able to take out the turret. So once again, you know, a lot of... Oh, already a Flux! I didn't even see, I blinked and I missed it. A Flux came out from Ahi, able to kill Bird Boys. Sage able to take out Dust as well early on. Incredible. I don't even know how he got that Flux. I don't even know who he was spamming. That was incredible. That was like a 30-second Flux.
Ahi and quick fluxes, name a better combo, right? I mean, you blink and he's already got it, and we're already up to 25% control for Ruination. I mean, just, again, we mentioned it at the beginning of the broadcast and throughout. Ruination just so good on this double shield, it's really hard to get them off of it. And you see the kind of value you're getting is now a complete switch out coming through for Fallout, other than the Sigma and Baptiste here. Going with a Forest Soldier comp.
I love it.
Soldier does take down Sage, so maybe a flip here, but getting that early kill is huge.
You love to see it. Some Pharah gameplay in this double shield mirror, maybe to take this swing. So Dirt able to make Lilo fall very low on that Baptiste, throwing in the concussive blast to try and boot Distortion out on that Brig. Gets him very low, already getting close to that barrage, doing a ton of damage from the skies. Able to take out pretty much everybody except for the tank players of Ruination already on this Pharah, and it seems like this is going to be a quick, or not a quick, I guess, 70% on the board for Ruination as they make that switch over to the Pharah. Really, really good switch in my opinion. A little bit of bias from me, as usual. But I love the Pharah switch, I love the Soldier switch, I love that they're doing this little bit of a mix-up. Once again, with this Ball Sig composition, I think they're going to try and anchor their backline with the Sigma, give their Soldier his own personal shield and let him sit in the back and kind of damage Ruination down as they rotate.
Exactly, and I think Fallout realized, again, it's really hard to mirror Ruination on this double shield comp because they just run it so well. But switching over to the fire, you get that poke from the sky as the bomb goes down there. But yeah, trying to get that poke, trying to deal with the fire from above is really difficult because the fire is just a nuisance, right? You sit there, you can spam rockets all day. Flux comes out from Ahi. I don't know if that caught anybody, but the lamp does come out there. But yeah,
does have that barrage. Will lay it down, gets one immediately, is taken down immediately afterwards by Just Monica, but the damage is already done. He's able to pick up one, being the Brig, which is a very, very important target, especially in this double shield composition to take out early on. And Dirt, despite going down in that fight, did quite a bit with that barrage. A really well-timed barrage. Didn't want to go in when when Ruination had that bongo up. He'd get bursted too quickly. Didn't want to go in when they still had lamp up. He waited for his team to flux. He waited. He bided his time on that barrage. Really patient from him. A really good play on the Pharah. As we see, Fallout once again taking a little bit of more spam angles. Ahi will switch over to the D.Va to try and kind of negate this Pharah pressure coming in from Dirt. As he'll still be spamming the rotation. Everybody falling a little bit low, trying to get higher on that next barrage percentage. Rift able to take down Sage super early on, so it's already a 5v6 as the window comes out from Lylum to try and do a little bit more damage to the back line and pressure out that soldier on the side of Fallout. More damage able to come out from Dirt from the skies. The lamp is dropped to keep his entire team alive from Lylum. Just still a 5v6 as well after Rift was able to take down that Tracer. The rally will come out from Distortion to try and keep his team alive. A lot of armor on the side of Ruination, so a little bit tankier targets for Dirt to try and take out. Not really able to kill very many people. Rift once again finding Sage before he can even come back. The Flux doesn't catch many. Dirt dropping the barrage, finds Bakura, but is taken out before he's able to kill the D.Va mech of Ahi by Just Monica. Ahi able to take down Toxicity as well, so that Pharah Mercy no longer available on the side of Fallout. Anybody's fight. Rift with two. A clutch play from him, building up to that tactical visor. Still trying to get Ahigo out of that mech. The last bastion on the side of Ruination on the high ground. Bakura still trying to pressure out this soldier that he's done so much work on. And heroics from Rift, building that visor, getting those clutch 2 kills, farming the Sage on that Tracer on Soldier, and just doing so much work to clutch out the round for Fallout, which when all hope seemed lost.
Fallout, man, they're doing a good job. They've really turned it around out after map number 1, and again, it's these comp switches. You switch to that Pharah Soldier comp. It's really tough to deal with that Pharmacy comp from this guy because again, you get that poke damage that comes in from the Pharah and also the Soldier from the ground too. So it's really difficult to try and deal with that composition. But Fallout making it work, and now they are 1 round away from advancing to the double elimination bracket. On the side of Ruination going away from the double shield, going with the Sombra dive comp here versus a Pharah Tracer. So interesting comp switches to say the least.
Do or die for Ruination. Their tournament lives are on the line. Everything could be over here. But Fallout getting that pressure in on them. They will just hard switch. They will see the 6-man come out for Ruination. See that their comp doesn't really do well into it. Those Pharah compositions kind of get walked at, kind of get barreled over unless your Pharah player is just absolutely insane by that 6-man. So they will switch over to the rush composition to try and counter comp this on the side of Ruination. They will allow an early cap, so that's going to be early percentage for Ruination. Still taking this neutral fight. Supportive walking at this board up. Lydum will go down super early. A lot of the healing on this 6-man composition down already. Rift finding Just Monica as well, but Distortion trading back, finding Bird Boys. Most of the healing down on both sides now, but after that, after all of that scrappy fight, after giving that first fight, it seems that Fallout able to make that counter comp, make that switch, and counter the 6-man dive of Ruination in that first fight.
Rift coming up with 4 big kills there for Fallout, really turning the tide of that fight there. And Ruination now making some changes to their DPS and support line, going to the Orisa D.Va composition, trying to negate some of this damage. The window does come out early from Fallout there. It is taken care of, but Ruination kind of having a difficult time against this comp right now.
Ruination switching over to their tried and true, their Orisa D.Va composition, one they know so well. Spooka and Dust able to take out 2 early on, though, and just quick cleanup. The rush composition of Fallout, just too strong. The window coming out for Bird Boys, dealing so much damage to that front line. Ahi on the D.Va, just unable to mitigate all of the damage with all of his defense matrix, and it doesn't seem like they're able to do too much to the bastion that is Fallout's rush composition on that fight. Ahi will have this D.Va bomb for this re-engage.
Yeah, we're going to be able to see if he can create some space with this bomb here. That's going to be key. But 2 go down to Rift Deadeye, and that's the end of the fight. With that Deadeye, fights can end just like that, and now they're going up into their spawn. I mean, this is just pure aggression coming out from Fallout. And if you're Ruination, you really have only 1 or 2 more good fights left, and then this is over. So something's got to be done. You only have a window to work with, but on the side of Fallout, you have that Shatter, you have Bomb, and you have Sound Barrier for the sustain, and you're coming up on Death Blossom. I mean, this is the re-engagement you have to use the window just to try and get out. The Shatter comes down, the Death Blossom gets 2, and I mean, this is it. Ruination cannot even get out of their spawn. I mean, this is just nasty from Fallout.
There's a huge stagger coming out on Ahi as Dust will pin him to the other side of the map. He'll die at 95%. Only a staggered recontest is available left on the side of Ruination. They will get the touch in. Sage will go down to Bird Boys. It's just too much. It's too much pressure, and Fallout will take the win versus Ruination. They have been taken down. That is Ruination's exit to the Bad Patchy Mario League playoffs in Season 3. Commiserations to them, but congrats to Fallout. An incredible comp switch, an incredible mix-up from them, incredible adaptation overall from this squad. Much props to Brad, who is, I believe, the mastermind behind this. As we saw in first map, they look lost. I'm going to be honest. They look like a lost team. They didn't really know what they were doing. They were getting rolled over by this double shield comp, by this double shield mirror from Ruination. They didn't really know what to do on Blizzard World. They came back, okay, we know what we do. We have some mix-ups. We have some things in store for this. We have backup plans. We aren't one-trick team. You know, we aren't only good at one composition. They came back with that Ball Zarya. They threw out a little bit of rush composition in there towards the end on that Busan. Just a really, really impressive, not technical, but impressive, like, I guess technical game played by Fallout overall. Their strategy was just better than Ruination. Their coordination was better than Ruination, and they just simply outplayed them. A really well-played game from them.
It was a very, very well-played game, and you touched on it. One of the keys in order to have success in Overwatch is being able, as you said, being able to adapt to what the other team is running. Ruination took control on that first map. Fallout had a really tough time, but they made the switches necessary. They switched to a direct counter to what Ruination was running, and it worked for them. I think they realized early on, after map 1, that trying to run the double shield against him was not going to work because Ruination was so well versed in that. But they made the switches necessary, and here we are. Fallout gets the win, and they're on to the double elimination tournament.
Yeah, definitely a great match for sure, and could not have been a more poetic end. You know, the teacher defeating his protege with Toxic and Ahi. You know, is there anyone you guys want to like point out as like a standout player for Fallout? I think Dust has really proven himself that he's one of the best main tanks in this BPL season, especially on the Wrecking Ball on Rialto. That was just some clutch plays from him. Is there anyone else you guys feel like deserves some praise, some mentioning here?
Personally, I'd like to highlight Rift a ton. His Echo play, especially on Rialto, was just elite. It was next level. His follow-ups with Dust, like I was kind of harping on it during the game, but in those compositions where you have Ball plus those 2 dive DPS in the Echo and Tracer, you really, as a Ball player, rely on the follow-up from your DPS, rely on the extra damage to capitalize on the space that you're making, on the displacement that you're doing with your boops, with things such as that. And Rift was there every single time. Every single slam, every single roll through, Dirt was there with stickies, with a perfect beam on whichever target Dust was on, and it was really impressive to see from a technical standpoint as a DPS player myself. I love to see that type of synergy from players, and Rift was on it today.
And I know we like to give tank lines a lot of credit, but my players were also the DPS line, supportive and Rift of Fallout. I mean, we talked about the tank framework, but it was the ability of the DPS line to get in there, get those cleanup kills after we saw those boops on Rialto and pretty much every other plays the tanks made. So give credit to both of those. I mean, the Tracers, the Echo play, you said it, it was really a sight to see. It was a really good job by Fallout's DPS line to get those kills necessary, and to make sure Ruination just couldn't come back.
Yeah, totally. As you said, like just a good performance from everyone on the team. And of course, if we flip the coin, sadly, that is the end for Ruination. They were a great team to watch this season for sure, and they didn't go down without a fight. So Definitely, I think a respectable way for them to go out here. I kind of like to ask this every time we have a team being eliminated, but Recurve, Sean, just say something nice about Ruination. Like, is there anything you guys liked about this team this season? Like any match that you really enjoyed watching them? Any standout player on that team for you?
I just have to say, because I feel like it's been kind of given a bad.
Hi, sorry we're back. We had a little hiccup there. Of course, the stream dies right as Recurve is being the nicest he's probably ever been in a BPL related event. So I guess Recurve, maybe just give us the quick version again. Say something nice about Ruination. What do you like about this team?
Like I was saying, Ahi, I wanna, because he kind of got a bad rap earlier on in the season. I just want to say, is by far one of the best leaders in all of BPL, just in general. And obviously, as you saw, one of the best off tanks, if not the best off tank in the whole league. Those fluxes, I mean, the kid was just generating them so fast. It's just incredible from him. But just as a leader, he brought this team back from a kind of iffy situation into a real contender, despite it. And that kind of aspect of the league isn't really seen too much from the internal standpoint, but as somebody that knows him and that has seen the work that he's done, he deserves a lot of credit and respect for how much he did to make this team a contender. And for that, I respect him, at least.
Totally. What about you, Sean?
I'll piggyback off that as well. I mean, I've seen a couple matches of Ahi. This is the second Ruination match I've casted this year. He's, as you said, Recurve, he's been an incredible leader for this team, and his tank play has been second to none. And I mean, just watching his Sigma personally today, you can understand why he's so highly regarded as one of the top tanks in this league. I mean, literally, you blink and he has a flux. I mean, it's incredible. So I'll piggyback off that by saying Ahi was definitely one of the biggest impact players, not just for Ruination, but probably for the league this year as well.
Yeah, we're actually going to have a little exit interview with some people from Ruination. I believe I see Bakora, who just played, and Jace, their manager. How's it going, you guys? I know it's always tough making interviews when you just lost a game, or such an important game especially. But if you can just tell us, like, what's going through your head right now?
You know, a little sad, obviously, because I think we played quite well the first map, and then kind of dropped the ball on the other two. But, you know, Fallout was a better team today, and they played better, so how mad can you really be when you lose to a better team?
Yeah, I think it's, you know, I could go on a tirade and just hog mic and go on a 20-minute rant about stuff, but I'm not going to. I think it's a bit of a tech W that fall out of this. I've managed to get this far down in the bracket. I think they're a good team, and Tox is just a coach genius. They played the counter comps. Double Shield was our strongest comp. They played two comps that beat Double Shield, out-tempoed us, and rolled us off the park, particularly on Busan. So we can't be too mad about the result today. It's just a shame that we went 3-3 and got knocked out at BPL this early. But, you know, sometimes it is what it is.
I do have to say, just as a comment, Bakura, you're Arisa. You're just different on that hero. I don't know why. I
agree.
There were so many times in a row where you were just loading up the Odin and gatting down like 4 or 5 people in a row. I keep seeing the kill feed. I'm like, why is this Arisa player getting so many final blows? It's crazy. But you did some incredible work. You and Ahi on that double shield. That tank line was menacing. You guys not single-handedly, I guess, but both of you swung fights together so many times in a row. This match was a banger to cast. It was absolutely incredible to watch, and you should be proud of the performance, for real. It doesn't really matter in terms of BPL when you go out, but the legacy that you leave and how well you played, and I think you guys have done incredible, and you should be proud of the performances that you put up, for sure.
Yeah. One thing I do want to say as well is to any future captains in the chat, like Bakura and the rest of these guys were a complete pleasure to work with. I took a chance on Bakura off a recommendation from our B-League captain Strato. I did a couple of odd reviews of Bakura. He responded excellently to coaching. He's improved a lot this season as well. Didn't get quite the chance to show off the monkey that I know he's done off, but obviously the Orisa gameplay performance that you just saw there recurve, like this guy's no joke on the Orisa. So if Bakura falls in a draft for next season, if he still needs a team for pre-made, if that goes on, I implore any of these captains that are left thinking about pre-made or potentially season 4. I can vouch for everyone on this Ruination team. These guys were all fantastic to work with. I think Lylum was also awesome and potentially like one of the best flex supports in the whole league as well. Just as a shout out as well. So Bakura and Lylum, I think you two guys really made a name for yourselves this season, and I'm super proud of you both. So
personally, I'm really proud of seeing 2 of my former teammates, Cuts and Sloths, pop off on this roster. So it was definitely a very fun team to watch. Is there like any highlight you guys had in your season? What was like your most fun match to play?
Probably Monarch, right, Bakura? Because we were hard.
Yeah.
Like that the Blizzard World comms for.
That was a fun game.
But yeah, for Monarch, that was a great one.
Certainly a silly one.
We did a little trolling on that Blizzard World map against Monarch.
Just a little.
Okay, well, is there like anything else you guys wanna say to the Twitch chat? Anything else you wanna see, like maybe to the people that were cheering you guys on? I know we had a lot of people cheering on Ruination in this match because it was such a close game. So is there like anything you guys want to say to the people listening right now?
I don't think so. Just thank you to all the fans, and we'll do better next year. You know.
Hope so. Yeah, I think people were more Fallout favored, if I'm going to be honest, but understandable. We kind of vilified ourselves quite early in this season with some shenanigans that we won't go into. But I was down for it. I was down to ride the villain arc all the way to the grand finals. But unfortunately, we look a bit KW now that we've crashed out early. But nonetheless, as I said, this was a fun ride. Big up to Cards, by the way, for stepping in after the incident in week 1. We needed someone to step in, and he could have easily just said, "Nah, fuck Overwatch," but he didn't, and he came in and he had some big performances as well. So yeah, just big up to everyone on the roster, pretty much.
Cool, awesome to hear. And honestly, for trying to be villains, you guys were pretty likable. So honestly, you guys did a great job, had a great season, and I hope to see all of you guys again next time we have a tournament, maybe the next pre-made tournament that we might have soon, or the next BPL season. Definitely looking forward to that. I want to say thanks, Jace and Bakura, for taking your time and answering a couple of questions. I know it's not easy when you just lost, but kudos to you, and hope to see you guys again soon.
Yeah, GG's. The Ruination ends here, but we shall live on. And now I'm on the fucking Fallout bandwagon. Talk type in the chat. Fallout, you guys have knocked us out. You've got to go and win the whole thing now. Otherwise, we look like complete clowns. So best of luck, no pressure, Chiefs. GG's Talks, always fun playing against you. Rift as well. I don't know if Rift is listening or in chat, but you were fucking awesome today, Chief. Holy shit. Rift is too good, man. Even on NA ping. Fuck me. Well. Anyway, GG's, guys.
Alright, awesome. Thank you very much. And with that, that's the end of this game. Fallout move on to our playoffs next week. And sadly, we have to say goodbye to Ruination. It's the end of the road for them. I want to say thank you, Recurve and Chun, for casting this game. It was definitely a lot of fun. We're definitely not done for the night, though. We still have 3 more matches up. Next up, it's going to be Monarch taking on Zenith. Our rematch from last week. We can see if Monarch can maybe get their revenge for losing last week. So stick around for that. We're going to be right back after a short break.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by Bagcliff is a proud sponsor of BPL and of late night Taco Bell runs. We're an apparel brand raised in skate vibes and weird rides. We make cool stuff and even cooler stuff with creative people. Our items are always sporadic and always quality. No knockoff lame stuff here. We take our time and don't release anything until we're completely happy with it. So check out our sizzling pizza collection and our 2 spicy collabs with Basically I Do Work and Trevor May. And since this is an ad read, we should tell you that you should go to bagcliff.com or tweet a taco gif at us at bagcliffbrand.
Welcome back, guys. Up next is going to be Zenith taking on Monarch, 2 teams with very opposite paths. I'm joined here by Drayton and welcome back, Jace.
Hello. Yeah, unfortunately they can't get rid of me. I just like talking. But today is not about me. This is going to be Drayton's last cast for at least a while. Drayton making a small retirement to focus on things other than Overwatch like a sensible human being. So I swear to God, Zenith and Monarch, you guys better throw it all out on the line because I'm a little bit upset after my team Ruination got knocked out. So if one of these teams roll over and die here, then you'll be getting an angry fax machine. I swear.
So, yeah. Let's go talk about the teams for a little bit. On one side we have Monarch. Of course had that early glow up moment where they took 2 wins in a row against Basalt and Battery and Galaxy and were at #1 of our standings for a while. But after that it was just loss after loss. They did, however, manage to rebound yesterday against Admin Aces in our round 1 of play-ins. So they're looking to maybe build another streak, maybe a win streak now. And then on the other side, we have the team that chose them as their opponents tonight, Zenith, who always kind of stayed in the middle of the pack, but then with some wins at the end of the season, they managed to sneak their way into the top 8. And of course, it's not really much of a surprise that they chose Monarch, because they just happened to meet up last week, and that was a quick 2 over Zenith. Jace, where would you put this team? You think that Zenith is a wildcard for these playoffs, maybe even like grand finals?
So, I'm going to be honest, I'm not the biggest Zenith enjoyer. You'll have to take what I say with a pinch of salt. I think Zenith have very clear weaknesses, but to be fair to them, they also have very clear strengths. Their tank line, very good. Their support line, getting towards up there. Their DPS line is questionable, I'm not going to lie. I think their DPS line is... if we can have a look at them actually, I wouldn't say that these guys exactly set the world on fire, but at the end of the day, if they work in the system like Zenith, they don't need to. And I think, to be honest, it's going to be enough to get them over the line against Monarch today. But I would worry for Zenith as they get into the later bracket and they start going up against the Dynamics, the Synexes, who could potentially be out today as well, by the way. Some others. But yeah, then I'm Bonesaw, Pengalex, Magnolia. I believe Magnolia was the sub on Catboy crew. Pengalex was also a sub, and Bonesaw, I think, was in B League last season. But on the flip side, I'd still take them over the Monarch DPS line, because I really don't rate Monarch.
Yeah, and I think Zenith...
Outside their tank line, anyway.
Yeah, we talked about Zenith's tank line, and they have a very solid tank line, you know. Yeah. It's got to be tough for Azu to make that switch from B League main support in BPL World Cup just straight to flex, or just straight off tank. The Azu incident, but I mean, Tekagun and Azu, that is a tank line that has a lot of synergy, and I think that's really going to be the carrying point, especially when you don't have to switch any of those out. I mean, when you got 3 tanks, you're gonna have to switch one of them out if you're Monarch. So having that solid tank line of Teku and Azu just hold things down seems like that's gonna be a strength for Zenith.
Yeah, and if we look at Monarch a little bit more, I like to do power rankings every week for A-League, and after week 2, when they were 2-0 and number 1 in the standings, I just made a Chengdu zone for them, because they seemed like such a random team that has somehow gotten their way onto being number 1 for a while. A lot has happened since then. They traded one of their main tanks, because they have so many, as we just saw, Dong for Protein Shake, who has since made quite an impact on this team. Drayton, what do you think about Monarch? Do you think they can maybe get their revenge on Zenith tonight after, losing last week to them?
I think it's gonna be tough, obviously, especially when it's at 2-0. That's got to be demoralizing. And if you're Zenith, you're coming into this with a lot of confidence of like, all right, we know this team, we beat them, we're gonna do it again. And I think that's really just gonna be the main hurdle that has to be overcome by Monarch. You've got to face this team that you've already lost to. So Hollywood is gonna be the map choice, and potentially see some an interesting defense here with the Orisa Diva.
Yeah, exactly. I think Orisa Diva is something that we've just seen, and we've seen the counter to it. Is Zenith Orisa Diva bunker as good as Ruinations? We will find out. We're going to have to leverage it against the opponent. So Monarch actually starting without Donk. They're going to be going with Wadet on the main tank, Protein Shake over on that, obviously, Anna and Monarch's composition. It's going to take time to beat Zenith. Let's get that right out of the gate here and now. But Monarch's comp has such incredible snowball potential. You've got Rally, you've got Nano, you've got Nano Blade, and obviously you've got the light out, the EMP that can come out from Thomason. For Zenith, it's just about playing the clock and buying time. They've got firepower ultimates of their own. But in order to do that, well, they need to poke out the Winston of Wood at first range.
Yeah, and going to be trying to get into that backline, but Tomathan is able to translocate out there, got very dangerously low there, and about 1 HP. Now it's going to be the dive coming in, all coordinated. Tekuin falling very low. They don't have that immortality, or at least they're not in it for the time being, but Aurora is taken down. Nobody able to res anymore in this fight, and nowhere looked like they had the deflect up, but it's going to get flashed out. Doesn't matter though. They have 2 ticks so far gained from Monarch, and they're making quick work of this first point. Nomer getting 2 kills onto Teku and Bonesaw. That should secure things here on first point.
Yeah, a gap in the dinosaur scales meant that Monarch could draw first blood, I believe. The Mercy now of Aurora went down early in that fight, and hey, they've got to swap over to the Brigitte, but I like it nonetheless. The Brig's going to be excellent in the 1v1s and the 2v2s against Noma and Thomason. They do get the Nano of Protein Shake ready to go. Zenith makes some very heavy counter dive swaps. Bone Saws, Reaper means that they're stronger in the brawl, but they are weaker in the poke phase of the composition. So Zenith really banking, going to take the brawl, they're going to take the burst damage that will come in from Monarch's dive. And as they say that, there's going to be so much burst. Because guess what? Wadet's going to get nanoed any second here, but not if Bone Saw picks Spooky first. Good pick.
Yeah, not able to get the Nano Blade off in time here. Going very low. Now the Nano Blade comes out. They're going for their first target. It's going to be the Cowboy taken out of the fight. Now the Reaper taken out as well. Getting the third kill potentially here onto the Baptiste. Trying to wrap things up in this fight, but in the meantime, Tekagon taking down Tomathan. This has opened up a slight window of opportunity here as the dive comes on a Protein Shake, but it's going to be quickly responded to with the rally and the anti-nade. Teku now having to get out of dodge here, and 3-point progress can be made here, trying to round some corners.
Yeah, they're going to do it, but it's an expensive fight. But luckily for Monarch, they've got EMP and Protein Shake actually built up an extraordinarily fast Nano. They could actually go with Nano EMP after using Nano at the start of the previous fight. So Protein Shake really flexing on the Ana. They definitely got powdered up from the aforementioned name. It's going to be the EMP, and it finds only both DPS. But
that was...
Goodbye, Thomason.
That was quite an aggressive move there. TPing straight in front of the McCree, who has flashbang. Cassidy has flashbang. Used it just a little bit too late to cancel EMP, but it was enough to punish them. So Magnolia getting some progress here, moving up into this front line, forcing the full retreat of Monarch. And finally the Butterfly, they're going to have to fall back a little bit.
Yeah, Magnolia silencing me a little bit. As I said before the start of the lobby, I think the DPS line from Zenith is a little bit weak. As I say that, though, Monarch making a scramble to the payload could potentially find the pincer, but as Matchup goes down, that's no Diva, and no Diva in this comp, I think, likely means no win. So, yeah, they're just going to reset. But as I was saying, Magnolia popping off this map, it's kind of a simple job. You've got to deal with a Genji and a Sombra, and then you basically just win the video game if you're Zenith. But their composition now loaded with ultimates, and they're coming up as well. But Monarch here, they've got to pull the prayer again. It's going to have to be a big Nano Blade from Noma 420. There's no defensive ultimate on the side of Zenith if they go quick, so it's the Weep Stick, it's the Sword of the Samurai versus the gun of the Cowboy in this fight.
Yeah, and you can see the hack coming out as well into Aurora. Just with the big bomb that takes down 2. That's gonna shut things down. No defensive ults. Azu says no, thank you. No Nano Blade coming through to tear up my team. And now it's gonna be a little bit of just a feeding out here point. Protein Shake can be taken out, and that should be securing it. Trying to get Mack Truck out safely is gonna be important. If they get staggered, that would be not very good, but I'm able to survive through this. And a very cost-efficient fight there for Zenith, only using the Diva Bomb.
Yeah, only using the Diva Bomb and finding the Nano Blade as well. It's so good. Azu's glow up from B-League main support to A-League off tank is absolutely fantastic. But on a real, his kid is crazy on the Diva. That bomb was inch perfect. It was pixel perfect. And down the swinging sword of the Samurai goes. Monarch here. Kind of rocked on the back this high noon. It gets the logic force from Thomason. But Zenith here, 2 minutes left, they can just chill. They've got high ground. It's Monarch here who need to grab hold of tempo in this game and wrestle Zenith back off this high ground.
Yeah, Tanks and Magnolia falling a little bit low here. That could be a window of opportunity and a window coming out for Bing Bong just to try and keep the team alive. That's me, Bonesaw moving in, but they're going to be taken down at the same time. Tekagon does. The beat comes out in response to that EMP. Tomathan falling low. They're going to have to TP out of this fight, and it's just a brawl over here on point. Wadet getting in the damage that needs to be done into Bing Dong, and they're going to be taken out here, and that should secure this second point for Monarch. They have about a minute and a half left as they count across this point.
Both teams on a sort of stuffed version of their own compositions. Monarch playing a little bit of a half dive, Zenith playing a little bit of a half 6-man. Zenith, I think, finally make the full comp swap over, but last point, Drayton, I think Teku should just go over to the big, funny, shield German man here, because Winston on this last point, don't think exactly it's the best, but luckily for Monarch here, they finally win the fight with EMP, and they could potentially be fishing for snowballs if they can get one of these Raptors, if they can pick off one of the Raptors, the staggered Raptors of Zenith. Then they could potentially find something, but nope, not unfortunately to go. Zenith here though, it's so rough for them. They're bone dry and ultimates. They're feeding over, bleeding over so much charge, and it looks like if Monarch do this correctly, there could be a second coming of the Meteor to Zenith.
Yep. Diva Bomb comes in, it's enough to take down Spooky. Yeah, that's me opening up the door here real fast, and that's actually a very good fight when they're only using the one ultimate that they had. and now they're going to be able to clean up the rest of the fight. Getting that kill onto the brig was so important. Now they're going to be able to stagger out some kills here, getting the baby diva. Mac Truck not having a good time. And now as they remake, they're going to be taken down. But that was a good fight win there for Zenith. That's going to stall out some time and help them build up some ults.
It was, and with sort of a minute 40 left on the clock, Zenith, I think it's a minute 40, yeah, minute 40 left on the clock, Zenith need to drain this time bank. They're so down on ultimates compared to the absolute wealth, the absolute bank that Monarch have, but Monarch need to use these ultimates, and to say that, it's 1 for 1, the High Noon goes down, but Monarch has still got plenty of ultimates left. Please just don't commit and win the fight.
Yep, the Nano coming out onto the Monkey, but they got booped back a bit, not able to get too much value out of it now. They do have this Primal Rage to potentially re-engage on. This is going to be the TP out for Magnolia, but Teku not so lucky as to have a translocator. They're going to be caught out here and not going to be able to build up that Primal Rage or stay alive long enough to use it. Now it's going to be the movement here onto Azu. Bing Dong not able to get that ultimate off in time. The EMP from Magnolia finds only 2, but they're immediately dead. No more 420 doing a lot of work here. And now it's going to have to be the frantic going point here. Bonesaw, they could do something big here if they get the Defense Matrix out of the way. Don't get bad, but that's a lot to ask for against this composition. Wadet coming flying back in on the point. They're going to be making a move, able to take down Aurora, and then Diva Bomb from that truck. That should secure it. Unless Tekugan has something big to come up with here with this Primal Rage, it's not going to be going in the way of Zenith. Magnolia taking down Teku as well. 3.5 meters remaining, and nobody is left on point other than Azu, and the Devo is going to be taken out of mech. Not able to do anything. Bonesaw, a last-ditch effort, unable to touch, and 31 seconds is the time make for Monarch.
Monarch are patient, they wait, and unfortunately for Zenith, the Kings aren't quite done on this map yet. They soak the pressure and they hit them back like a Mack truck with Mack truck. 2k Diva Bomb finds the Reaper, finds the Moira. That's the best 2 picks in all of Six Mandre. And if you were to get 2 from Zenith, it absolutely would be those 2, because those 2 champs, those 2 heroes, Magnolia on the Reaper and Bing Dong, I believe, on the Moira, that is your win condition. If those 2 die, all your damage, all your sustain from Zenith is zip. It is 0, it is null, it is a meteor strike moment, and down the dinos fell. Now, Monarch, they've got a win condition. They just have to hold them out.
Yep.
To the point, very, very holdable. I need to see from Monarch, though, on the defenses. It feels a bit weird to be critical for them after the way that they wrapped that up, but these Thomason EMPs weren't exactly the best, they weren't exactly the biggest. I think they were charged at an alright rate, but now Thomason, he's got the defensive hold, he's got the health pack control initially, and he's going to have the potential to scout and flank. Having this defensive thing, having this defensive hold, means that Thomason can stage forward, he can scout, and he can build this EMP. So I want to see more decisiveness and more lethality from particularly the Sombra of Monarch in this round, because if they can do that, then Wadet, Mack Truck, Protein Shake, and Noma will take care of the rest. They'll be backed up by Spooky Ghost with that rally as well when that comes online. So Monarch, I think for this play, it's all about Thomason Sombra. If it can get rolling, if it can be efficient, if it can be clean, if it can be a menace, then Zenith are going to have a real hard time on themselves, and they could potentially lose this first map.
Yeah, and Thomason's already doing a little bit of distracting the backline. Already got a quarter of their ult built up, distracting just Bing Dong and Aurora. So now it's gonna be this full rotation coming through. It's being very well played. Magnolia not able to get in that hack that they were looking for, and Azu immediately demicked. This isn't the start that the Dinosaurs of Zenith were going for. Maybe a little bit too old-fashioned as Monarch. They're able to clean things up with a quick beat of the wings, and that's a quick team fight win on this first point. Luckily, though, not gonna be wasting too much time off the clock for Zenith.
Yeah, and you kind of hinted at it for a pun, but it was honestly like Meso-Triassic. I think that's an area of the dinosaurs, because that was dinosaur level Overwatch from Zenith. Both dive tanks didn't stage, they just inted onto the backline, and it was 2016. And guess what, guys? Brig and Cassidy are in the game, so you can't do that anymore. Yet again, they're going for it, and yet again, they get punished by the anti-dive that comes out from Monarch. Aurora has to scramble away. Zenith, though, luckily, after all this, they burn a lot of cooldowns before they get point control to start.
Nice headshot there onto Magnolia, but 2 ticks already gained, and now to get some point presence, the rally has to be popped. No more builds up this high noon, they'll be popping it in, but everybody's retreated around the corner, and Wadet has fallen in the meantime. Azu will be traded out, but now it's the full retreat. No more, they're able to do things after that high noon, and he's able to find nothing, but they give up 2 ticks, 82%, but what really matters is they don't give up that third.
Yeah, it was Mesozoic, by the way. Google is my friend. But now, Zenith, it's going to be
Quick
EMP
Google.
versus EMP-based Google. They've got EMP Coalescence, and I think they need to go with it because Zenith need to get this Steam train rolling. Magnolia's EMP needs to be massive here. Luckily, though, for him, everyone's going to turn around, and that's a 3-man EMP, I believe.
Yep, the double EMPs come out, everybody finding some value with that, but it's actually me Bonesaw that dies first. Teku's gonna be forced to pop in their ultimate. It's double support, it's layered as well. So much HP is built up, and nobody even touches from Monarch. It's not like they were likely to win that fight anyways, as there was so much HP pooled up with all of the ultimates, really. I mean, they popped in that 1000 HP Monkey ultimate, the Beat on top as well, and then the Coalescence from Bing Dong on top. Maybe a little bit too much for ultimate committed, but Monarch, they committed quite a lot as well.
Yeah, Zenith commit the farm to that map, and unfortunately for Monarch, they end up walking away. When both teams get into these situations where they use 2 or 3 ultimates, you're almost more incentivized to keep going all in, sort of like a hand of poker, Dre. Like, you got to keep going because you have to win that fight. When you commit EMP, sometimes you've just got to send it. If you need 3 ultimates after the EMP because they commit 3 and you win the fight, guess what? Momentum, tempo in Overwatch in these compositions is so important that honestly sometimes you do have to overcommit to win the fight, but there's no ultimates now.
The Diva Bomb? The Diva Bomb?
Azu again. Oh, he's been so good with these bombs.
It's such a good Diva Bomb there because as the team is engaging, only the Ana doesn't have the movement abilities to get back. They're going to be caught out in that engagement, but Azu actually, they've been taken down as well as Magnolia. Still both healers alive for Zenith, so that's going to keep them sustained, but Teku out of the fight again. It's going both back and forth here. Bonesaw, they're going to be hacked. They're looking for that engage to get their ultimate off, but they're not going to find it. And somehow Monarch are going to be able to hold this fight back. They're going to bring it back from the brink of loss there. And they had to commit quite a lot. They committed in the rally and the Primal Rage. That's going to be enough to stave off Zenith.
Yeah, absolutely. And every fight they stave off Zenith is a fight that they can build their own EMP. Now that Monarch have control, it means that Zenith have to rotate into this lights out from Thomason. If they can hit it, there we go. But Bing Dong goes early, gets his Coalescence cancelled. Great EMP from Thomason.
Yeah, and it's also going to prevent Aurora from dropping in that beat to potentially keep things going. Bonesaw, yet again, the first one to die. They have not been having a great game here so far. Unable to get off many of these ultimates that they built up, so... although there's almost 5 ultimates now online for Zenith, so they're looking at a good position right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And unfortunately for Monarch,
that's big.
Yeah, huge hack. That's no Sombra, and that means that Zenith might not even need the EMP here, Dre. They might just be able to walk it down with that special move. It's not
walk it down and then rescue.
Oh, EMP bomb potentially coming in.
It's big. Oh, but now it's Bonesaw's time. They've released the Beyblade. Able to find 2 kills with the help of Azu and make it a 3rd as Wadette falls. This should be enough to get the payload moving with a lot of momentum into 2nd here. Not gonna be able to cap it quite yet, but they've built themselves up some momentum to be able to hold these doors.
Yeah, it's nice. My brain's a little bit frazzled because I'm not quite sure how they lost that fight after committing an EMP. I think they lost the fight after committing the EMP. My brain's fried. Nonetheless,
Magnolia
his match early. And Magnolia did, so they actually won the fight with the EMP. Bonesaw's brawl potential with the Reaper has been so deadly this match.
Oh, Teku!
Have been so scuffy, but great 2 picks from Teku. They're cleaning this fight. Zenith looking like a 2nd point cap is very likely. The Coalescence from Bing Dong is just going to wrap it up, most likely.
Yeah, and that Coalescence allows the 75 HP Teku again on the Monkey just to be able to dive back in onto the point, get that main tank presence back again, and they're not going to be able to hold them off for much longer. Monarch just throwing themselves onto point. It's been lost, but they're to get the team reset and have the staggers coming out for a while. And even though they tried to avoid that, the staggers are pretty long.
They are. Unfortunately, Zenith don't quite manage to get the 2nd point respawn capture and manage to snowball and put Monarch even back. But Zenith are doing a really good job here. And as I sort of spoke about a bit last fight, Bonesaw's ability to brawl on this Reaper is honestly the difference right now. Both teams kind of on a 6-man comp. Zenith definitely baiting Monarch into these brawls on the payload, and as long as they keep Bonesaw up, as long as they keep Bing Dong up, they're going to win it every time. That's a great response from Monarch though. EMP finds 3, and now Zenith potentially on the back foot as Wadette is in their backline with a nano.
Bonesaw looking to engage here with the help of that beat to get themselves into the backline. If they can get the Ana, that'll be big, and they do. Both both supports out of the way now, and tanks demeched or killed as well. And now it just should be clean, walking the point back in. Only have to deal with this baby Diva left, and The Bastion pick from Tomathan, not going to stick around with that for too long.
No, I think that would be a little bit too troll. Now with 1 minute 20 left, Zenith actually now in
This
potential
EMP?
of being held. But the potential for EMP, the Magnolia, great.
4.
4-man EMP.
Yeah, and that's going to secure things quite handily here. Unless this Diva Bomb, which flies over the cart, finds anybody, it won't. But this is looking like it's going to be Zenith capping with just a little bit more time here. Azu cleaning things up on point. Both supports out of the picture, out of the fight. This is the last... Oh
No,
my
no,
goodness! No way! No way they've turned this.
No chance.
No.
Oh, it was
Thomas-
a dream. It was a hope. Unfortunately, Noma's...
Is this winnable?
Wait, Tomathan's on Reaper? Yeah, he's winnable
Tomathan
now.
is still alive. Tomathan is still alive, and there goes Teku. There's going to be the disengage. They have 30 seconds remaining. They're going to make a small disengage here, and Monarch, that big
Monarch
2K pulse bomb, might have saved it.
Monarch did it, Drain. Noma found the 2k pulse bomb, but more fortunately for Monarch and fans of Monarch, Tomathan found the Reaper hero. It's so big. These fights are going to be brawling on the payload. You've got 20 seconds left. There's no EMP that you've got to go into. Monarch here by straights. It felt that they were always going to lose this map. It felt like they were losing. Time and time again, Azido's got to come up big with the Diva Bomb here, as he does so many times. Manages to zone off the payload, but Wadet's Primal is forced. He's found Bonesaw.
Oh, Bonesaw stuck in the corner, and the shield as well in the way, preventing Bonesaw from staying alive or getting as much health recovery as they could. But it's looking like potentially Bonesaw here. They have this ultimate. They're able to take down Spooky. They're going to trade themselves, but that might be the pick that they need. It's unfortunate that it's an even trade because that favors the defenders, but now it's looking like that was the one straw that they needed to break. The Camel's back now broken. Zenith able to cap, and they have a minute left to take this next point as we go into the overtime rounds.
Yeah, I think that last fight was a bit more brutal than the Camel's back. I think the Camel was taken and it was beaten a couple times. I think their kneecaps were removed and they were bent over and shot. I think, oh my. Just the potential, the brawl of the Reaper that came in was just so destructive. Zenith find themselves a win condition now, and I think they're going to be sort of thanking their lucky charms and counting their stars. Wait, no, it's the other way around. They're going to be... let's scratch the analogy. Nonetheless, Zenith, by the skin of their teeth, they get through and they find themselves a way back into this map to try and even it up and stay within contention of winning this map. Minute to minute 31 left. Both of these teams now, most importantly, Dre, I think you can't go with anything fancy. You've got to go with something neutral, with something balanced. Why? Because you need to win fights, you need to snowball. Because of the overtime that's going to come in, it means that the attacking team is less likely to snowball. It means it's a lot harder to do so. So Zenith here going for a very ultimate resource-based composition. Will Monarch get time to swap over to something like a Counter Sombra? I don't know. But as Monarch roll out here on the defense, they've got a very anti-dive comp, so they're predicting the dive from Zenith. Let's see how they do it, because Zenith's attack last time, they looked, as I said, Mesozoic, they looked Jurassic, they looked aged, they dived both tanks straight onto the 6 of Monarch, and they got kind of collapsed, so they've got to be a bit cleaner. We see that Protein Shake hits a 5-man anti to get himself a little bit of ult charge. That may come into effect as we get later into these fights.
Yeah, now the immediate dive coming out straight onto the high ground. Azu demeched immediately. Thomas' turret out, so not a lot of constant damage being put out by that, but Azu taken out. They're so close to getting a ticket. They can force Monarch off the point for just a second. They don't get it still. It's so close now to getting that tick, but not looking like they will unless somebody's able to back cap that tick, but not looking like that's going to be the case. A very quick dive coming in, shut down by the counter dive of Monarch.
The counter dive of Monarch, I think, is going to be so good because both Noma and Tomathan are great against the Reaper of Bonesaw. And it absolutely is the problem. Magnolia doesn't have EMP. Zenith now have to scramble to the point. Big hack onto Wadet though. If they can fall him, Monarch have a great chance of winning this.
Yep, Tekugan anti now. They don't have that ultimate online. They're going to have to survive for a little bit longer, but with Aurora out, yep, that's going to make things so much harder. The Nano comes out into Wadet. It's going to keep the monkey alive for long enough to get their ultimate, and everybody is so incredibly low on Zenith. No HP left in the pool for anybody to pull from. Tekugan just barely pulls up that Primal Rage. They're going to be making the move onto point. EMP coming out. That's big. It finds 4. Is that going to be enough is question, though. And Spooky goes falling. I don't know if that's quite enough just yet. They have to find some tanks. Bonesaw taken down, and that is going to be it. No ticks gained. Zenith, they have to full hold for a draw.
Absolutely, and Monarch do a great job of just reading Zenith on the defense there. I think Rico's prediction last game was that Monarch were actually going to win, and so far I think he's not going to be too upset with himself. The man doesn't need a bigger ego, let's be honest. However, He's going to be feeling pretty happy after that one because Monarch have put themselves in a great opportunity to win it. You've got 1 minute 30 left. What does that mean? You're probably not going to build EMP. You'll definitely build Coalescence. You'll definitely build Nano. You'll probably build one of your Tank Ults and something like a Pulse Bomb. So Monarch don't have enough time on the clock to really play for ultimates. But what they can do, Dre, is they can play for counter swap. Zenith have to commit something. They have to play something balanced because if they leave any holes in their composition, if they leave no hits down without a Diva, if they leave an invulnerable backline, Monarch has got the pick of the bunch. They can absolutely go back and just play rock, paper, scissors. So now Zenith going for an aggressive brawl on the defense, which means that Monarch, if they can get the EMP, if they can get the Nano, or if they could even swap to double shield and give themselves a chance in a neutral fight, then they can go 1-0 up and take the first map in our Plains Bad Patramari League Season 3. So we're going to have to see something big from Zenith. They bigged themselves up all season, that's for sure. Teku going on his ego arc, and you know what, buddy? Time to pull your britches up and show us what you're really made of, because if you win this round and you get this draw, huge. It's got to be big from Teku. Definitely the man, the myth, the leader, and Zenith really needs someone, and they need something, and it has to come from Teku, as I said.
Yeah, I really like this compositional swap as well, as Teku gets anti-air me forced back up. But it plays into the strengths of Zenith, which we've been harping on all day long. It's the tank line. Teku can be the hero now. And Azu as well. They're going to be the hero, taking out Wadet. Now Teku getting down to 36 HP with a 300 HP shield. They are living on a prayer right now. And Bonesaw is going to be taken out as a result of that prayer. But Monarch, they're trying to hold tough, but that anti-nade needed to be eaten. It finds 3, and that could just be the map there off that anti-nade. The immortality field comes out, but Magnolia taken down.
Good window.
That's a big window, but oh no, this is going to be it here as everybody's falling, and Monarch, they will be taking map 1. No 2-0 sweep for Zenith this time. They're going to have to do it in 2-1 at least.
Yeah, Monarch played a long fight. They get those ultimates. They built those ultimates lightning fast. The Nano Blade came up in basically under 55 seconds, and it tore Zenith apart. Looks like it could be a samurai that killed the dinosaurs and not this, as we see. Zenith, though, not going to be too upset with this map. Definitely found a lot of value, particularly off the bomb from Azu. Here we go. Throws it straight up and down. Throws it towards his backline. It gets lucky. I don't think he meant to do that. If he does, then Azu's a genius. And oh my god, prime that man. Give that man a Twitch Prime right now, because Azu's bomb there just drops off the ceiling. It bounces, it slides, and it finds the blade of the Diva. But nonetheless, it is not Azu and his team that walked away with this map. It is Monarch. Monarch found themselves now 1-up on Mac. Zenith have to respond. They had map pick. They lost. Now Zenith get another map pick to stay in this series. So what do you think? What do you think Monarch did particularly well that map? Just before we get on about Zenith can dance back, Drayton. What do we think Monarch? What's the win con for Monarch heading into this next map, and what won the first one?
I think Monarch has been enabling their DPS really well. I think when we're talking about like the wins and the win conditions, it's been on the DPS line. I think that has been really what's been helping Monarch a lot. And Zenith, they've been struggling a little bit in that aspect. We saw some not too great EMPs. We saw some fumbling of the Death Blossoms. And when Monarch didn't have great EMPs all the time, but they got the EMPs off well, and it wasn't like panic EMPs. But when we're talking about Zenith, we're always talking about the tanks, whether it be the win conditions or like them pulling out the final fights. It's not the DPS, and you really need that DPS carry in these playoffs where those characters are built to be supported and carried around. So I think that's really the biggest hole that Zenith has right now.
Yeah, definitely. We saw good from Zenith DPS, so don't get me wrong. Bonesaw was, in particular, on that Reaper, very, very deadly. Magnolia, I think, also did fine. They're going to get a sub as well. They're going to bring Pengalex likely in for the second map, so that's going to give them a bit more firepower on something like a Cassidy. Maybe that's what they were missing, but in those fights, Zenith did a pretty good job of forcing the brawl and allowing the Reaper and the Sombra to carry. I think it's a bit questionable when you know that your tanks are the carries to go for something like Dive or a 6-man mirror when you place more onus on your Reaper and your Moira, but Zenith almost made it work. It was very, very close. That absolutely could have been something that they won. They went to that broad composition. I liked it, but I think they just went, unfortunately, too little too late. For Monarch here, they put themselves in a prime position. Protein Shake, Mac Truck, and Noma 420 in particular were all great that map. Had so many nanos, so many antis from Protein. Had a great Nanoblade at the end, then some couple great Nanoblades, bar the one that got Diva bombed by Azu. And they played Sombra Genji, and they beat apart a 6-man brawl composition, a 6-man composition with so much individual sustain. So you've got to give credit to Monarch there. They played that excellently well. They chose their fights, they picked them, and when they needed to win most, Monarch absolutely put their money in and showed up big time.
Yeah, and the next map is going to be Escort. It's going to be Rialto as well, so that's going to be the next map coming up. And Rialto, I feel like it's an alright map pick. I think that there's some other Escort maps that obviously wouldn't work. So I think they would have really benefited by avoiding a map like Gibraltar, but Rialto, I also see as like, this is a DPS carry. This is a map where you can throw your DPS in and have them carry.
It is, but
like if you get a good Pharah player going on Rialto, if you get a good Widow player, it seems like a map where like you can play like the double shield, you can play some Rhine compositions, but I don't really see the tanks being able to take advantage of the map as much as the DPS are. So I think it might just be a comfort pick. It might just be what's been working for them in scrims. But I think that on paper, this map pick is not playing to the best of their strengths, though.
I'm not quite sure. I think this is going to be a comfortable map for both DPS and Zenith. I think if they bring Pendelex in and they let him go over to the Cassidy, it's going to give them a big shift in power for a brawl composition. Which DPS they take out, I would assume it's going to be Bonesaw, and they're going to put Magnolia and Pendelex in together. And Zenith's going to be going over. It's probably the most likely that you can play Brawl on. I think they were probably not looking to go to Dorado because I think so many people hate that map. Dorado is such a bitch to deal with, I swear to God. Juncture Town, definitely a more DPS-centric map. It's complete Widow heaven. And Zenith don't have a hit stand to go against the DPS of Monarch, that's for sure. So it's definitely the most Brawl-centric, the most Brawl-viable map. And I think for Zenith, it's going to be their comfort. We know Teku is a Rhyme play. We know Azu very solid on the Diva as well. But expect to see Zenith go with a comp that we sort of saw here. There we go. Pendelex Magnolia in. Let's see them lodge Brawl. 3, 2, 1. Boom. I'm a genius. Oh, I'm so good. I'm so good.
Who would have guessed?
You would have guessed. Everyone else in the lobby, by the way. Like it was. I feel like it was obvious, but maybe not. Pendelex going over to the Cassidy. Teku, Azu on the tanks, Grunt Footic now in on the Lucio. That's something I also didn't mention. Grunt very comfortable on the Lucio. Bing Dong staying in, going over to the Baptiste. So Zenith going for the close hold, going for the flank on the broad composition. They might hold Infinity Corner, as I heard some members of Heartbreakers call it last week. And now for Monarch, I'm actually interested. I have no idea what composition they're going to pull out here. I've never seen them play Rialto before, and I'm not quite sure. But Zenith, though, looks like they're going to be going very aggressive. They're going to stave off the bridge boots that can come in, and they're just going to go for a spawn hold. There's absolutely no shot in high hells that Monarch roll out on this composition. Oh my god, they're doing it. Okay. Monarch are playing ranked, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay.
Let's see how it goes. Oh,
okay.
Goodbye, Small HD. Goodbye, James.
And bye, Thomathan. Yeah, that's... this is definitely an interesting composition. You know, I feel like there's a lot of synergy between, you know, none of the characters.
Yeah.
And I think that's what really caused that first fight to go so well for Zenith.
Yeah, I think right now Monarch need to actually play some semblance of a proper composition. You can absolutely play comfort and you can play distorted versions, but these DPS, these supports, these tanks have basically zero synergy. They're just going to try and run it in with a Reaper Genji, and unfortunately, it's going to rely on hero plays. But speaking of, Teku goes down to the DPS, so Drams and Noma provided Monarch a great window into this fight.
Let's talk about that anti, though. That was beautifully done there. The Ana plays so far have been really good for Monarch.
Yeah, Super Smooth comes in, Protein Shake goes out, he goes over to the Zenyatta. So Monarch playing a very greedy double flex support composition here. It leaves some prime open to a dive that comes in, but having to dive against Thomathan and Wadette could potentially be pain within itself. Drums here, he's got the flank, he's going to be looking for the shatter. Let's see if he can go over the top, up, down and away and knock a couple of Zenith on the floor. The dinosaurs fall today. Oh, he gets
what is that? What are you doing? Teku, what are you doing? What am I witnessing? The Ryan players just completely throwing here for their teams. The Blade coming up from Nome, not able to find anybody, but Azu taken out a mech, but its space is just being given up. Monarch, they still have a main tank. What am I watching here?
What? Oh, this is actual A-League Overwatch, by the way. Yes, it's only planes, ladies and gentlemen, but this is supposed to be some of the better players in the entirety of Overwatch, but you would not believe it. Both main tanks just deciding that the spawn room is the best place to go for this fight. Meanwhile, they peaked at high noon. Don't know what's going on, but what I do know is going on right now is Magnolia goes with the Blizzard, and they find Dram. So yet again, 2 fights in a row, Drams falls early.
Drams did more than fall last fight. Shatter, how did that miss the? I don't know if that missed the Genji. I'm not even sure what's going on here anymore. The Diva Bomb coming in from Azu, not able to find anybody, but there's a minute and a half left for Monarch to make some moves here, as they are approaching this point yet again. Ooh, interesting window coming out. Magnolia 1 HP. The Death Blossom coming through, able to find Tech again, and Pangalex gets deflected right in their face. And that's going to be first point taken by Monarch there.
This really is a clown fiesta going on right now. Its ultimate's being thrown out left and right. I can't even tell what's happening on my screen, but Monarch commit half their ultimates. They commit the Nano without the Blade. They commit the Blossom. They cover the Trance. Protein Shake uses it to make Thomason oh so healthy. And they trade out the Death Blossom for the Sound Barrier. Wadet, though, he's done his eyesight. He's done his keep going. Finds Pangalex. I think it's just a victory ult to send the Cassidy back to the spawn. And you know what? Fair play, but... Ooh, have they given up Drams? I think they have, and that means them.
They're gonna give up Wadet too, maybe?
Monarch had control, they had tempo, and they go and throw it away by overextending against the Maywall.
And now the full engage here. Teku at 1 HP, what am I witnessing? The dive comes through, I guess the dive, and now all of a sudden Monarch have control over this. They can blade if they want to, but not going to here as Pangalex gets the kill onto Nomer, but this is just some peak Overwatch, everybody.
It really is. Monarch proving with these fight wins that macro is a myth, ladies and gentlemen. You do not need to play a good composition if you can just run at them with Reaper and occasionally Nanoblade. It's the most gold composition I think I've ever seen. Speaking of BM, Drams gets knocked off in the backline. He gets closed up, he gets 6 man. Hate to see it, Drams falls early, but as I say that, Monarch flip it on the badge of the Nanoblade. They found too.
Yeah, and now the bomb comes in. That's going to find Protein Shake, so no Transcendence available in this fight. Ding Dong getting pressured here quite a bit. But it is Baptiste, so, you know, they might be able to live. But Grunt taken down, and now finally the 1v1 ends. And this is I feel like there's some context that I'm missing, but I've been watching this entire thing, so I'm not entirely sure what I've missed.
Maybe this is something like we're sort of watching midway through the season, you know, like something like Stranger Things, where it's got like 3 or 4 seasons, or like Friends that's got like 1 million.
This is a filler episode.
Yeah, I think this is a filler episode, and
the writers didn't have their best content here.
No, I think this was a sponsored episode. I'm expecting to see like a Subway logo just appear on the screen any second now. They needed this one for the content.
What am I watching?
Jump is just
what am I watching?
Get covered by the Transcendence. He's not
what am I, the shield? What am I watching? Pangalex kills Dram, but also kills themselves with the high noon. And Monarch are still winning this, I guess. And now the Nanoblade's coming out. The Shatter actually prevents the Nano from coming out at all. What is this? Teku driving into their spawn doors.
Oh, this feels like, I just want to say, the disengagement grab from Harblu. That famous like they call, if you remember that one, Dre.
I can't believe my eyes, Lemon.
I literally can't believe my eyes, Dre. Both of these teams are not acting like their playoffs, like their season is on the line right now. They're doing a little bit of trolling, both of them. But I'm sure that having a fun time in the lobbies, and ultimately, that's what matters, because Overwatch dead game lol, ha 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 ha, give me my Twitter likes. Anyway, back to the game, because who cares
make me head coach, make me assistant coach of Florida Mayhem now.
Check. Anyway, Noma 1 HP falls. No, got the Nano. I don't know what's going on. Azzy's just trying to go for a bomb in the player. But it's fine.
Okay. Nothing surprises me anymore. Nothing surprises me. Teku gets pinned. Things are happening on my screen, but there is no.
Yeah, there was 6 players from Monarch and there was 6 players from Zenith. This is incredibly hard to colour. Why? Because things aren't really happening. I guess I've got to think outside the box, so it could be a good casting exercise, but I'm just going to go on an analogy and a bit of a rant. Monarch, it feels like the fact that this is working when you come home from a night out or you're a broke uni student and you just randomly throw things into a pot and boil them and it tastes really nice. This is exactly what this composition is for Monarch right now. As I say that, Teku finds the pin onto Thomason, but he finds the Reaper, perfect pick. Zenith though going to kite away with the high noon.
Teku's still in there.
Teku's in that backline on the right
hard. In there. My goodness. I have about one thought about this, and it's that sound from Animaniacs, where it's just like Nothing feels real. Are we dead, or is this just Ohio? And we're living in Ohio right now.
I think we are absolutely balls deep in Cleveland right now, Dre, because we are so in the
Nobody wants to be there.
It's unreal. No one wants to be.
Oh my goodness.
Monarch win this fight though, by the way. I think. Oh, never mind.
No, they don't. Wadet might be trying to win the fight. Wadet is on the same line of thought that you are, that they still win this, but
I thought they were winning the fight.
Bastion.
I thought they were winning the fight, and then Pendulet finds two. So quiet performance from the Cassidy amongst all the shenanigan and tomfoolery. Zenith are holding this. 23 seconds left on the clock. Monarch really trying to send it, really trying to take it to a map 3, just not fans of Rialto, I guess, but they've got the Earth Shatter and they've got the Bastion, so yet another chapter of tomfoolery in this map. Is Monarch, final fight, they need to rush the payload, they go with the Bastion. Of course it dies.
Yeah, I'm watching some peak Overwatch here. This is exactly what it feels like in every single one of my comp games, where, you know, you're rolling the first 2 points, and then you get to third point, and all of a sudden, nobody remembers what game they're playing. You start playing a little bit of Call of Duty, you know, go off, trying to get those nuke kill streaks on your own, but no nukes were achieved, and unfortunately, I feel like I don't know what I've just witnessed.
Nope.
I have no idea. And there's still technically a win condition for Monarch.
Yeah.
I feel like neither of these teams should win, but unfortunately one of them has to on this map.
I feel like neither of these teams want to win. If there was a way for both of these teams to lose this map, I think they might try and do it. Zenith and Monarch doing a little bit of trolling, but I hope it's entertaining for all you guys in the chat. You know what it means when both teams start trolling? It means that me and Drayton start to shitpost, which can only mean more content for you guys.
We already shitpost.
So we have been like completely shitposting this whole map, but this map has been a shitpost in its entirety. So it's been a mess.
This map is a copy pasta.
But nonetheless, Zenith walked away with the full hold. They're going to be going over to base with the same composition. They ditched the May somewhere for Magnolia's Reaper. Monarch here going with the same very, very inspirational composition. And I think they can hold Copium. Protein Shake back over to Diana, did a great job of that on map 1. I just want to see Monarch try and win this despite the best efforts of Drams and Noma by the looks of it. Although saying that, Thomason did a mighty amount of trolling as well. But I think if Zenith can avoid keeping their Reinhardt out of the backline of Monarch and actually push the tanks of Monarch away, then it's possible. But Drams is going for content. Drams just wants to be featured on the BPL Twitter, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if he manages to get it. If he does,
he gets nobody! Ladies and gentlemen, he will be featured on the BPL Twitter, and so will I, because he gets nobody. Nothing of value is created there other than a lot of space created for Zenith. We are witnessing Overwatch in its truest form. This is what everybody's having fun, and that's what really matters here.
They are. Drums is actively receiving money into his PayPal in live time, ladies and gentlemen.
We dropped a 5.
We genuinely is 5 gifted in chat and elsewhere, I guess, because there's absolutely no way that this can be explained otherwise. If they say that, both of these tanks slowly ref onto Pendelec. They're going to force him away with the window from being done is good, and then on the counter side they commit their cooldowns and they get punished. Through the window they go, and down the King's Fall. The dinosaurs growing into life on this map. They find 2, they find 3. Pendelex is absolutely chilling. It's a very interesting high noon, but you know what? We don't like Wadette here. We do not like the Winstons. And down Wadette falls. Pendelex saying fuck you monkey, and down goes the scientist, I guess.
No scientists around. No Annas either, apparently. Magnolia heading all the way to the spawn door. It's his turn for some content. Teku going all the way in as well. Going in for some content. And they didn't find content, they found kills. Wadet found a kill. It was himself. But, you know, things are going. This is exactly like what we saw on the first round. So
now for Monarch, I'm not going to make sense of their composition, but I will make sense of the fact that Thomason has got the Molten Core for this next fight. Zenith have to aggress onto this clown composition that Monarch are playing, and when they aggress onto them, it means that Thomason can just go with the Molten Core to keep them off. But it looks like it's going to be a cummies onto the high ground. It goes, manages to find Teku. Those are great pitches for Reinhardt falls.
Yeah, and actually the beat committed there, the Diva Bomb as well. Azu immediately shredded out of their mech. So things are not looking too terrible here for the defense, but Magnolia actually, that would be a great time to move in. the flank Death Blossom not gonna be coming out quite yet, but what looked like a promising fight for Monarch has completely collapsed in on itself, and Zenith are gonna continue to move the card a bit.
Yeah, I think unfortunately through the end, Magnolia just taking these 1v1s, Pengalect as well, both DPS and Zenith, really popping up this map, and they need to through the tomfoolery that's going on, to be fair. Thomason finally has found a sensible hero. Let's hope his team follow suit and go for the rest here, because now with no Diva on the battlefield, Magnolia, it's not Friday, but he's going to be trying to sprint to win. Here we go. Will he find anyone? And no, he doesn't. Good nano though to keep Woodette alive.
Yeah, Teku dead, Grunt as well, and now we're starting to see some life come out of the defense. A little bit less trolling now, as the Monarch have realized, hey, if we let this go a little bit too far, we lose the map, and we don't move on. So maybe we want to keep on playing. I don't know. Maybe they got some stuff to do next weekend. Maybe they didn't think that they would get this far. So they got to throw it now.
Isn't it like Thanksgiving next weekend, or?
I don't. Thanksgiving week is like after the. I think. I don't know. Time means nothing to me.
No, time is irrelevant. But one thing that is going to be relevant is his Transcendence and Super Smooth, because this fight is... Actually, no. I thought it was going to be just Zenith rolling over them, but the Transcendence managed to keep them alive just with a bit more confidence to go up. Woodette, though, going to be going back to the... Speaking of Ohio, he gets taken back to the Cleveland Sanctuary. Down to the grave you go. You're going to be meeting your fellow monkey, Harambe, so you're not long for this world. Goodbye, Woodette. It's all the same. Who the fuck goes to Ohio? If you live in Ohio,
I do.
I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Not because I dissed Ohio, but because you live in Ohio.
No, no, I don't like it here.
I think when Jake Paul is the best thing to come out of that continent, not continent.
The continent of Ohio.
The continent of Ohio. If it's the
we gotta
second
get some geology lessons. Geology lessons. Yep, that's exactly what that is.
Yeah.
Geology. It's rocks.
Rock. And this is just like a stuffed version of BPL really at this point. But back to the game. Zenith are winning. They're popping off. Drums is dead. Protein Phase is dead. Nomo is not long for this world as well. This Winston is just kind of doing a little bit of inting, shall we say. Ooh, can they find Thompson? No, they can't. But Zenith here looking pretty comfortable as they try and work this map in. Monarch here. Yes, they really didn't want to play Rialto. And honestly, I don't blame them. Because this map, it's not the best.
Yeah, I mean, it's not the greatest map. It's the Monarch just wanted a map pick. They just wanted to pick a map. They felt bad. Zenith picked 2. They wanted their shot, and I'm think gonna be going in with this EMP here potentially. It's gonna get canceled. The flashbang. Pengalec's doing a great job there. Ding Dong is dead, however, so the fight might be 2 as Teku falls as well. So the big cancel there, not able to find everything that they wanted out of it though, but still so little left for Zenith to go. They just need one more team fight.
Yeah, even if Monarch were trying to go for this fight, Thomason's EMP was cancelled, and now even if they want to try and win this, being EMP down, I mean, Zenith, it should just be a matter of time before they can walk this in. Not quite sure how much time they got left on the clock. I believe it's just under a minute. But Teku has to come up big with his shatter for his team, because this is now or never. They do have Zenyatta.
That's a big shatter.
Good Transcendence coverage from Super Smooth though.
Oh, the bomb could be finding something though. Not gonna be able to actually. Teku now stunned up. They're still in the immortality field somehow, and now it's gonna be Magnolia. They're gonna be ending it here. They want this map win. They were subbed in to take this map, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're gonna be capping this point. It's all up to Thomathan here, but just like the EMP, they get nothing, and finally Zenith will take this map, and thank God that Rialto is over.
Thank God, we hopefully get onto a serious map, because there are stakes on the line for this next one. Monarch have given themselves a do or die situation. I think the Kings had a little bit too much wine at the last banquet, because now Zenith, they're on track to achieve their namesake. They're on track to reach the top. They just need to win another map and they will advance in the bracket. Some good play quietly from Zenith this map, but let's see how they can turn it around in the next one. I think if Monarch want to win the next map, then it's absolutely possible. But will we see the Monarch of map 2, or will we see the Monarch of map 1 turn up for this all-important decider? Because if Monarch go out, then they are out. They are down, they are done. We will see them all next season.
Yeah, and I think I'd rather not see any of the teams that I just saw on this last map. I think we go back to map 1 quality of games. I think we're going to be doing just fine.
I think we do, yeah.
But I mean, if we see the Monarch of map 2, I think maybe Zenith just take it. As I'm not sure how you win with not just that strategy, but with that play style. So it's an interesting map that we just watched. I don't know. I don't really have much to say about it. I mean, like you said, there's not much color or analyzing to be done. I mean, Zenith, they just kind of survived the trolling. So
they did. And they survived the trolling and hopefully didn't lose too much of their mental because of it. So let's just see what happens. That map, I think, was mentally checked out of by Monarch basically from like minute 4 from that attack round when they rode out on some absolute freak Frankenstein of a composition. No base energy at all. Anna and Zen want to do different things. Orisa, Reinhardt kind of want to do the same thing, which is not good for a tank line. And both the DPS of the Reaper and the Genji want to fundamentally do different things as well. So they got synergy. Both tanks wanted to do the same thing, but you don't want 2 tanks that want to do the same thing. They both wanted to shield, but unfortunately for Monarch, and no one else really could take advantage of that shield bar the Zenyatta that came in from Protein Shake, and one Zen isn't going to carry against 2 tanks and Pengalets and Magnolia, who were steaming hot popping off that map. So maybe it's a throw. Maybe Monarch just wanted their map pick for the decider. It could potentially be a genius maneuver, but why not just win Rialto forehead? I disagree with Monarch's decision to lose Rialto there. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. And from a coaching standpoint, I also disagree with Zenith's decision to lose Hollywood, but that's
Agreed.
a little bit understandable. But it looks like Drom's going to be coming in on tank. Drom's going over to DPS, so we no longer have to watch that Reinhardt gameplay. Honestly, look, the tank line of Magnolia, they looked like they were doing their best impression of my ranked teammates, except they didn't go hog, which was kind of surprising.
I was expecting to see a hog at some point. Just getting the confirmation from A-Live. Matt Truck had apparently to go to work, so they're putting drams on Reinhardt, so they didn't have to do any other swaps, but also it can be confirmed by Solomon, and you don't even need Solomon to confirm that Drams was positively trolling that map. Just some random pins into the backline from that Reinhardt. If they connected, then Hayes a genius. I think a bit too many bumper VODs from Drams there on that map. But
a little bit inspirational.
Not goats anymore, but now Drams, I think, back on his main role as we go into the all-important decider. So Monarch need to shake off the troll, they need to shake off the tomfoolery, they need to remove their clown masks and their clown feet and get back into this series, because as much as Monarch trolled, I don't think they're mentally boomed to the point where they just want to go home from play-ins just yet.
Yeah, I think the real thing that each of these teams wants to do is get out of whatever match this is, get out of the state of Ohio, and move on to a better place.
The battle for Ohio right now.
They're trying to get out of Ohio. They're trying to get to Michigan or something. You don't want to go to West Virginia. You don't want to go there.
And even if they get to Michigan, like, you can't have shit in Detroit. So
you don't want to get that.
They're gonna go. Can they get to Milwaukee? Can you get to Milwaukee? Because Milwaukee's not too bad. Can you get to Milwaukee from Ohio? Is it like drivable? Is it not 2 states away? Can we get a map of America prediction? Is that possible?
Yeah.
I'm joking.
We're gonna get geography lessons. As somebody currently living in the terrible state of Ohio, it's, I believe, I have some family in Wisconsin around that area. I think it's about 8 hours. So I could just go home. I think you'd rather go south at that point.
Just go to Miami or someplace.
You could go to New York at about the same time. The Midwest is a weird place because there's just nothing, and you're like, oh, this state is right next to it, so it should be like a couple hours drive. But no, you're in the car for like 5 hours driving past corn and maize, and that's about it.
I will say one thing I do know is that there is corn and there is maize, and that was the branding behind the Midwest team for the World Cup. But they're going to have to find themselves out of the metaphoric maze, out of the mind maze, because now Monarch need to clutch up, they need to focus up and win this map. It looks like Monarch now on a serious comp. They're going to be going with a little bit of a dive hybrid. Super Smooth back on the other. Protein Shake has gone over to Lucio. But Zenith, they're on sort of an anti-guide, pokey sort of broad composition. Bonestorm Pengalets going to be very good in the 1v1s against these DPS of Monarch.
Yeah, and as this rotation comes around a point, it's be about shutting down these DPS of Monarch here. Is
that's
be
been
one
caught.
getting stunned up. They're so low. Now is making these Rawdet taken down. That should be enough for Zenith to take the point here. Nice shots there from Pangolins to secure that kill, putting in that pressure onto Tomathan and get healed up. But Zenith will take point first. Now they're just ticking up, trying to get this first point.
They absolutely are. Zenith get the first cap and they don't stay on the point, and I think I like it because they're just going to take the time, get the amp speed and rush into this Lighthouse Monarch. They're in a composition, they're in a spot which is they can get hard draw. There we go. Teku and his team push the WT and they go all in. That's a great window. It comes out from Bing and Monarch just get destroyed through it. It's a molten core for good measure as well, but as I say that now, I thought it was too late. That's a Nano Lucio incident.
That is quite curious. You know, no Nano Blade, but we are going to Nano the Lucio in a fight that was lost. So, you know,
interesting.
You win. You take what you can get.
We'll assume it was a misclick and it was a miss sort of aim from Super Smooth, because Nano Blade absolutely would have been a great win condition. They don't have beat, so it's going to be not too bad, but unfortunately they're going to have to go against the window and they're going to have to go against the lamp of Bing as well. But Zenith here just more than content to sit in this sort of little pagoda here and just dare Monarch to brawl on them, because Zenith with this composition, they're just going to win a brawl fight, they're going to win a close skirmish every single time. Great bomb from Abu to start.
Yeah, and now the not gonna be able to take down the Nano Blade or the blade of Pangalex or of Nomer, or the High Noon of Pangalex. Bing Dong able to avenge their teammate, and you know, I think it was very risky. You know, I think it was an interesting strategy to see Nano for Lucio. I think that we could have seen things play out a little bit differently if the Nano had gone over to that Genji. But, you know, I also respect it. You know, the beat was important. They got about an extra 10%, and that's what allowed them to engage. They got the early kill. So it's high risk, high reward when you nano your Lucio. And they're just, the reward wasn't big enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think Neil deGrasse Tyson said it best himself when he said if you shit your pants in space, you technically start traveling forward. So make of that what you will. Monarch here going over with the visor. Pangalex trying to pick their 1-2 smooth. So that's going to be...
Yeah, and Drom's able to take down Teku, but not the only kill that's gone their way so far. Azu? Oh no, they got booped. They got booped by Wadette.
Great boop by Wadette. Yeah, Sound Barrier being added to the Winston. It's a great addition. I think one that is definitely needed for Overwatch 2. Bonesaw, though, going to be taking a quick trip into the pit. Goodbye, Bonesaw. Monarch, though, through all the shenanigans, Drams turns on the visor. I think only managed to find one, but forced so many resources out of Zenith that finally they're able to take it. But Zenith, though, they get themselves that blessed 99. So now Monarch need to accrue this percentage, but they need to win slowly. Unfortunately, though, it's a two-sided coin, and both of these sides have knives on them, because the longer that this fight goes on, it means the more likely that Zenith can roll them over.
Yeah,
great
Zenith.
Great Teku.
Yeah, Teku getting Wadette away from the team, and Wadette dives right back in onto that Molten Core. Then taken out here, Wadette trying to get out of that room, trying to get themselves into safety, but be able to get themselves onto the point here as Ultimate's coming out. Azu dropping in the bomb. I'm going at like 3 frames per second now, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on. But what I do know is that Ding Dong, able to find 2. And it looks like the support line right now of Zenith trying to get them back into this fight, carry them through it as they're going for kills. It's a little bit aggressive. They're going to be punished by Nomer. They've been doing great on this capacity, by the way. And now it looks like Monarch are going to be able to hold.
Yeah, I think Monarch are going to get the hold of the supportal combat from Zenith was not quite Sub-Zero. As Monarch able to close it out. Great pick from Jams as well to fall Bonesaw. And Monarch, they kind of did it. They drew a lot of time out of the clock, and we're potentially on extinction level here for Zenith. They need to come back. They need to come back to point quick. They need to scramble. Good swap over. Bonesaw going over to that Reaper. He did so well on Hollywood. And now against no Diva, as Thomason's had to go over to the Wrecking Ball. Wadette still on that Winston. If they can force Bonesaw onto this objective, if they can cement the Reaper down, then they're going to have a great chance to flip back this map in their favor.
Yeah, and the window coming out just to try and create a little bit of space, and that's a nice fire strike from Teku. That's going to snipe that Wrecking Ball out of the sky, and now the engagement being carried forward here. It's going to be the ultimates coming out. 4 ultimates all committed at the same time, but no kills found for Monarch. They're able to find Bonesaw, but I don't know if that's going to be enough. It's even trades about so far in this fight. Pangalex getting very low here. Teku as well. That could be what swings this fight as Pengalex is taken down. The supports are so low. Monarch Protein Shake, the beat keeping everybody alive, but Teku is at 14 HP yet again. The beat keeps him alive for a little bit, but not long enough. Bing Dong, they built up this window. They're not going to be able to use it. They have control of the point, but they don't have control of the fight, as now Monarch are making themselves their presence known. What was that? No, I don't believe what I've just seen from Bonesaw. It doesn't really matter in the end, as Monarch are winning that fight no matter what, but still not the greatest performance there. But Pengalex takes down Drums, but unable to touch, so
the 14th of November, Bucket, it's the overtime fight, Bonesaw incident, it's the Doom moment, the Doom incident. Random text that could be a 7TV emote. That's a troll face emoji, by the way, for anyone unaware of that emote. Might be one of my favorite 7TV emotes. But nonetheless, Zenith did a little bit of trolling in that final fight, I'll say. I believe 3 people from the Dinosaur team went into the well, and Dinosaurs historically, Drayton, not that good at getting out of wells.
Yeah, you know, it's hard to climb with those tiny little dinosaur arms.
It is.
Yeah. So, yeah, no, it's not ideal to be stuck in a well, but you know, maybe a lighthouse will be able to guide them back to shore as they try and escape that well. But it's looking like the same comps coming out pretty much for Zenith and Monarch. Tomathan is going to be staying on the ball, which they panic switched to last round, so sticking with that choice.
All good on this map, though, going to displace the people out of Zenith that have antied themselves on the objective. Now Monarch don't really have any walking potential. What does that mean? They've got to find picks, but both of these DPS from Monarch I don't think are quite good at getting picks as they say that. Zenith speed out, they see the waiting dive tanks, and they see the overextended Noma who peeked out there. That's an aggressive DP. Bonesaw finds a pair to end this fight. Teku cleaves on as well, and that means Monarch, you've got to go back to the spawn and swap, because this Monarch composition in the neutral fight, Dre, it just did not have the damage to break through the broad composition of Zenith. Now Zenith put themselves in a great position with first fight win. They get cap percentage, and now Bing Dong's window is going to be a great tool for them to use.
Bonesaw is putting on the moves, just completely juking Monarch as they're trying to get into the backline, not able to find the kill. Tomathan was a little bit suspicious of the moves, but now it's just going to be holding point now as Pengalex, they're working up towards that high noon, trying to get that ultimate online, trying to create some space, but another ultimate that's online is going to be this window, and Super Move just stands still. They're standing still right in the line of Pengalex, and they're able to secure that kill early on in that fight. Another kill going away as Nomer and Wadet fall, and now it's just die on point if you're Monarch. You got to get out of there.
Yeah, you got to get out of there, and I really don't like this DPS duo of Monarch. Not in terms of individual performance, but in terms of hero selection. Noma and Drams just can't do anything. If they take the angles, they're going to get smothered by the tanks, and Bonesaw's eventually going to TP on them when their team rush to the objective. If they play for poke, they're going to get soaked up by the defensive cooldowns from Zenith. And if they dare come close to this Reaper, Bonesaw's going to put 2 of them down the
Pengalex!
Pengalex hits them. Teku goes 1 for 1 and leaves potentially a window of opportunity, but I think the high noon from the Cassidy of Zenith from Pengalex was just too much. Great pair from him, and 2 in the chamber, 2 in the stalls, 2 back in the spawn room. Monarch now, they've got to scramble. They're basically bone dry on ultimates. Bar, super smooth, and Ram. So Nano Visor, but Nano Visor against his composition, against B, against the Blossom. Ooh, Bonesaw!
Oh, Bonesaw in the back. Bonesaw, what are you doing?
Dramatic ult. I like it.
Bonesaw, that's a zoning ultimate if I've ever seen one.
He'll jump through the Visor though.
Azu with the big brain bomb, able to find Nomer. That's going to be opening things up just a little bit. Now diving onto this Ana, they do get the beat. That's a big beat from Protein Shakes to be able to save that life. Protein Shake as well. Get the boom. Protein Shake is coming up big in this last fight. Azu able to find a kill, but it's not going to be enough as they're going to be taken out of their mech and staggered out here.
The Monarch are ready to play Overwatch. They are not ready to go home just yet. They want to keep playing the game. I don't blame them. I have Fire Strikes to reset Azu. I'm sure Azu should just walk into that with post haste as well, but Monarch basically commit the farm for that fight if he can even have what they called a farm, by the way. But Tomathan's Diva Bomb here is going to have to be so crucial. They can't really use it as opposed to just exert pressure onto Bing Dong and Bonesaw. But for Monarch here, I think if they kill the Reaper, they've got a great chance of winning the fight. But Noma, though, if he falls, it could potentially be disastrous. Bomb comes in, bomb, and they fall Teku.
Yeah, Teku taken down, but it's traded out, actually, by Wadet and Supa. They're going to be taken out. No tanks left alive as Azu's going to be taken out of the mech, so essentially just a worse Tracer now on the field. But the DPS line coming through big for Zenith here. They're going to be winning the round off that.
I think they are going to be, and they're going to be sending it to Ruins, everyone's most hated map. At least my most hated map in all of Ilios. I really don't like Ruins. It's just going to be a 6-man. We get it though to 99.55. This was a bit too comfortable for Zenith. As I say that though, Noma trying to win the fight for his team on the Doomfist. Could be a time when they've got the Nano on the Wadet. It's winnable for them, Dre.
No way. No, I refuse to believe what I'm witnessing. Bonesaw dropping in that ultimate. Teku going for the pin. Is that going to be enough? They take down one off the map. And they didn't actually fall off the map. Oh wait, no, they died. But yeah, it's just they commit everything there. Monarch lose all their ultimates, but they're able to win that fight, especially Wadet doing so much cleave damage. But now they have Tomathan on the Wrecking Ball. That's not ideal. And Zenith, they have the ultimates coming online. There's going to be nothing really to do with this high noon.
And it's been a little bit of a of a repetitive pattern. It's been a little bit of a story for Monarch, committing basically the entire ultimate bank and winning, but Zenith have not been able to punish these fights where they're massively up in ultimate. Thanks to some great individual plays from Monarch. Now they're on the point. Wadet falls though. Great entry now.
That should be it.
Should just be walking this in, Dre.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of kills coming out from Pangalex here. Just cleaning up things as they get the last couple of kills. Overtime will be ticking down. Nobody can touch, although they say that on my screen at least, Pro Team was able to touch. But everything used here on the point as the victory comes through for this round. We're going to go to a map 3, round 3 coming in. What a last cast.
There we go. It is going to be a last cast, and it is both teams doing an inexplicable and unexplainable and unquantifiable amount of trolling. But last round, Drayton, one last round, one last ride, wheelchair emoji for the goat symbol. Let's see. Let's go with it. Who knows what's going to happen? I have absolutely no idea. Zenith, though, going to be going out on the Rhine composition. Monarch sticking on this dive as well. If either of these teams discover the Reaper hero on this map or the Sombra hero, could be very good. But for now, we're going to be going out onto Ruins with no Sombra or no Reaper from either side. Oh, there we go. Bonesaw makes a swap at the last second. So brawl composition, brawl advantage, heavily favoured for Zenith.
Yeah, and it's going to be the soldier pick still here. I think Monarch, they just want this poke phase. They want to be able to win in the poke. They've committed hard to it. They have the Cassidy, they have the Soldier 76 as well. As long as Zenith, they just move in with this speed, they're going to be able to close that gap. Teku taken down early here. The Immortality as well used early. But actually, as they get into this brawl phase, it's going to be the Soldier 76 doing quite a bit here, able to find 2 kills.
I didn't think the Soldier would be as much of a win condition as it is for Monarch, but Rams is doing a fantastic job. Put a Helix rocket square in the face of Bonesaw, and that's forced him over to the Doomfist. I don't mind the Doomfist too much against their comp. It's going to do a great job of putting undefense matrixable damage, but going against double hit stand, I think Doomfist can get poked out, so really Teku and Azu have to keep their boy Bonesaw on this Doomfist alive, because if not, Monarch's going to give themselves a great opportunity and a great win condition. Now they're going to be getting close to Nano as well. And Super Smooth, ooh, jammed on the flank. Can he find an off angle as Zenith push into his team?
Yeah, it's Major Rams falling very low, able to survive for just a little bit. The Nano has come online. This is going to go to Wadet here as Ozzy was taken out of mech, but no more taken down. The mech of Tomathan also gone. So this should be the fight going the way of Zenith here, especially with that kill on Protein Shake. No rally to keep this fight going alive. And yep, that's just going to be the cleanup coming through. Monarch, they're going to lose the point at about 40%. Zenith need to hold on.
Yeah, so not bad. Monarch managed to improve themselves about 43%. They've got some great ultimates to retake as well. I think, unfortunately, Super Smooth's going to be wanting that Nano back. It was committed a bit too late. I always say go with Nano first or don't go with it at all. And
Early
a little bit aggressive there. But speaking of aggressive, Monarch, off the back of Protein Shake's rally, decided to walk in. But no, that's the Cassidy of Monarch falling.
Yeah, and Drom's actually going to invest this Ezra as well into this fight. It's a pretty big ante. Well, it's going to force out the Immortality field and crushed by the remech. Okay, Bonesaw, Tomathan taking them down, but it's actually been a bomb as well from both sides. Tomathan able to find just more value in this fight. Shatter dropped as well. Is Teku going to be able to swing this fight in their favor? No, he is not. But they get about to 43%. It's maybe about even now as the point flips over. is just some stalls coming out, trying to get as much percentage as possible. 49% is all it's going to be.
Yeah, Burnsaw says step on me, Uwu, and gets crushed by the remake of the Baby Diva. So Zenith, though, they've got both DPS ultimates to go with, not the most high value in the world, and I believe they're actually coming up on a beat as well. It's just a little bit blurry on my feed.
97%, yeah.
97% for the sound barrier, yeah. But in these neutral fights, Zenith, I think, absolutely can win it if they go fast. But Monarch DPS in particular, they've been doing a great job of staving off and defending against these two oncoming tanks in this dude. There we go, huge damage.
Oh, that's
both tanks
big.
from Monarch get deleted.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
DPS coming through, Bonesaw and Tangalex. We talked a lot about how the DPS line was kind of the weak point here of this team, but on this third map, they've been really coming through, and that's what Zenith need to take themselves to a top-tier team. They already have the tank line. They have a decent enough support line. It's all about these DPS coming through in the clutch, and that's exactly what they're doing on this.
Yeah, the DPS are coming up big in this fight, and now they need to keep doing so. One thing they're gonna use, the one thing they're gonna need to do so is this window. This is double damage. Pengaleg, it's your time to pop off King, but great rotation. Fight, good pick.
Yep, they get the pick onto Nomer. That's gonna be a lot of the damage out of the way. I'm still gonna be looking to do that as well, but now with Protein Shake dead, that should be it for this fight. Monarch, they have to regroup fast if they want to get another full team fight here.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be ticking into the 90%, so Monarch have got 10% left to save their season. Oh, and Thomason's remake means that the Diva isn't going to be able to touch the point, so it has to be the Lucio. Can they spot out Protein Shake? If they can, it's potentially season over for Monarch. They managed to finally stumble, but Overtime Witch is burning.
Wadat, off the map.
Oh, Wadat, no!
Oh, no.
Oh, three fall down.
The Nano goes on to the Tracer, but they will not be long for life. The Diva Bomb as well, trying to clear point. Diva touching Tomathan. The last-ditch efforts of Monarch seasons coming to a close. Monarch have been eliminated. Zenith will be moving on. They survived the play-ins. Zenith able to pull off the reverse sweep there. My goodness, what a round.
In a matter of 2 games, the Kingslayers and the Kings fall goodbye to Monarch. He will join Ruination and whoever else is left in the Death Realm, in the midst of Camavor. To you guards, a league reference, by the way, but nonetheless, Monarch down. Nope, it's the basis for the Ruination branding. Nonetheless, down you go. Monarch out, and we'll see you all next season. It was a valiant performance in the end. It was a valiant attempt, bar the Rialto incident. We'll forget about that. Monarch had a couple of troll moments this season. Would be interested to hear from these guys in an interview about what they did in some of these maps. I think the last time I tested Monarch, they completely griefed map 2 as well. So I'm not quite sure about that one. But still on that last fight, they were doing no trolling there. They put up a valuable effort. Drams in particular on the Soldier was very good. But Zenith, they survive another day. The dinosaurs not quite ready for extinction just yet.
What a banger map 3 game again here on the broadcast. Definitely looked like some of my high diamond rank games at certain points, especially that Rialto map. But it was entertaining to watch, especially with the Twitch chat. Shoutouts to Edicts for giving us some great copy pastas during that game. I definitely had fun watching that. Congrats to Zenith. They keep their win streak alive and they qualify for our playoffs next week. They've been definitely on a roll lately. And is there like anyone you guys want to point out as like a standout player on this team? For me definitely Teku. I mean, obviously he had some MTD moments again. I also think Azu on the Diva on map 1 was great, and we also had, of course, Bonesaw on the DPS. What do you guys think?
I mean, I think that we really saw Bonesaw and really Pangalex, especially on the cast, coming through in the clutch. Yeah, the DPS line as a whole really stepped up. I think that was the biggest thing I took away was they came up when they needed it, and that was not exactly. I don't think that was what the series that anybody was expecting really, but I think that they did what they needed to, and so yeah, I mean, they did what they needed to keep their season alive, and they're gonna be moving on.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do you think is next for Zenith, Jimmy? Obviously, just asking the host here. They've gone through in the playoffs. I don't know who they play in the next round, but how
they're gonna get chosen, but I think they will still get probably picked early by some of our top 4 teams that we have next week. I know that my team, B-Drop Bears, doesn't really want to play them. I'll just throw that out here because I feel like this team is kind of scary. They like I said, they've just been winning a lot of games. I think they won 4 games in a row with this, and they're kind of they're full of surprises. I would say they definitely they have what it takes. So this could just be an underdog run from them. But yeah, it looks like we have some people here from Monarch. Actually, almost the entire team coming in here. So let's go talk to them. Who've just been eliminated. I see. Just so people know who's speaking here. I got Protein, Tomathan, and Wadet, and
Omar 420.
Identify yourself. No more 420. Okay.
The whole team.
So, I know it's always difficult talking after you just lost and got eliminated. Although with you guys, I almost feel like you guys probably don't mind too much. But like, how's it going for you guys? Like, how do you feel right now?
Well, feeling okay, I guess. Felt better.
We're doing fine, dude. Whatever.
Yeah.
It happens,
I
dude.
think we did pretty good.
We got cucked by internet, and then Mac having to leave because he's a wage slave. Unfortunate.
Capitalism strikes again, unfortunately. Commiserations, Monarch. Just a reflection, this can go to basically anyone. We can even go one at a time. What was your guys' favourite moment for this roster this season?
When I got to play Ryan.
The Drams Ryan
That
incident.
was all of my favorite
Definitely
moments.
fun to watch. I'll say that.
Drams Ryan
especially when I'm drunk. Especially when I'm drunk, it's something else.
The Drams drunk Ryan.
It's inspirational, truly.
It's very inspirational. The ideas I come up with.
I like playing Bastion that one time. I was at like a Halloween party or some shit. I was like on the most scuffed setup ever. And I was like, here, let me play Bastion. And yeah, that was fun.
You people were definitely a guarantee for some wacky matches, some funny moments. Thomas, I gotta ask you as the captain, because like if people look at your roster, they see a lot of tank players, especially main tank players. I always wanted to ask you this the whole season, but I never really got the chance to because I've mostly just been talking to B-League teams. But like, what was your thought going into this? Just picking up all these tank players, like was that like a secret plan you had with this? Like, I guess
short the market for main tank players, or what?
Well, the goal here was originally going to be, me and Mac gonna run some double shield, and then I was like, I'm out of players to pick up because I was not great at picking up the players. So then I picked up Donk, the goat Donk, and then we're like, okay, we got Donk now, and then for the last pick, I forgot that we had Donk. I won't lie, and then I picked up Wadden. But I would not have had it any other way, to be honest.
I don't know. Hey, if it was unlocked, roll lock and it was Goats meta, you guys could have potentially been a completely terrifying team. If we went back to no hero limits,
2 years ago would have dominated for sure.
If this team 4 years ago could have had 3 Reinhardts, and I would have absolutely loved to see it. Maybe in another tournament. Yeah, 3 Ryan, 3 buffs. Who knows?
The good old days.
Yeah, sad business. But commiserations, guys. I'm sure you guys will all be back for pre-made in Season 4. I don't really have any other questions, so I'll throw it over to Dre or Jimmy for potential prospects for you guys in the future. But commiserations, best of luck, and hope to see you all again next season.
Yeah, Drayden, you got anything you want to ask him?
Not really.
Well, again, like it was definitely a pleasure to watch you guys play, and I'm almost kind of sad to see you guys eliminated so early. But I guess one final question that I would have is, what's next for all of you guys? Like, will we see you again in BPL?
You'll see me. I'll probably be chilling, ranked and stuff.
I'm just gonna only if I get to troll. That's the only reason I'd sign up.
Based.
Well, you found the perfect team for that, definitely.
No, I mean originally I was supposed to be on Advent Aces, and that was going to be the troll team, but
oh yeah,
Tom did some business there. I don't know.
did some business.
Some questionable business decisions.
51K player, man.
In the stock exchange.
Player, by the way.
Some rat IRL business as well, potentially.
But yeah, I want to say thank you guys for coming out. Thanks for being such good sports about it. I wasn't surprised that you guys were just still in high spirits after that, because like I said, you guys seem to have a lot of fun this season. So sad to see you guys go so early, but also again, thanks for all the memorable moments, especially in this match too on Rialto. And yeah, thank you guys for talking to us.
Yeah, I can tell you, Nomer definitely had a lot of fun. Yeah, the most fun on the team, in fact, I think.
That's
I
so
think
true.
my favorite moment of the entire season was Tom picking Sombra in playoffs and his only EMP getting flashbanged.
No way.
That's big
Oh,
from
yeah.
him. That was a massive play.
We won the fight. You're welcome. I mean, it's crazy.
So true.
That's crazy.
All right.
Brilliant.
Thank you guys very much. Well, with that, that's it for this game. Again, congrats to Zenith for moving on. They're going to be facing our top 4 teams next week. And for Monarch, that's sadly the end of the road. But I do want to say thanks to Drayton and Jace for casting this game. It was definitely a lot of fun. It was so close. I really did not know who won this one. But yeah, we're going to head to a quick break to call off here. And then we'll be back with our third match, which is going to be Solomon Islands Sloths versus Momentum. You don't want to miss this one. We'll be right back.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by John's Overwatch Coaching. Struggling to hit plat? Want some advice in your BPL scrims? Need an owl coach? Book a session with John at menify.gg/@John for a high-quality professional coaching session regardless of your skill level. He has excellent experience from XL2, Team Doge and British Hurricane, but will still give you incredible advice at whatever rank you are. Support BPL's coaching partner today at menify.gg/@John.
and welcome back to the Bad Pachimari League channel here, right smack dab in the middle of play-ins. My name is Bo, I'm joined by Stratocaster and Megalas for our third game of the day between the 7th seeded Solomon Island Sloths and Momentum. Momentum we saw yesterday absolutely wreck house, and I'm hoping to see more from them. Megalas, what are you expecting out of this matchup today?
Honestly, like, the odds are favoring Solomon Island just right off the gate. It's the elephant in the room, let's address it. They've been a pretty solid team throughout the season, but I don't know, I feel like Momentum, the way they dealt with Aether yesterday, just absolutely putting them to the sideline, making it a clean and quick 2-0, you know, it gives them the momentum, no pun intended, going forward in today's match, and I could fully see them pulling the upset win here.
Stratocaster, do you have any thoughts on maybe for the side of Solomon Island? I know we are subject to recency bias here in BPL, but Solomon Island has shown themselves to be a rather capable team. Do you have any words possibly in their favor?
Oh, I'd say they are definitely more than capable. They're still the only team to have taken a map off of Summit so far. And, you know, keeping up with that, yeah, they've had some bad games. You know, they lost to Summit in the end and eventually to Cowabunga as well. But still, you know, coming up, I think that 7th seed was really low for them. I think that they may be a top 3, top 4 team who ran into some issues. And coming into this game, I think that they're going to be able to just lay down the law, set things straight, and, you know, be able to come up with the dub here over Momentum.
Yeah, and we're going to be seeing that rather soon, as our first map here is going to be Blizzard World. We're going to get in there right soon. Megalas, are you voting for Solomon Island here, or are you really riding on the momentum, if you will?
You know, I don't think it's like the most likely outcome, but I do believe Momentum can at least take a map here. I feel like they can make it an interesting game. It's not going to be this terrible steamroll that we could be predicting, but you know what? I'll throw it in on Momentum. Why not? Why not? I believe.
If you're gonna go out, if you're gonna go out, you might as well go out with a bang and take out Solomon Island while you're at it. Our first map here is going to be Blizzard World. It looks like we're jumping right into the game here. I'll leave it to Stratocaster and Megalas to cast this absolute banger.
Yeah, thank you very much. Goodbye to Bo for now. He'll be back. Don't worry, all you ladies in the audience. Bo is he's coming back. And going into Blizzard World, I think this is going to be a really fun map to watch for both teams.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. It's a map that just kind of reeks of versatility, right? Your first point, you know, you can see kind of double shield holds on point. You can see teams set up funny turrets on the high ground, whether it be a Torbjorn, a Bastion, things like that. As well as we've seen kind of Dive also kind of get utilized here and there, being able to take those high grounds aggressively and truly just make the space for your team. And obviously it's too hard to call our attackers. They can do funny switches around in their spawn. So we're going to look at our defenders first. And they've already rolled out a spawn on this Roadhog Diva composition. I'm very interested to see. Looks like they're pretty much going for a pick composition where they're going to be speeding the Roadhog around for the side of Momentum. And meanwhile, the answer on Solomon Island seems to be probably just a bit of scouting. While they open the door, they're going to use the Sombra to scout, figure out exactly what Momentum's doing, and go from there. Truly a smart move, but actually the whole team's just rolling out of spawn. So they're going to stick on this aggressive dive on the side of Solomon Island, Discord something, burn it down. And the question is, will they be able to burn down anything?
Yeah, and that's going to be a big question. It's definitely going to help now with the Echo Tianyu now on the Echo instead of the Widowmaker. Probably just looking for opening pick. Jack, excuse me, misses his first hook. And Kylo Ren, he actually takes down Illuminous in the backline. That's those damage boosted sticky bombs, so he'll do that too. And now this ball is getting bullied on the point as Jenna Sexy will be taken down by D, and this is most likely going to be a full-on retreat from Solomon Island Sloths.
Yes, indeed. You want to retreat now just to not give too much ult charge over, but we're seeing just the chase down of the Sombra finally going to get away. Texas Money Jr. lives another day. But yeah, I mean, truly just some good echo play there is what secured that fight, and we're seeing these hacks go onto the Wrecking Ball primarily on the side of Solomon Island. Jen's like hacked up all the time. Ooh, but Jack might get burned down here. Tank on the other side.
Yeah, he gets taken down by that focusing beam, but CBT actually gets the res off. He will trade his life for it, but that res could potentially be huge here. Illuminus will be taken out again by the sticky bombs, and Jordan now taking down the Hyder. Somehow the Sloths are going to be hard-pressed to win this fight after all these losses, and yeah, with Caloran copying the ball here, it's going to be another fight loss for Solomon Island Sloths after what seemed to be such a promising start by taking down that hog.
Yes, indeed, and as you highlighted in that fight, and we're actually still kind of in a fight here. The EMP being dedicated really, really late as a solo EMP onto the D.Va. I don't know if that one's worth it. Texas Money Jr. might want that back in the pocket. And we're still committing ult here.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's worth it. D.Va copy comes out here. Parity finds Illuminus again. That's his third death, and Fighter dies too. No supports now for Solomon Island, but XFD does have this bomb. Texas able to find Jack, but the B-drop comes out here from Lee. Copy is now done and dusted. Jack, he falls, and Rise, he's got the booster kill onto D. Solomon Island Sauce making this very winnable, especially with these respawns that are really quick, but Kylo Ren again finds kill on the Genesect, and he will trade his life, and Rise will lose his mech here, so this fight is so even here. It's going either way, but Rise, he will be making the difference here, able to find CBT, and Purdy will go down on the sticky nades of Tianya. And yeah, it's just most likely going to be cleanup here, barring any hooks or anything, but Jack, he hasn't been hitting that many, and someone I saw is finally making some headway here, even after, you know, some sloppy plays from both teams.
I mean, it wasn't necessarily sloppy in the regard of it was just a bad play or anything. It was just kind of very weird time to commit ult, you know. But at the end of the day, it worked out in Solomon Island's favor, you know, using that duplicate and that EMP just to gain themselves the advantages and the picks they needed on point. Now pushing forward, we're going to be seeing, I think the D.Va bombs are going to be the biggest factor in both of these fights. It can create so much space. Texas Money Jr. there scouted out before, and
yeah, and now coming in this archway, we're going to see how this ball is going to be able to set up. But the bomb comes out early. EMP from Solomon Island, but the bomb's going to keep the rest of their team back. Parity finds Texas, and Kylo Ren finds XFD. Genesect got killed by that bomb, but now that EMP was mostly wasted there from Texas Money Jr. As now, Momentum, they're going to be able to start something here that I don't know if Solomon Island Sauce is going to be able to break.
Yes, indeed. You hit the nail on the head. Jordan's bomb there just kept everybody back from following up on Texas Money Jr.'s EMP, and now look at this defensive positioning that you're seeing Momentum being able to set it, and the Hog's just going to constantly be on the flank looking for hooks. You're going to have to be scared, and also just the Echoes getting the play on card and just bursting each other down in the skies. It's a really good way to see Echoes fight.
Yeah, what a good play there from Kylo Ren, able to take down Tianyu, and Jordan finds Genesect. He dies again. D gonna be rezzed up here, and Illuminus, he is in trouble. He will go down, and the rest of his team is just gonna have to fall back here. Tianyu is back, but it's gonna be really tough for him to win before this. But actually, as I say that, both copies come out, one onto the Hog, one onto the Sombra. If Kylo Ren's able to get this EMP here, it's gonna be huge, but no, it's going to be tough because Genesect goes down. So Momentum, they're going to be able to keep the momentum here. Beat drop comes out here from Lee, and Illuminus uses the Nano Boost. Tianyu able to find Jack in the back. But now, trades are going to be going both ways, but they will favor Solomon Island as the beam takes down Jordan's mech. Parity, 2 HP, forced to back out here. Jordan, he's got no mech and no life. Rise able to find the melee kill on the CBT, and you know, with this beam kill, that's most likely going to be Solomon Island starts finally wrapping that up.
Yes, indeed. It truly was a back-and-forth fight. The ultimates going out both ways, but it just was the matter of Solomon Island. They had the better respawn. Their spawn was right there because this card hasn't moved at all. And so now they're finally getting to push it out of spawn, and they're going to have the Valkyrie online to keep this push hopefully going. But Momentum's going to try to stop this card push by all means because there's only a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, but this point is really hard to take for attackers, and now this bomb comes out. Will it find anything? No. It's going to zone people away, though. In Parity, he's just trying to get this poke damage in the back. Tianyu doing lots of damage up top, but not able to find anything. Jack misses yet another hook, but Whole Hog comes out here, gets hacked out of it. A good hack from Texas there. Now Jack, he's going to be forced to back up here, only half HP, but you know, that's not enough, and you know, Solomon Island, they're going to have to use this to their advantage, but CBT somehow manages to get the res off. That's incredible. XFD will die, but Illuminous goes down to Jack yet again. Kylo Ren, he's gonna be able to stop the res. No, but he will find Dupider. Bomb comes out here from XFD. Will he be able to find anything? No, but Genesect, he gets the kill on the CBT. Illuminous finds a melee on a parry, but Kylo Ren uses those sticky nades to full effect again to find Genesect. But now with Rise, able to find Jordan, and XFD taking down Kylo Ren. They will eventually be able to cap the second point with only 15 seconds to spare, barely.
Yes, indeed, they got that nice little time extension on the clock as Solomon Island gets that cap. Which, as you said, it was kind of by the skin of your teeth, right? It was just the matter of the only one able to do anything was Kylo Ren on the Echo. And now we're seeing these teams both kind of pushed up forward here, taking more space, trying to just make sure the cart gets stopped early or the cart doesn't get stopped at all. And that's why they're fighting so far up. And it's just kind of a back and forth brawl right now between the Echoes as well as the EMP.
Yeah, I mean, Kylo Ren, he comes out on this ball here, and Genesect will go down. EMP is forced out from parity, but it gets a lot of people, so it's worth it. Kylo Ren melee kill on the XFD here, defensive kill on the mech of Rise and Illuminous. He's dead, Dupider dead, and that's going to be a fight win for momentum off of maybe a little bit of overextension from Solomon Island.
And that's A-okay, because going into this next fight, momentum, they pretty much have nothing. What you're going to have to look out for is actually V will have to be the hero of this next fight if momentum wants to stand a chance of winning it, because Texas Money Jr. is going to go for this EMP here, and if you can hide, get that beat drop off after the fact, it's going to be too.
Yeah, EMP gets dropped here from Texas, but XFD dies in the meantime. Jack falls to Genesect, and the mech of Jordan goes down. But the beat here from D is going to be able to keep people alive through this bomb, and mines are dropped on point from Genesect. Now, rest of the team very split here for momentum, and Kylo Ren is taken down by Texas Money. Rise finds D in the back. Parady's just sitting up top trying not to die. Rez actually comes out here from CBT onto Kylo Ren, and he is going to be able to get out. Jack is back. His presence is going to stop people and able to find Genesect. XFD gets taken down by the focusing beam, and it is now overtime. Jordan, no mech. Jack finds Texas Money Jr. The rest of the team here for momentum is going to be pushing up here. Illuminous dies. Dupider dies. It's only Rise on card here with Nano, and he's not going to be able to do much. Genesect is back, but not even able to touch here. And momentum actually halting Solomon Island Sauce a lot further up in this third point than I originally thought they would.
Yes, indeed, and it just kind of the defining play style of both of these teams, at least for that round of Blizzard World, was just sloppy brawl fights, despite neither team really on a brawl composition. It was just kind of, you know, sucker punch after sucker punch thrown, and in the end, while 2 points were capped, Solomon Island does get stopped, and now the door's wide open for momentum. Granted, not too wide, it's not like, you know, just completely off the hinges, but there is an opening for momentum to get this map and truly build towards that series win. But if you're gonna do the Roadhog comp on attack again, I'm very interested to see if it will even work, especially with the amount of poke that Solomon Island is going to be looking to run on their defense, with now on the Tracer instead of the Echo.
Yeah, I mean, there's just a lot of pressure here on both Illuminous and Dupider. They have both Orb and Packs to give, but both XFD and Genesect are going to really need the peel and the help there, so it's going to be up to them to be able to, you know, keep their team alive and come in here. I mean, they've done a great job, obviously. Solomon Island able to get 2 points here, but if momentum are able to just keep getting these one-off picks from either Kylo Ren or Jack even, they're going to be able to just win fights based off of them getting the kills they need. So it'll be interesting to watch.
Absolutely, and as we see, Kylo Ren has just kind of been a menace on the Echo, and damage boosting that is such a help. But I think also the other thing enabling this team really, really well is just the speed boosting the Roadhog, right? Roadhog normally a very slow tank. So when you're able to kind of get him into position, look how far up he is already. He's the speed down. It's just absolutely ridiculous. Speeded Roadhog is truly a terror to anybody in front of him.
Yeah, Rise just dying early there. Kylo Ren will die to Illuminous, though. That's a very good pick from him. We'll get immediately rezzed up by CBT, though, and Parody finds the kill on the XFD. A nice hook here on the Genesect, and this is going to be first point. It has to be momentum. They are just running it forward here. And yeah, they're going to be able to cap this first point. Another nice hook from Jack there just to be able to confirm the kill on the Divider. And wow, that was really fast.
I mean, that was blazingly fast, and it's because the only pick that came through was immediately rezzed up, and I feel like a lot of resurrects have come off of the back of CBT this match so far. I mean, it's just a matter of nobody's punishing the Mercy, or potentially the Mercy just playing in a well-positioned place to never be punished. But, you know, looking forward towards this next fight, your eyes are going to be on Texas Money Jr. has the EMP online, the only ultimate technically online, although CVP is dangerously close to that Valkyrie, but Jack actually just caught overextended, hacked up, and killed.
Yeah, that Discord orb means that Jack goes down so quickly, and, you know, now his team is engaging. Jordan gets hacked up here. Has his EMP? Will he use it? Yes, he will. Now, team's coming out. No picks straight off of that. And Parody, he's just trying to hack that health back. Already hacked. And wow, that EMP really did not do much. Kylo Ren duplicates the Cassidy hero here. And the hook, oh my god, a hook halt combo, excuse me, will mean the death of Genesect here. And Momentum, they're going to be pushing this card up here for almost nothing. As, you know, all that ball damage is going to be done, and XFD gets caught out here on the Cassidy, will get hooked, and man, Momentum, again, we're using the same pun over and over again, but they are keeping this momentum, and they are using it really well. Jack, whole hog kill out here on the Genesect, and Illuminous Juices use the trance here, even after Rise gets demacked. I mean, I'm not exactly sure why, especially now, Rise going down, but with this kill on the Parody, things may be worth it. Illuminous will die too, and you know, D finds 2 in this fight. Will we be able to find 1 more? It's up to him. I mean, someone on the sauce, they're on the back foot for almost every engagement they've had so far. And Genesect now in the Rhine just to stall. It's gonna be dire straits coming into this 3rd point.
Yes, indeed, and we're still kind of looking at just the last few seconds of stall here before 3rd point starts. That's a 5-minute bank, and you don't even got to get it to the end of 3rd. So pretty much all of the cards in Momentum's hand right now, and still Texas Money Jr. holding onto this EMP. You kind of wonder about the value of the Sombra here, potentially going over to something like the Reaper just to punish this Roadhog and hook after hook. There's so much, and now the solo EMP onto the Hog.
I mean, they don't find the Hog, but they find the Lucio, so good pick either way. Parody's backing up all the way into spawn here. Card is still getting pushed here. Now Salmon Island, they actually contest for a little bit here, and they're gonna choose to back off. Bomb from Rise, a big questionable there. I think maybe just to stop anyone from being able to push his team. And now with this Hog gets a hook on the Genesect here. Will he be able to get a kill? No, and now this Hog, he's gonna have to choose the whole Hog. He will die. Texas Money finds his counterpart from the other Sombra, but CT will be able to get the rest on the Jack. Kylo Ren finds the sticky nades on XFD. Jack, freshly res, will get the kill on the Genesect here, and Kylo Ren's still alive. He's going to be pumping out this damage, but I don't think there's enough members left for them to really be able to push here. Now, D-Drop comes in as I say that, though, and Fighter is getting right back healed up. Rise will get demacked here, and Illuminous chooses to use this window. Texas Money, he's almost got another EMP, actually, 92%. Rise just trying to stall card here, and it's going to be last fight territory.
Indeed, and the Shatter's going to be big, but the EMP into his own backline just changes the game.
Yeah, it stops anyone from being able to follow up, but that's a 4-man EMP, plus this High Noon could be big. Jordan may potentially lose his mech here if he peeks out too early. Jack misses the hook, but High Noon doesn't find anything. Jordan now halfway speed just sitting behind this card. Oh, Jack gets stunned. No, nothing comes of it. Now, XFD in this right room. Jordan, 1 HP, will lose his mech for this. Parody, he's low too, and will get taken down by some nice shots there from Tianyu. Jack hacked up here. He's got no self-heal. Now he does. Hack is over, and he uses the whole hog, but will just get stunned out and die. 3 minutes left now. Salmon on the sauce. They're going to have to keep this up to be able to win this match.
That's the terrifying thing right now, right? Is Salmon Island Sloths, they just got pushed to like the brink. They were on the edge, fighting back and forth, and finally they're like, okay, we're held. And there's still 3 minutes on the clock. Like, that's just how quickly momentum looked, and now they're going in with their own Reinhardt. The thing along could be big though.
Yeah, Ryan got hacked, so no shield there, but CBT finds Rise, and Parody finds 2 Fighter. Kylo Ren gets 2, and Illuminous and Tianyu, but Texas Money Jr. finds the back of the backline. Now, Parody just doing it best, and EMP comes out. I'm not sure what that's really going to be able to do with nobody alive to follow up on it. Genesect gets taken down by the sticky nades. Rise is trying to touch here. Jag finds a fire strike on the Texas in the backline. It's going to be all stall here. Tianyu back here on the chaser, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to hold it here. Jordan finds a bomb on the Rise, and that is going to be it. Round 1 goes to Momentum in this series.
I mean, I question Solomon Island Sloths very much there. I feel as though they stuck on the Sombra for way too long, and literally they lack the coordination that you need with a Sombra, right? Sombra's all about coordinating with the team, knowing when the hacks come in as well as the EMP is just coordinating who you're focusing that damage onto, as well as just, making sure that target does die. Otherwise, you're wasting the hack, right? There's no point to hacking up a target if it's not going to eventually fall or truly make somebody else fall in the team fight. So I feel as though you're either going to need to find that synergy really, really quickly, or Solomon Island Sloths, you're going to find yourselves out of Season 3. We're not in a loser bracket scenario yet. This is do or die here and now.
Yeah, Solomon Island Sloths, they seem like they're like the chemically engineered team to be good, while Momentum is just like a group of friends who, they've been playing together for, it seems like, a while, and they play like it. These funny compositions may not just be all for fun. They've proven to have a lot of skill behind these heroes that they're choosing, and, this match was a great example of that. And, yeah, so going into the next map, we're definitely going to need to see some changes here. But it's really just going to be up to, do Solomon Island Sloths want to keep playing this way? Or do they want to change their comp to maybe facilitate their playstyle into Momentum's wackier comp?
I mean, yeah, it's the two avenues you can take with a situation like this. You can either counter comp and truly just pick the counters, such as I think on that first round on their offense, the Solomon Island was getting huge value out of Illuminous on the Ana, shutting down Jack on the Roadhog and just absolutely being phenomenal. Granted, there wasn't really anybody to nano boost effectively. Of course, you can just kind of throw the nano onto anybody and it does work at the end of the day, but maybe if you play that with something like a soldier, there was really no shield at any point besides those last few moments there for the side of Momentum. A soldier can just kind of free damage into a Hog and Diva for days and days at a time. But if you truly want to lean into your comps instead of counter comping, my best recommendation is going to be kind of just, once again, coordinating around your Sombra player, giving Texas Money Jr. just kind of full control of your comps and being like, hey, you 100% will have control of everything. You tell us when to go in. And honestly, this is a pretty good map to continue to run that Sombra if you can find the coordination. Dorado, tons of health packs to play around, both for offense and defense. Tons of high ground as well, so that way you're not really predictable from where you're coming in from if you're playing Sombra, as well as just kind of a lot of flank angles to go in. But we shall see what these teams end up running here.
Yeah, and we will see here Vamp actually in. This could potentially be a big pick. I remember Vamp when Momentum played on Hollywood. He was playing Cassian. He was doing some big things, but on this map, it seems like he'll be on the Tracer here. Momentum, they're still sticking with this Hog comp, and Solomon Island Sloths, they haven't thought of any way to deal with it. This could potentially be disastrous for them. And, probably not going to see this Widowmaker for much longer than, 5 seconds as they come out of Swan, just probably looking for a pick. But who knows? I mean, Solomon Island Sloths, maybe they think that's the way to counter. And, yeah, it's going to be...
There's a little bit of merit to a Widowmaker pick. Granted, obviously we don't know, but you can kind of keep everybody at range. The only person who truly could dive you would be Dion the Lucio, right? Because when you're playing with Hog on your team, even though he's technically the main tank of the composition, Diva gets stuck and burdened with a lot of the tanking responsibilities of healing, as well as, creating space for the team, because the Hog really just kind of looks around, and if he's not getting a kill, then he's not making space. It's the only way he can. But we called it. The Widowmaker's already gone. We're seeing the Echo now. And it's going to be another Echo duel in the sky, but this time Texas Jr. on the Ash is going to be able to help that one out and hopefully give the advantage, because the Echo duel needs to end quickly, otherwise this Halo is going to be a free out.
Oh, and end quickly it definitely does there. XFD finding the better of Kylo Ren. Now just trying to stop this res, and they eventually do. CBT will get taken down by the Slam and Genesect, and hook from Jack here. I think it finds Gen, but he's not going to be able to die. He's a ball. He's got so much health. The melee by Texas Money in the back probably tried to dive. Did not work out well. And now XFT just putting in this damage from above, and Ani will be able to find Jack. Jordan loses his mech and his life. Ani doing really big things here. And yeah, Solomon Island Sloths. This is probably going to be them pushing all the way into point 2.
Yes, indeed, and this is exactly what I wanted to see from them, right? Illuminous on this, on being a true kind of menace, right? As well as just the assistance, right? The assistance to be able to kill Kylo Ren as the Echo that the Ash provides. I mean, look, the bomb's already online with some dynamite, and the bomb actually committed very interestingly in a corridor there. I don't know if I agree with that, Bob.
Yeah, I think he may have been hoping that it booped Jordan back into that corner. It definitely did not. Except he will find CBT here, and you know, with this copy, they might actually be turning this. Jordan 1 HP. He may lose his mech here, and he will, but Genesect goes down to Vamp. Now, just trying to find this finishing on the Baby Diva, but Kylo Ren, he's still alive. XFD now has this bomb, and they're just trying to protect their backline. Jack will die to Illuminous here. Very interesting. And now, Solomon and the Sloths, they're going to be pushing forward after a very quick regroup and push back into the team.
Yes, indeed, and pushing forward kind of gives them more of this high ground that they get to take. You know, we see Jen already taking up most of the high ground, but actually stuff being forced into the team, just falling, and that hook doesn't matter because on it, it's just like, I
yeah, EMP comes out here. You're not EMP, excuse me, Nano Boost. And now, that may have been a bit questionable. I mean, Jordan does lose his life and mech, but Vamp still in the back line, finds Texas, and now with the decommitted, XFD will go down. Whole Hog is used here too. Maybe just thought he could get a few cleanup kills, but he is unable to. And now, Dupatter going down, Solomon and Softs, they're gonna have to sit back in their spawn, man.
Yes, indeed, and it just kind of was their undoing there. They were so far split, they had their Diva up on high ground, they had a fight going back toward their spawn in the staircase on the left side of the map. When you're so split like that, it feeds the momentum to chaos comp, because that's exactly what they want. They want you to be split. They want you to just kind of single yourselves out so a Hog can do everything. And now the space trying to be created by the bomb. But again, Kylo Ren just on this Echo being just such a menace to anything that does below happens.
And Genesect finds on the CBT though, and Texas 20 Jr. takes down Jordan. Hatter will be able to res Ani, trades their life for it, but that's gonna not be worth it at all with this, you know, this ball copy coming out. Vamp is doing damage here. Now with Bob, he was there, he's gone now. Rest in peace, Bob. Yeah, I mean, Genesect, he finds Jack. Jack gets res. D finds Jen. And trades here, but they will go to momentum as they were able to successfully counter dive Solomon out of the Pulse Bomb, it's a near miss. But I'll lose his mech. And that's just gonna be more time burnt off the clock.
I'm just being completely baffled by Solomon Island's ult usage so far. You know, granted, this one starts to make sense as we see they're switching over to the double shield composition, so you see the dedication of the minefield now, but there's so many times that we've seen someone on Solomon Island just kind of using an ult for the sake of clicking a button, not really gaining a lot for it. But now that they're on the double shields, they should be able to kind of gain more power already. The Echo goes down. It's immediately run back up though, and now we're seeing a racer run around trying to build another pole spot before the dupe ends.
Yeah, Jack will get taken down. B maybe a little bit too late there. Both support ults used here. And Illuminous, he's getting dove in this backline, but nobody's able to finish him off. Now Vamp, he's taking a long way around. XFD is one, he's dead. Kylo Ren, nice tracking there, nice shots, but now Genesect on this Orisa, he will get taken down too. Texas, he finds D in the backline though, so it's gonna be really tough for them to push forward here. Oh, not now. Oh, nice res here from CBT. And Kylo Ren, he's just gonna be shooting them like fish in a barrel right here. And yeah, nice hook there. They might actually just push it into the small room. Not much that Solomon can do, and now only 1 minute left on the clock.
Yes, indeed, Kylo Ren just kind of pushing forward endlessly because there's nothing really to be scared of. Texas Money Jr. is not applying the pressure needed as the Cassidy in this situation, but at the same time, Solomon Island's pretty much leaving the issue of this damage-boosted Echo that's been tearing the game solely on the hands of Texas Money Jr. And I just hate to say it, there's not really that many Cassidys in the game that could take that 1v2 challenge and live to tell the tale. So I appreciate the effort, but there's something's got to give here. Hopefully it'll be this amplification matrix combined with the Deadeye that they have here. But that bomb.
Yeah, I mean, they're just using ults here. They got 30 seconds left. They can get kills here now. It's going to be a really staggered weekend test. And Jack boops a few off the map. And you know, Kylo Ren saved this duplicate, CBT saves the Valkyrie, which he will most definitely have by next fight. And yeah, it's gonna be up to Texas to really get something big with this coming up in the next fight.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not really going to be a good fight for it either, simply because it's just going to be another chaos fight. The duplicate's already going to be out for Kylo Ren. I mean, the Diva's on guard. Their Brig's already down. I mean, this is truly just terrible.
Yeah, Kylo Ren uses the bomb here though, and we'll find Texas Money actually outside of it. But XFD does find Jack here, so potentially winnable. CBT finds a melee kill onto Illuminous. Oh no. Now, CBT finds the res on the Jack. Big things on this Mercy right now. It's gonna be mostly it for Solomon Island. I mean, I doubt they're winning this fight. I don't think there's any chance, but on defense, they're gonna have to come up with something immaculate to keep their bad Pachimari League Season 3 chances alive.
I mean, that was probably the best analogy you could use there, keeping alive, because on the side of momentum, CBT, even when somebody falls in these fights, it's just a matter of the resurrect comes in for free every single time. I don't think, unless it is a team fight where all 6 players have died, I don't think CBT has died on this Mercy, and it truly is just the impact of constant heals, resurrects, and damage boosts is having on this game. Momentum is, you know, for the umpteenth time this game, they're building momentum towards this victory. All they got to do is get pretty much to the end of point B, not all the way to the end, but they just got to get there. And Solomon Island Sloths finally busting out what I'm assuming is like their go-to end-all be-all comp here, which is the double shield, which I don't really have a lot of faith in it, simply because we've already seen they're lacking quite a bit of coordination. And I feel as though in order to, for some of these combinations to work well, you do need the good coordination on this composition, like the Orisa and the Sigma, you know, the Halt Rocks, or potentially even a Halt Dynamite comboing Texas Money Jr. So, Solomon Island Sloths, if you're going to rally, now is the time, because you have one offense standing between you and elimination.
Yep, it's gonna take a lot here. Actually, XFD in this background, he's just gonna scout them out. So he's still running the Rhine Hog. I can't believe haven't seen him play much, but the hook, it's already done. Lamp already used here. Genesect, he's forced to low ground, and oh my lord, this could be incredible if they're able to find the Orisa this quickly. Oh my gosh, he's so low. He's half HP, and oh my god, he'll get healed up. Illumina's doing big things here. Oh, my heart right now, it's going crazy. Vamp in this backline. He's just putting in that damage. He's 60 to Pulse Bomb already. Now, actually, all of them forced off a high ground to help out Jen there, and Jack, he will go down. So this double shield, it could provide fruitful here. Rez will come out here. CBT, I don't think he's missed one Rez. This guy's insane. Texas will find D though. Unfortunate. And now Momentum, they're gonna be hard pressed because they can't really move, and they pause here. Yay!
Yeah, that was a pause without a request, so I'm assuming somebody got disconnected. It didn't show right away, but I mean, to quickly look back at those first couple of minutes there, like the fact that you have 2 shields set up and somehow your Hog is hooking your Orisa off a high ground, and as we saw, so many resources had to be dedicated to keeping that Orisa alive on the side of Solomon Island. I mean, the Lamp got forced early, as well as the Sigma having to replace the shield just to prevent another hook from coming in there on the low ground, and pretty much giving up that first corner and the high ground for the most part. It's not something you ever want to see, and you know, whenever we do get back into the game, this Roadhog is already set up on the low ground looking for another pick, and I feel like Jack, if he lands one more hook, it could actually just be the end of this point A hold.
Yep, fortunately there was a disconnect from Solomon Island Sloth's very own Dupider. We will be trying to, you know, see what happens there. They were on the Mercy, so you're not losing like a really big ult, but potentially if Momentum just comes back, which, you know, it would be very un-Joe Biden-like of them. But, you know, it'll be interesting to see how this affects the game. But yeah, this first point hold from Solomon Island Sloths, good so far. I'm very surprised that Genesect did not actually die when he got hooked down to low ground there.
I mean, yeah, but it was also just kind of, it was surprising to see the Orisa live, but you see kind of how it happened, right? First, the Fortify was used, which gives Orisa just kind of all of that armor, all of that damage reduction that she needs to live through anything. Followed up immediately by the Immortality Field, as well as just kind of those biotic grenades going in onto the Orisa, just keeping her nice and healthy and getting her back. Just absolutely what you love to see. But like I said, it forced a lot of resources, and especially if we're about to be in a scenario where you're already going to be down one because your Mercy's going to have to be running back from spawn. I mean, your best play is to disengage, just kind of kite back, hope nobody else falls. That way you can get a point A defensive hold as a team of 6, because if even one person falls before Dupiter gets back, I mean, that's pretty much wrapping up point A, and then you're having to put all of your marbles into point B, and I don't think you ever want to be in that position, especially when you're already down a map.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado, it's known for just being really snowbally. If they can, you know, it's the same joke, we know, but momentum, haha. If they're able to keep momentum coming into, you know, this next point, Salmon and Sauce, they could be going home. I hate to say, you know, I've got some very good friends on that team, and, you know, they've been one of the most fun teams to watch. So I'm hoping that they're able to, you know, stop them here, keep it going, and, you know, that we'll get another good map of Overwatch.
Yeah, but speaking of friends, you know, we do have, of course, on the other side of the Solomon Island, Momentum, as we talked about in the pregame, is pretty much a team of friends, and we do have a lovely little picture of Solomon from behind the scenes showing the Discord of the team's comms, and the Momentum's team's comms literally just breaks the audio bar. Like, it's just completely red. There's only noise in that Discord call right now. There's nothing else. So it's very, very interesting to see what a team of friends is doing. You know, especially when they're just kind of seeming to have fun with it, right? They're playing these silly hog comps that nobody else really seems to be picking up on, and they're making it work for them. They're having fun doing it, so my full support to Momentum.
Absolutely, you know, it's times like these where some people forget these things, like these leagues for Overwatch, it's all about just having fun. And, you know, some people, they'll eventually make it like, oh, I hate this team, or I hate this person, but in the end, it's all about, you know, having fun. You know, and yeah, eventually, right now, we will be going back in.
Yes, indeed, and as we see, Dubiter had that ult charge reset, just having to run back as fast as possible, even to stay on the Mercy. And, you know, whether it's intentional or not, Momentum is not pushing in right now, maybe to give the respect of letting you get your Mercy back.
Yeah, that's very chivalrous of them. Jack actually goes down to the coach gun, but Dupiter comes back just to die. Vamp in the back line. That's actually kind of funny. Genesect will find Vamp after that, though. And Caloran just trying to put out some poke here.
Yes, but now we're seeing kind of the Hog's impact being negated. Jack, he can't really hook anything because both shields are just unbreaking. So Caloran finally pushing in. Ooh, wall. Jack was so greedy for that hook, didn't even notice it being hacked up, and now the EMP committed, but nobody's falling yet.
I mean, yeah, Jordan does lose the mech and D goes down, but Jack probably gets a hook there on the XFD. That could be exactly what they need going back, especially with CBT and the res now. They might just be able to push forward here. No more hacks. Jack's, he's going to be sitting comfy. He uses the breather early, and he's got this whole hog. He's wrapping around. Genesect uses the bongo here. Ani has this flex. If he uses Jack, he misses the hook, and Genesect's bongo will go down. Jack, he's 1 HP. He will die to Texas Money Jr. No more lamp from the side of Solomon Island. But Jordan will be able to find Genesect here. Caloran copied the Sigma, he got the flex. Dupiter dead again. Now B-Trap from D is committed here, and Ani, he's one, he's dead. Vamp, he's got the kill, and now Illuminous is trying to back out here, hoping to not get staggered, and he will survive. For how long remains unknown, and yeah, just some more stall here. And, you know, maybe they'll actually be able to come back in. Now with Genesect on the ball, Vamp goes down to the Dynamite. This is looking more and more winnable with every passing second. However, Caloran will be able to find the focusing BPL on the XFD. Bob now on the point here, and Caloran in the backline, failing to get much value, but there he goes. He does it again. Fighter goes down, Texas 1 HP. I mean, that's... How does he not die there? I don't know how they've turned this, because Illuminous finds a kill on the Caloran, and CBT goes down to Ani. Jack finds a melee kill out here on the Texas Money Jr., and Ani dies to Vamp. Vamp gets another kill. It's going so many different ways, and Vamp, he's just popping off in the back line here. He's allowed to do whatever he wants. XFD goes down. Genesect finds the kill onto Jordan's mech and drops the mines, but he's 1 HP. He's not going to be able to stay for much longer, and Momentum, they won the points. It's been so back and forth here that it's just incredible to see how long that was going on.
It truly was back and forth. There were so many times where Momentum started clutching, and then all of a sudden Texas Money Jr. starts getting picked, and then at the very end we saw Vamp on the Tracer just absolutely annihilating and finally being able to keep up. But the upside for Solomon Island Sloths, you burnt a lot of time off the clock. There was about 2 minutes going into that, and you burnt down to about 30 seconds left before that door is finally open. And now that the payload's moving again, you have 2 minutes and 30 to hold, because all this car has to do is round the courthouse, and that's not exactly a situation you ever want to be in.
No, I mean, Genesect is 1 HP here. He dies. Lamp is just a smidgen late. And now Momentum, they're going to be pushing forward here. Ani radied onto Vamp's Pulse Bomb, but up top it will be actually the ball going down there. I was going to say the Summer, but Summer's managed to get out. Another res from CBT. This man just does it all the time. Nobody stops him, and he's just been incredible at getting these. Now Momentum, they've got this beat, and they're going to choose to use it aggressively here, but the EMP knocks it all off. That is a 6-man EMP from Tianyu. Dupater goes down, Vamp goes down in return, and Jordan loses his mech. Luminous now with this window, it's going to be whether he chooses to use it or not. Coffee here comes out onto the Diva. Kylo Ren is going to be able to get this bomb in time. Who knows? Window comes out here from Illuminous, and Ani, his bomb finds the high noon from Texas Money, finds CBT, but Kylo Ren finds XSD in the back with the melee kill. Now, Texas Money goes down to Jordan. Now, with his last point here, Vamp is going to be able to find anything, but Kylo Ren gets a kill on the Luminous ball. He's just out here staggering, but he's 1 HP. Will he be able to stagger for much longer? I don't know. These packs so clutch from Dupater to be able to keep him alive, and now Vamp is just trying to get a kill in the back line. He almost has his pulse bomb again. Will he be able to stick it to anyone? But Kylo Ren finds a kill on the Dupater before the rally is able to get back up. Jordan loses the mech, but Ani loses the mech as well. Now Vamp with this pulse bomb, he's going to find Genesect with it, and then he finds Illuminous. Somehow they just stack on top of each other. Kylo Ren finds a kill on the Genesect, and Jack finds Ani. There's going to be no more stall, and that's going to be it for Solomon Island Sauce. Momentum take the 2-0 in this series, knocking Solomon Island Sauce out of Bad Patch Mario League Season 3.
I mean, full credit to Momentum there, especially in that last fight. You were down both your healers and willingly able to keep in it. Vamp truly just doing so much work on the Tracer there, but as much credit as I can give to Momentum here, Solomon Island Sloths, I mean, they chose just the worst day to look off. I mean, this is a team that most people predicted to go pretty far in this thing, and they just looked off their A game, no synergy to be had or found, and in the end, one bad day is all it took, and they are eliminated from Season 3.
Yes, Solomon Island Sloths will be saying their goodbyes, but Momentum, against every conceivable universe, have made their way into playoffs. I'm so excited. I want to see more. I said this yesterday. I want to see more. I want to see them right away. Whoever, I do not envy the person who is either going to pick this team or is going to get stuck with this team, because this is one to watch. This Momentum is my wild card team at this point, Stratocaster.
I mean, yeah. I mean, that's what I'm seeing here too. Solomon Island Sloths, they were the only team to be able to take a map off a summit, and now they're just going 2-0 against Momentum, who run Roadhog and pull it off to perfection. Like, it was just so fun to watch, and they played it so well that it was so fun. So fun to watch.
These sort of unorthodox comps find themselves going unexpectedly far in these playoffs, Megalas. Do you think we're gonna see them possibly make the glory run, the absolute glory run?
I mean, I think anything is on the table, right? I think the one thing I will safely predict with this team is I do not think any team should pick them. I feel like this is a team that if you truly were confident, you could technically pick them and think you have an easy win ahead of you, knowing how to shut down the silly comps. But at the same time, like, I just wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. I would leave them to some other team, I believe Whirlwind will be the person who gets stuck with whoever's left over. Make Whirlwind deal with them. If they truly are bad, then they'll knock them out, and it's no longer your concern. But I don't know. If Momentum's able to play like they did today, that is a scary team heading into the top 8.
I just want to point out, by the way, Zenith nearly picked them. Zenith nearly picked Momentum because they were begging them for Zenith to pick them. They dodged a bullet. I think Zenith dodged the biggest bullet they could have, and we will be seeing Momentum moving on. But unfortunately, we have to say our goodbyes to Solomon Island Sloths first. Their season overall, it looked promising, but unfortunately here is where it stops. And we are ready to send our final regards.
Yo.
Hello, Solomon Island Sloths.
Hello.
So, coming off of that, what are your thoughts on the season as a whole? The entirety of season 3?
I think it went pretty well. Jen drafted a pretty good team. We got some good dubs. We took some L's due to some a trick-or-treating incident, and today was kind of I don't know what happened today. We were kind of just adjusting the whole match, which is what happened today. But I don't know. I think the season went pretty well.
You took a bold gamble picking Momentum there, especially after their dominant performance. And unfortunately, sometimes those gambles don't pay off. But I will say, Solomon Island Sloths, they really did have the potential to make it to the end there. You guys will be missed dearly. Stratocaster Megalas, do you have any questions that you want to ask to our Sloths before we bid them adieu?
Well, first of all, from me, I'd like to say, good game, good season. You guys were able to, do some good things. As I said, not once but twice, you guys took a map off of Summit, only team to do so. And, it's just so sad to see you go here and not be able to see your full potential coming into playoffs.
Yeah. In my personal books, I think my team and Summit were 1 and 2. We definitely trolled when we played them a little bit, so that's why they won and ended up going 5 and 0. But I still think we're right there. Yeah, we just got unlucky with a couple games, but it happens,
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think number 7 seed really just does tell you guys' story justice. I feel like 100% most people would agree you were definitely in that caliber of Summit, and just unfortunately there was times where on the day it wasn't your day, and at the end of the day there's not a whole lot you can do about that. You just gotta write down what happened, learn from that, and hopefully go next, because I would love to see each and every person on that team continue to play in some capacity, because they're all just wonderful talents.
Nah, Lumina sucks.
Okay. But that being said, Illuminus, off of this season, are we going to see you again?
I got stuff to do. I'm getting pretty busy, but I'll probably be back. I don't know if I'll play in the same role, or if I'll go troll on main tank or something. But I'll see what happens when things get announced. I'll make time.
That's always what we like to hear, especially from people who've been here since day one. Solomon Island Sloths, thank you so much for joining us for this season as we bid you adieu.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's go.
Let's go, Illuminus.
Let's go. Okay.
And with that, Momentum will be moving on.
Oh, shit.
Was that?
Huh? Never mind.
And with that, Momentum will be moving on to the playoffs. But we have one more match to get to. Our final match of the day, 6-piece versus Vengeance. You're not going to want to miss that one. We'll see you then.
BPL Season 3 is brought to you by ExpressVPN, Badcliff, and John_Overwatch Coaching.
And welcome back, everybody, to our final match of the day here in the Bad Patch More League channel. Final game of play-ins. I'm joined by the lovely Freya and the lovely Haitian homie for Vengeance versus Six Piece. I'm really excited about this one personally, Freya. I am expecting absolutely big things from both of these teams.
Yeah, I'm expecting slightly bigger things from Vengeance. We've seen these two teams play against each other in Week 2, and Vengeance kind of came away handily winning the 2-0. Six Piece definitely has had time to develop some new strats, to develop a new way of playing against Vengeance, but I still think Vengeance has the advantage here. So really, it's their game to lose.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that. Watching back that match, it really felt like Vengeance's DPS had the upper hand. And I'm looking to see if Six Piece can kind of turn that around this time and find ways to get their tanks a little more involved so that their DPS can have a little bit of an easier time taking it to Vengeance this time around.
Yeah, you sort of were starting to grasp upon what I was about to ask you, Haitian homie. However, do you have any words in the favor of 6-piece? I know we've seen a lot of unexpected runs, especially just today alone, especially regarding that last match. Do you have any words that might be in favor of 6-piece?
For sure. I always love watching Cynics play. I think he's a really great Tracer, Pharah, Echo, obviously. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he can find a way to pop off, and I think that would be a big catalyst for 6-piece being able to find the win today.
Yeah, absolutely. Guac and Cynics do have some synergy coming through from last BPL season, and they're kind of the core of the team. So if they can really get that firing, get that synergy going, make that work, then I think that's 6-piece's best, clearest path to victory over Vengeance here today.
Well, they're going to have to bring it up here soon because our first map is going to start here soon. Ooh, I'm forgetting what the map was.
They're going to be
It is Hollywood. Thank you. We're going to Hollywood. I'm really excited about this map. Both of these teams have showcased themselves to be really good on this map. Personally, I don't like to pick sides. I think either one could win. I'm really excited about this match. However, Freya, you seem much more in favor of Vengeance.
Yeah, I just think from the perspective of how they've been playing through the regular season, I think Vengeance is the favorite to win it here. I think they have a much stronger team to play around, and they've showcased that in all their matches previously. So I think that 6-piece is going to have an uphill battle ahead of them. This is going to be their hardest match and most important match yet. Whereas Vengeance, I think if they just keep playing strong, keep playing the same way that they've been playing, they should win this handily.
Facing elimination is always terrifying. And if you're going to bring it out, I say this every time, if you're going to bring it out, you bring it out now. And I think 6-piece, with their DPS line, can make that happen. If you're going to watch anybody this match, more so than ever, watch the DPS lines of both of these teams. I know Haitian Omi was talking about this a little bit earlier. Both of these DPS lines, I'm expecting big things from.
Yeah, I'm expecting big things too. Haitian Homie, what is your thoughts on how 6-piece can win?
Yeah, like I said earlier, I really think that the big thing for 6-piece is finding a way to get their tanks a little bit more involved this time. When I was watching back their last match against Vengeance, it felt to me that their DPS were really left out to dry, and it felt like they were losing those 1v1s. So I'm really, really looking to see if the 6-piece tanks can help their DPS get a little bit more, help them out a little bit more so that they can take it to Vengeance's DPS players. I think really, really that's going to be the key that we're looking for, is to see Guac and, Ryu get more involved.
Well, we're going to be seeing that very shortly. I'm going to take my leave. I'll let you two yap a little bit before we get in. Thank you so much. Get ready for this absolute banger of a match.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah, so we're going to be coming in on Hollywood here. What are your expectations for the comps that these teams are going to play on this map?
I'm expecting to see some sort of divey stuff, lots of ball, lots of tracer. I mean, if you get a flyer in on this map, maybe a Pharah or an Echo, especially on first point, kind of surround them from both sides of the point, maybe get the ball up onto the high ground, boop some people off. I think we're going to see a lot of dive, especially on the offense coming into first point here. And we got to see that the last time we casted against Vengeance, or with Vengeance playing last week. We saw that sort of divey stuff on this first point.
Yeah, I agree. I know both Guac and Kamiz are very strong ball players, and ball is definitely a comp that works really well on all but almost the last point of Hollywood. So if they can steamroll through the first 2 points, either team, then it should be really strong for them going into that third point. We'll see if teams opt for the dive defense or teams are going to play the more traditional kind of double shield or anti-dive with that Orisa Diva on the defense. I know teams, especially on Hollywood, have been preferring that kind of anti-dive on defense. It's a lot easier to control the high ground, which is crucially important on second point.
Yeah, I think the beautiful thing about Hollywood, especially before you get into third point, those first couple of points, you can really play what suits you. There are some things that are going to be a little bit more optimal, maybe, but if you have a play style that favors, whether it's an anti-dive or whether it is a dive, you can definitely find a way to make it work. And I think in instances like this, you're really going to want to lean into what works for you. We don't need to remind anybody that this is a elimination match, and you get one shot at it. So you go in with what feels the best for you, what's been working in scrims, what works in ranked. And I don't think you really take a whole lot of, risks here unless you're in dire straits. You just play what feels good, see how it goes, especially on this first map, and then maybe make some adjustments if you need to going in the map too.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen that in the past few matches here. We saw just previously, Momentum played a comp that looked kind of crazy at the outset, but was just something that all the players in that team were comfortable on, and they really made it work for them, winning 2-0 in our previous series. So especially in BPL, play comfort heroes, play something that kind of works, gels as a comp, and you'll do a lot better than trying to force the meta comp that you might not be the most comfortable with.
Definitely, and we're already seeing that here as the teams get ready to roll out. We've got the sort of ball diva on the side of Vengeance. We're seeing a traditional dive on the side of Six Piece. So you see these guys playing a lot of what they have been playing and what feels good. No real surprises here. And like we discussed, we're going to see some dive on the first point. What are you going to be looking for as Six Piece comes out on the offense?
So from Six Piece, I'm going to look for them to build up that nano as quickly as possible so they can nano guac in while Synex and Guitar jump in on the targets at the same time. They're probably going to be looking to go for that Zenyatta. He's the most vulnerable one here. But the Kree is also a decent target if you can't find the Zenyatta, if he's playing a little bit too far back. Or if you can find that Brig out of position, she's another good target to go on. But Six Piece is going to be poking out here to start. They're going to try and just build some ultimates, build the nano, do a little soft dive here just to get some damage in on Vengeance, maybe burn a few cooldowns before they go in.
Yep, you see Guat getting into position, and this is an instance where you're really going to need great communication, especially with Wi-Fi's McCree up here. You don't want that to happen. You don't want Guat to go down quickly. Doc burns the res, so there's still a chance for them to make something happen here, and they've got to make sure they're really supporting Guac on this next engage. Guac goes up, they're able to demech a no from me dog, and Synex is finding some good poke damage, getting closer and closer to that ult. Guitar goes down, so it's a 5v5 here essentially with that Diva still demeched, and they've really got to get this ball out of here if they want to have a chance, but they don't get it in time. They have to back out, and Wi-Fi already has a Deadeye, so they're going to have some tough competition when they come in for the second push.
Yeah, that was just a really good job from Vengeance, poking out Six Piece, not letting them get the good jump that they need to make this dive happen. And now we're going to see Vengeance. They're going to have the High Noon and the Pulse Bomb to sort of stifle the push from Six Piece. We see the High Noon is already used to try and keep Six Piece out of position. Maybe a little prematurely, Six Piece can just back up and not worry about it. And now Six Piece has the Nano, they've almost got the Duke, they've got the Pulse Bomb, so they're gonna have a really heavy commit here when they come in.
Yeah, Paul pops the Nano, and Guitar finds one quickly with the Pulse Bomb. This is what I was talking about. You've got to find a way to get those DPS engaged early. And with 3 early picks, it's going to be tough for Vengeance to hold this. Joshin goes down as well, and Six Piece is swarming all over the point. And just like that, they were able to so quickly take that off of the back of Paul's and Nano. Guac was able to finally do there what he couldn't on the first engage. As you see, Synex just kind of pops that ult out there, and they're really able to take that quickly. I don't think there's going to be much of a chance for Vengeance to re-engage this. They're just kind of giving it up.
Yeah, Six Piece was just able to force it with 4 ultimates before Vengeance had a chance to get that crucial trance or rally up. So Six Piece did a really good job of playing with the momentum, getting those fights in before Vengeance had a chance to build up their ultimate bank. And now we're going to see Vengeance, they're taking the high ground, they've got the support ultimates, they've got this mines, and Six Piece kind of has nothing but the primal and the tank to work with. So it's going to be a really rough time for Six Piece to try and break this defense from Vengeance. Vengeance have all the tools they need to go in with the mines, maybe the trance in case Six Piece commits. and it's on Vengeance to win this next fight. They just need to go in, go early, not let 6-piece get those crucial ultimates up.
Absolutely. If you can stop 6-piece here as Vengeance, you can give yourself really good position for second point. So I think this first fight is crucial. You see Kumi's popping the ult quickly, just kind of zoning them out a little bit, keeping them on the other side of the choke there. No from me dog gets Cynics, and that's probably going to be the fight. Actually, though, Guitar comes in, and Guitar's already having a good pop-off performance here. There's a couple of picks on the side of 6-piece. Ryu with a big bomb. That's going to be a fight turner for sure. I don't think there's any way Vengeance comes back from that, and 6-piece is going to get some nice push here eventually once they get rid of this D.Va into the second half of point B.
Absolutely. Vengeance went in early, they dropped the mines, they got a pick, things were looking great for them, but 6-piece turned it around off of a massive anti-nade from Paul, isolating the tanks from Vengeance, and not letting them go in and commit, and then 6-piece was just able to burn the rest of Vengeance down. So now 6-piece is coming in with so many ultimates. They already popped the Nano, Guac, Guitar, Cynex, they are all in deep in the Vengeance backline.
Plenty of ults are coming out on both sides now. You see the support ultimates are gone. So we're really going to have a little bit of an even fight here. Well, 6-piece still has a Pulse Bomb, and Pulse Bomb comes out, finds Bingo. So you're looking at a 6v5 now in the favor of 6-piece. It's a 5v5 now, 2 supports down. It looks like Vengeance is cleaning this up. This was a little bit of a neutral fight once they were able to get rid of all those ultimates. They kind of didn't do a whole lot. And once that fight broke down, Vengeance came out on top.
Yeah, that's crazy. 6-piece came in with 5 ultimates. They committed everything into that fight, but Vengeance, all they had was that trance from Bingo, and it kept them alive through almost everything. So really incredible defensive play, just backing up, waiting for their time to re-engage. And now Vengeance can go in. They've got the Pulse Bomb. They're coming up on another rally, and the mines are probably going to be dropped right away to start this fight. Guac's going to try and engage. Does not find much. Is pushed back down off the high ground. Vengeance still up on the high ground. Oh, but Panda isolated, dies first.
Yeah, you've got to really be paying attention to the ults here because if you're 6-piece, you don't have much online yet, and that's kind of okay. Vengeance is coming out with a lot of early picks here. This fight is pretty much over already, but that's okay if you're 6-piece. You've really only got a couple shots left, but if you can force out some ults this fight, get your own online, you might still be able to make something out of this point B before it's too late.
Yeah, Vengeance is coming in, finding some late kills, which is important. They're stalling up 6-piece, not letting them go in for another fight quickly, so they're burning a lot of time off of the time bank, and now Vengeance can come in. They've got the Nano almost, they've got the Rally, they've got every tool that they could have to work with. They're probably going to engage here with a Nano, some mines. They're going to trump the bomb in first, though. Doesn't find anything, but pushes 6-piece back, and 6-piece in dire straits, trapped in this little alley. Not much hope for them.
Keep an eye on Cynex here. It's going to be really important to see if he can get this ult online and find a way to get use out of it. Doesn't even need it. Wi-Fi goes for a Deadeye and doesn't find anything, only finds a Grave instead. There's some kills happening on the point. Kumis finds one on Cynex with a punch somehow. Pushes someone into the mines, and this fight is kind of devolving in the favor of Vengeance because of that spawn advantage. There's only 3 seconds left. The no from me dog gets a big eat from Guitar's ult, and this fight is slowly but surely, I want to say, going in the favor of Vengeance, but with this 6-piece bomb, can Ryu do it again? He cannot. Guac trying everything he can to push some folks away, but it just doesn't seem like it's gonna be enough. Cynex, again, he does have the ult if he can find a way to get around Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi is down right now. He might be able to find it before it's too late. He does. He gets one. That might be an opportunity for 6-piece to open this up. Pushes himself away with the blaster, and there's somehow enough time for 6-piece to get some reinforcements back, and they might be able to turn this.
Yeah, this is a crazy fight. It's lasting so long, and 6-piece is playing so well. They're just not dying. They're getting a pick here, a pick there, not letting Vengeance regroup as sick. The big bomb coming in from a no from me dog finds one, actually finds 2 with the mech from Ryu. That might be the opening that Vengeance needs. They have this high noon. There's just a few members of 6-piece left on this point. They're slowly getting stunned up. Guac going dangerously low. Even Paul finding a death there from the high noon from Wi-Fi. Is it enough for Vengeance to take this point on second? They are able to do it with the spawn advantage. They come back. They finally regroup as 6. And now,
yeah, that was a very interesting second point. The fights kind of went the opposite way of sometimes what I felt it was going to, but Vengeance was able to sustain long enough there that none of the ults mattered. I mean, like you said, spawn advantage, they had that, and it didn't matter. They just took the fights off of the back of that. Even though that one went so long, Six Piece just wasn't able to push it through.
yeah, that was really rough for Six Piece. They looked so good. They were playing so well, making sure to survive, just getting a kill here, a kill there, just enough to keep Vengeance off balance while they came back and regrouped to 6. But once Vengeance actually had a chance to come back, once they got one kill here and another kill there, then it was just over for Six Piece. They didn't have the momentum to keep going. Vengeance had the ult bank to keep committing. They had that high noon. They just were able to stall for so long that Six Piece ran out of gas.
Yeah, and I think because of the comp that Vengeance was running, where they had a solid hit scan, and even Kumi's was finding a way to get to Cynics, maybe it's a comfort pick for Cynics to be on Pharah, but I'm not entirely sure if that was the right move there. He did find a way to get a pick at the end with the barrage, but like we said, ultimately it wasn't enough. We'll see if they can turn it around here. We were talking pregame about how the DPS and tanks really have to be in synergy for Six Piece, and that was happening for a little bit, but it broke down, it felt like, when some of the swaps came through. But we'll see if they can turn that around for the defense.
Absolutely. And now on the offense, on the side of Vengeance, they're going to be playing that same ball dive comp, but we see importantly the Ana coming out from Farmer. They're going to look to build up Nano, maybe Nano this ball in, Nano their Tracer, and just have a lot of damage in for these dives. And especially importantly, Kumi's is going to try and knock some players off of the high ground of Six Piece, so that Six Piece doesn't have that advantage of just being able to fall back and protect themselves from that dive from Vengeance. But already Kumi's going down to the damage from Six Piece.
Yeah, this one's probably going to be a quick and easy little fight win. As long as the guitar doesn't kind of blow this here, finds a way to get the recall and get out. If you're Six Piece, you really got to pay attention to Paul. Keep Paul alive. Most of the rest of your team is pretty mobile or airborne. As long as you can keep an eye on Paul with some good communication, you're probably going to be okay to hold this point for quite a while. Kumi's comes in, doesn't find a whole lot, narrowly gets out with the pulse bomb missing. Guac finds one on Wi-Fi, and that's going to push Vengeance back again. We're already 1 minute and 20 down, and there really hasn't even been a fight. There's just an early pick happening, and Vengeance has to back out. I mean, if you look, 1.5 minutes down, and they only have 2 ults online. Kumi's isn't even halfway to his, unless he got one already that I missed. This is a slow start for Vengeance.
Yeah, Vengeance is just not doing a great job of diving when Six Piece does. They're sort of letting Six Piece take the initiative here, like we see. The ball is finally going in, getting a slam, but Six Piece is able to just back out. But Cynex, that's a crucial kill there from Vengeance. That's going to be the opening they need to take this point.
Yeah, definitely. Like I was saying earlier, that Pharah, it's a tough pick. It's a glass cannon sort of thing against this comp, and it didn't work out there, and it cost Synex's life and Doc his life eventually as he went in for the res. Pandemonium gets a bonk on Synex. He's just dying in the most awful ways this round. Guac getting a little bit of a juggle here in the stairway, and it looks like Vengeance is probably going to find a way to get in. There's still a Farmer Nano in reserve, Wi-Fi ult in reserve as well, and Six Piece has pretty much run out of everything that they have, running out of everything, people and abilities, and Vengeance is coming in with a vengeance to this first point, getting the second tick, and at this point it's just get in, feed, run some clock down, and reset for Six Piece.
Yeah, Six Piece just trying to stall as much as they can there. Really, that was off the back of Cynex dying in an inopportune place, not finding anything with the barrage. If he had found something with the barrage, maybe the trade would have been worth it, but it was just, it was really difficult once you had your main damage dealer and your main support down. So now Vengeance is going to come in. They're going to try and displace Six Piece off of the high ground here using the boops from the ball as well as the Diva. But Six Piece is actually the ones to commit first with that Nano Monkey.
Yeah, Six Piece is going in very aggressive, which kind of surprised me there. I didn't think they really needed to. They had the high ground, they had the advantage, and I'm not sure if that Nano was necessary, but they do find one. They stop the push, so I can't really complain too much about their methods. It worked. But there's just a little bit of scrappy fighting going on by the point. Guitar doesn't want to get flashbanged, so he's got to back off a little bit. Ult comes out from Cinex, and they're really just kind of zoning here, keeping the fight slow and steady, and getting ready for eventually... Okay, an ult from no from me, dog. Joshin with 2, and this immediately went in the way of Vengeance. They were somehow, despite all of the ults on the side of 6-piece, able to essentially get around the ults to the point, and they took a really roundabout way to get there, and now they're pushing the cart through.
Yeah, it looked like Vengeance were stuffed in the corner in the alleyway there, but 6-piece were a little too split. They died from the bomb, and that was just the opening that was needed. But now we see Kumi's is the one dying from the bomb. The anti comes in from Farmer. It's not enough to find anything, though. Guac is going to engage on the high ground, has this Primal, is going to try and boop the supports around, but that rally from Pandemonium is going to keep the supports of Vengeance alive. And now Vengeance is coming back in with a vengeance, finding 2, finding 3, opening this up and possibly winning for Vengeance. This first map, it's just Ryu stalling on the point, and that's it. Vengeance is going to take the first map of this final play-in series.
And they did it in quite handily, I might say. I mean, quite the defense and a quick offense to boot. 6-piece, it was a little bit unfortunate there. They had the positioning, they had the ults going into the second point, but they kind of got a little bit too antsy, I think. Throwing in that nano early, going for an early engage, and they kind of lost a little bit of the positioning that was so good for them. Owning that high ground is so important, especially when you're running these divey sort of comps. You can go anywhere you want, whenever you want. And once they lost that, it was, well, kind of game over from there.
Yeah, it was really just on Vengeance being able to sustain through the dive of 6-piece and then firing back with their own even stronger dive. Once all the resources from 6-piece had been committed and nobody on Vengeance had died, or they had lost maybe only one player, then they were able to go in with the resources of their own and find the kills that they needed onto 6-piece. Just a really good job of playing the tempo of the fight, especially the supports from Vengeance, keeping each other alive through dives, really sustaining through that initial burst damage, and then being alive to help their team engage onto 6-piece.
Yeah, and we're going to see some subs coming in on this next map. We're going to see Eli coming in for Joshin, Cypher coming in for a no from me, dog, and Paracelsus coming in for Doc. Canada for you as well. So there's a lot of changes going on here, obviously, as we get some rotations in. I am personally excited to see Eli come in. Thought he was pretty impactful the last time we watched Vengeance play. Not that they needed more after that performance on the first point, but on the side of 6-piece, we're going to see, like I said, Paracelsus and Canada come in. What can they do to give 6-piece a chance to stay alive here?
I think what 6-piece really needs is stronger engages, or they just need to do what Vengeance is doing and play with the tempo of the fight better. They need to read these engages and realize, okay, we've gone in, we haven't killed anybody quickly, we need to play defense now. We need to conserve our resources, make sure nobody dies so that we have ours for when Vengeance engages on us.
Yeah, and like you were, when we were kind of breaking down that last sort of fight in the cubby on the second point spawn there, that's kind of what happened. Was 6-piece, like you said, they threw the ults, but they didn't get out. They didn't get any kills, and they didn't get out, so that gave Vengeance the opportunity. So if 6-piece wants to have a chance in the second map, we're going to want to make sure that they find a way to make those changes, find a way to get the kills or get out.
Yeah, Vengeance is just, they're doing a really good job. I'm excited to see how their comps change with these roster swaps, if any of their sort of playstyle changes, especially since we're going to be coming into Havana, which traditionally is not really a dive map. I don't think you're going to see many teams, if any, playing dive here. You're going to be seeing mostly double shield, maybe some rush. And I think that favors 6-piece a little bit. I think Vengeance has a strong backline and a strong front line to sort of be able to play that dive, to be able to sustain and use those resources. Whereas 6-piece, I think if they're going to be on double shield, it might be better for them. We could see Synex on the Echo, maybe Guitar on the Cassidy or the Ashe, and they might be able to weather the storm of Vengeance's aggression.
Yeah, this is a good map set. Obviously, we saw the dive on the first map, and we're getting to see something different here. So instead of it being more of the same, where you might come in and say, well, they lost on the first dive map, the Louvre's on the second dive map. This is a great opportunity for 6piece to turn it around with a different style of comp. And I'm interested to see if they are really going to play this Reinhardt and Monkey tank line, and it looks like they are.
Yeah, especially against this forward hold from Vengeance. Vengeance is on the card. They're playing the traditional rush to hold right at the spawn doors, and already Guitar is going down. Vengeance is not even letting them go back into the spawn, trying to get some kills here, but Guac is just swinging away, getting kills. Kumi's Panda both going down, and the spawn hold from Vengeance is broken. This sort of weird double main tank comp is working.
Do you think potentially the idea was just have extra shields so something like a Mei can't get as much value? I personally, I can't tell, but whatever happened, it worked. Guac found a way to swing and get plenty of damage through. So props to 6piece for finding a quick way to get out of that spawn hold.
Yeah, that must be something that they've scrimmed before, that they've practiced. It did seem really, really adept at breaking the spawn hold from Vengeance. Usually we see a Pharah or something, but whatever they did there worked too. And now we see the window is coming out from 6piece. They're going to fire strike through it, and they're going to try and play around this window and use the aggression. But Vengeance is coming in with a window of their own, and they have a High Noon in the back line to make this work. It's a big one from Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi finds 3, an excellent flank from him coming around, killing that all-important Baptiste from 6piece and just winning that fight for Vengeance.
For sure, the lamp came out early on the side of 6piece. Once they were able to get the lamp out, Vengeance just rotated fully around. It looked like they were on offense by the time that Wi-Fi decided to pop that ult. That was great positioning on the side of Vengeance. So as 6piece comes in now, they don't have a ton to work with. If they can get the beat online, which they will, they might have a chance here. Guitar's ult gets negated, but unless he can get around, he does. He finds a way to get Kumi's, so that's a big opening. 2 down now on the side of Vengeance, and Cynics just probably going to be able to hold this ult. Doesn't need it. They're going to be able to clean up the cart with no problem, and they're going to have a chance now with a few ults to take first. On the other hand, on the side of Vengeance, there are a lot of ults as well, so this could be a big brawl we see coming up next.
Yeah, we see both teams have beat. We have the Dragons from 6piece, but crucially we have that all-important Blizzard and that all-important window from Vengeance. They're probably going to engage here with the window, chuck it on the high ground, have Farmer sit up there, but Cynics is going to throw the Dragon in to stuff their engage.
I don't know if that was a lack of communication there, but Kumi's dropped early before there was any chance for Farmer to get in a good lamp for him. Dies immediately with so much damage coming in, and just like that, the fight was over as soon as it started. 6piece got that quick pick. They were able to just collapse on Kumi so fast, and that was a pretty easy economic fight win for 6piece, still holding on to the Gravitic Flux and the Sound Barrier.
Yeah, and they have the window now to combo with that Gravitic Flux, so we're going to see 6piece probably hold a little bit up here. They're going to look to get started with that window and that Flux to burn out Vengeance, but Vengeance does have that beat. They're going to be able to beat this Flux and then come in with a window of their own and possibly get a Shatter down as well. Oh, but Kumi's is the first to die.
Wow, that was, again, so fast. I don't think the lamp ever had an opportunity to come out on this fight either. Guitar finds another couple of picks, and these are going so well for 6piece. This is a very hot start for this team on the map.
Yeah, they're just playing this rush comp really well. They're using their ultimates synergistically, and they're making sure that Vengeance doesn't have a chance to get their game plan going. Vengeance, they tried to throw a beat and a window into that, but it just did not work out. Kumi's just burned down really quickly, and Synex throws the Dragon, actually finds Panda here. So this should be an easy fight win for 6piece. Oh, the Shatter comes down too.
Goodness.
Finds all of them.
Yeah, Guac just comes in with a massive shatter on the high ground. That's the kind of stuff I love to see. And again, 6-piece, they don't have to invest a lot. Just 2 ults here, and they've got the fight win. So Vengeance, I mean, they're making some comp swaps here. They're moving Eli onto a Hanzo, Kumi's onto the Orisa, and it just seemed like they were never able to get that kind of brawly comp, that rush comp going. They were out of synergy, so they figure, all right, let's switch it up. Let's just play a little bit slower maybe and see if we can out-sustain this.
Yeah, Vengeance is going to be looking to just spam down 6-piece, not let 6-piece run up and engage on them, and with this long, just open space here, it's really easy for Vengeance to just spam down 6-piece before 6-piece can engage. 6-piece is actually going to rotate to the left. Oh, but Paracelsus is caught there with the high noon, and now 6-piece is split awkwardly. They have 2 members in this tiny room here, and the others on cart, so we should see Vengeance collapsing here, but Guitar with that high noon is going to keep Vengeance at bay for now. Kumi's dying, maybe playing a bit too aggressively on the cart there.
Yeah, Kumi's is having some aggressive positioning, to say the least. I'm really, really intrigued by what's going on here, because I thought that by playing this double shield comp, they would slow down a little bit, but they just keep charging forward, charging past their team, and putting Vengeance in a bad position. 6-piece is just pounding forward. I mean, I cannot stress just how quickly they're pushing forward with all of these ultimates. That the window on the side from their back is just pushing all of Vengeance back. There's so much space here. The fight is all over the point, but 6-piece might have to slow down a little bit, spawn advantage and all. Even though it was a quick opening, they weren't able to finish it off in time.
Yeah, Guac kind of flanked into the left room and unfortunately didn't get anything off of it and died before the lamp could even go to save him. So now that 6-piece is halted from their aggression, Vengeance has a chance here. They're going to have this bongo really, really soon, and as long as they don't all get caught in the flux of Canada, this is a fight for Vengeance to win.
Yeah, sorry, Guitar comes in with a quick pick here on the side of 6-piece, so they have an opening. Ult comes in from Vengeance, and with the Flux coming in, this is going to do a ton of damage. One already goes down before the Flux even hits the ground. Cypher finds one there. Paracelsus with the ult might be able to sustain it. The Shatter from Guac doesn't find anything into the Orisa, the golden Orisa, and 6-piece is still finding a way to push this cart. It's still going. They're just cleaning up the kills, and with that window, there's just so much damage. No, Wi-Fi can't get there in time, and with a minute left on the clock, that's not a bad push from 6-piece.
That's a really strong push from 6-piece. They just kept the advantage up and kept pressing the whole way through, only losing really 2 fights, but making them not that impactful of fights to lose. They were able to regroup really, really quickly, keep pressing the advantage. Even when they had no ultimates to work with, 6-piece was still able to keep that aggression up and find important picks to crumble the defense of Vengeance.
Yeah, that was pretty textbook. I mean, when you're talking about escort maps, sometimes you can have some crazy time banks. You don't really see that as much on Havana. Like you said, they only lost 2 fights, so less than a minute kind of doesn't feel like a lot, but it is. It's a great push. They were cycling their ults really well. They had some genius compositions to get out of the spawn door in the first place. They always had Vengeance on the back foot. And again, going back to what we were talking about pregame, they really are getting some of that synergy together that they really need in order to get their DPS and their tanks on the same page. That was a great push.
Yeah, 6-piece really just did a good job there, and now they're going to take a page out of Vengeance's book. They're going to be spawn holding here, it looks like, getting ready to just speed out onto the doors of Vengeance and not let Vengeance get out and start pushing with that advantage. But it looks like Vengeance is ready for it. They kind of know what's coming, and Vengeance are able to just play safe here. They find the kill onto Synex, and that should be the end of 6-piece's spawn hold. They are...
I'm not certain. They were able to find a pick as well. This is kind of going back and forth. With Paul going down, that is probably going to be the end of it now. They're just going to look to clean up what they can. Guac, importantly, already has a shatter, so even though they're going to be losing this fight now, they do have an opportunity to get reset and have some ults at their disposal already.
Yeah, Vengeance doesn't have... They do have the window here, and we can see 6-piece only has a Shatter to work with, so Vengeance is going to be playing up. They're going to look to window early, keep 6-piece trapped in the back while they push the cart, and Vengeance is going to look to take the advantage here, do the same kind of attack that 6-piece did on them.
Yeah, 6-piece, I mean... Oh, wow. Eli finds one so quickly, I'm not even going to finish what I was going to say. 6-piece is already down 1 with the window coming out. It's just so powerful from Vengeance. And now, Cynics is trying to get around and get a flank here. Might be able to find a pick. No, Farmer doesn't go down. But Guac putting that Shatter into motion. That is 4 kills for Guac in a matter of seconds. Just a great flank. The kind of cheeky thing you love to see a Reinhardt do. And... that's a team kill. I mean, 6-piece has already won more fights on first point than they did on their attack. I mean,
yeah.
Excuse me, sorry, I had that backwards, but you get my point.
6-piece just Guac walked around them. Nobody from Vengeance was looking, and Guac just laid 4 of Vengeance out. But now Vengeance is going to come in. They're coming out with a Shatter. They're going to have the High Noon, and they're just making quick mincemeat of 6-piece. 6-piece did not know what hit them.
Yeah, that was quite the influx of ultimates. Like you said, they didn't even know what hit them. 6-piece did get a good flux, but it just wasn't enough compared to all of the ults that Vengeance threw. And with Eli finding another pick already onto Paul and Cynics, wow, that is aggressive. They're going to have even more room to push now. So it was a great start for 6-piece, but just to show you how quickly things can change, now they're kind of on the back foot, and Vengeance is taking a ton of space on point B to give themselves some good cart push before 6-piece comes back in.
Yeah, Vengeance is playing up, playing aggressively. Vengeance has the beat, they have almost a window and flux to work with, but we're going to see 6-piece is going to come out with this High Noon. They're going to look to engage this fight earlier, probably have a window coming in after they split Vengeance, and now 6-piece just has to run the members of Vengeance down 1 by 1.
Beat coming out from Paracelsus keeps them alive through the Cypher's ultimate. Shatter comes in on the side of Kumi's though, and that does seem to find one. Paracelsus goes down. Guac goes down as well, so Vengeance is going to keep this push going. Cynics though trying everything in his power to get some picks, and you know, because of those late picks, especially that one on the Farmer, 6-piece might have a chance to come back in before it's too late and get another good fight on point B. These staggers a little bit rough, but maybe, just maybe, they can stall it out if they want.
Yeah, the stagger actually giving 6-piece a little bit of time to come in. They're not going to have the flux as quickly as they're going to have the rest of the team there, but Vengeance has just the window and the High Noon to work with. The Vengeance is probably going to look to stuff 6-piece as quickly as possible, not let them come out and touch. The flux is coming out from 6-piece, finds a couple, but Wi-Fi coming in with the High Noon, keeping 6-piece back.
Yeah, they just have Guac touching the cart, so thankfully they were able to touch in time and they were able to get the positioning that they needed to get some quick picks. And, you know, this second point hold, again, like I said before, they're already getting kind of more defensive holds than Vengeance was at this point. So really strong already from 6-piece. So with some ults here, they might have a chance to stop them up again and keep this defense going. An ult comes out from Cynics, and yeah, that might just be it. There's a couple of picks down already, and they are sending Vengeance back to the spawn room. Just like that.
You can't push through. Oh my god, Eli?
Oh my gosh, Eli.
Eli? Okay,
6v1 incoming? I mean...
Ignore what I was about to say. Vengeance now have the opening they need. 6-piece is forced to just run their way back. Hopefully they don't get run down on, but the window might not even be enough. Vengeance just has their whole team here ready. 6-piece on the back foot.
Yeah, as soon as Eli got those picks, you saw Kumi's just charge forward. He knew that they knew that there was an opening to get to the cart. They kind of came in a little too aggressively, I think. It didn't seem like they were quite ready for the push because they kind of pushed in a bit too fast, got split up, and died. So it was a great opportunity. Eli opened it up for them, but they weren't able to execute there. And with only a minute left, this is getting a little bit scary for Vengeance.
Yeah, Vengeance has one, maybe 2 fights left, but we see Wi-Fi is on the flank. He's going to be looking to kill a crucial member of Six Piece without Six Piece even realizing it.
No
Big
way.
flux coming out from Cypher. Finds almost the whole team from
Oh my
Six Piece, and
goodness.
now Wi-Fi in the back just gatting people down with that right click.
That was that was sneak level 100 from Wi-Fi. I don't know how that no one hurt him in the madness, I guess, but Wi-Fi is able to get a lot of damage in before finally going down. And Vengeance, off of the back of a great little combo there between Cypher and Wi-Fi, is able to finally cap second point with fewer than 30 seconds left. That was extremely well done.
Yeah, now Vengeance just needs to be able to go on a tear on this third point, but all they have to work with here is a window. They're probably going to be looking for maybe a window fire strike, maybe catch one member of Six Piece off guard, but we see the window is dropped here and nobody dying from the side of Six Piece. Six Piece is already in, finding one.
Wow, great picks on the side of Cynics. Can he find Eli? He can't. Eli gets away, but still, Six Piece is finding the picks. And with only a minute 20 left, Vengeance really doesn't have a lot of time. I mean, even if they push it straight through, I'm not sure if they'll be able to finish it before overtime comes in. So Six Piece is doing a great job. They've got a couple ultimates here. Guitar might be able to kind of zone them out a little bit, burn some more clock. There it is, Guitar with the ult. Cypher's trying to eat what he can. The ult is out, but Cynics finds another quick pick with the Doom Fist. Guitar finds one, and this fight is dead again. Vengeance has to go back to spawn and try once more. They really just get one more.
Yeah, that's really rough for Vengeance. Six Piece just had the ult bank. They held the high noon and just pushed off the back of that. So Vengeance now in a rough situation. They just have to play really aggressively here. Try and find a kill before Six Piece gets those ultimates up. But we see the window already coming out. Kumi's already going down.
Yeah, that window is crucial. I mean, look at this point. There's just, you pop up the window and there's nowhere to hide if you want to make any sort of cart progress. There's just so much damage coming in from Six Piece. Cynics finds another, and you're not going to be able to get 6 for this final fight. Guac. Oh, please. The Reinhardt in me wants to see it. I don't think he finds one, maybe. Not the best of flank shatters, but it's enough, I think. Canada finds a pick. Cypher trying his best, but I think with the beat coming in, Six Piece has the advantage here.
They should anyway, but Vengeance is doing a lot. We see Canada drops the Flux, finds 2 off the back of it. This could be the opening that Six Piece needs, but Vengeance is coming back with the spawns. They've got more men available, more firepower with those bodies. So
and with
Vengeance
Pandemonium
finally
popping
wins.
off, they nearly have beat too.
Yeah, Vengeance finally gets that crucial fight win they need. They just need one more, and they can cap and potentially win this map.
This beat is going to be crucial. I mean, between that and Kumi's Shatter, that's all they have. If Kumi's can find a big Shatter or if Pandemonium can find a big beat, they might just have a chance here. There's the Shatter. Doesn't get the pin off of it because of the Doom Fist coming in. Beat comes out. Is it going to be enough to sustain them through this fight? Has to get in, get the BAP. That's very little healing on the side of Six Piece now. If they can get out Guac, they're going to have free reign on this point. Big charge there to try to stop up Wi-Fi, but it's not going to be enough. And this is kind of just textbook how you had to play that last fight. And even though they were disadvantaged, pushed into their spawn door, basically having to push all of third, they were able to do that as time expired. They really turned on the Season 1 LA Valiant there with a great overtime push.
Absolutely. Wi-Fi just had so much space to do whatever he needed to on the Doom. He managed to kill the Baptiste with the window, which was incredibly crucial. It meant that Six Piece wasn't able to sustain in that fight. And with the beat coming out from Vengeance, they were able to overrun Six Piece. So really well played. A big shatter from Kumi's, setting them up for success. And now both these teams are looking to repeat their offensive success for this final push.
Yeah, if you're Six Piece, you get a little bit of breathing room. You almost have double the time of Vengeance. So I'm intrigued to see if Vengeance is really going to run this little Bastion strat. Not a fan of that myself for honest Overwatch, but we'll see. But this is bound to be a great set of overtime pushes because these two teams have been really neck and neck on this map and showing some of their strengths. I mean, both finding ways to communicate and to synergize for some excellent set plays, finding ways to destroy the defenses. So these offensive pushes are going to be fun to watch as Vengeance switches off the Bastion.
Sadly, but we see more spawn holds coming in. No Mei this time from 6-piece. They're just going to be playing that Hanzo and Cassidy. So Vengeance sitting in their spawn. We see Eli go down, and now Vengeance just kind of has to wait to come back in.
Yeah, that's a big early pick, but Kumi strikes back and finds Cynics. I think losing the Mei and getting that Hanzo paid off there a little bit. That was a good early pick, and you're going to get to keep that ult charge even when you swap off of this sort of spawn door hold. So even though it looks like 6-piece is going down, it's going to be okay. They're going to have plenty of time, and with only 20 seconds left, they're going to be able to set up for maybe they just got to win one fight, and Vengeance might not even be able to cap A.
Yeah, but importantly, Vengeance has that window up before 6-piece is able to get it. They also have the Shatter, so 6-piece, not much to work with. In the ult bank, maybe they'll be able to build up that Shatter or that Flux or that High Noon during the fight, but Vengeance is going to look to strike early. Maybe we see the window Fire Strike. It's going to come through, doesn't find anyone, but we see Wi-Fi is already in. The big Shatter coming in from Kumi's, lays all of 6-piece on their back and finds one in Paracelsus. Now 6-piece is trapped in the small room.
Somehow, though, it's not the worst for them because they have the high ground and they almost have High Noon. So they switch around looking almost like they're on offense now. They got to chase down the cart, but if they can get there, they might have a chance. Meteor Strike comes out, so it's essentially a 5v5 on the point until Wi-Fi decides to come back to Earth. It's a big Shatter. Oh, Vengeance is down. The ult comes out from Cynics, but I mean, this back and forth fight ends up going in the way of Vengeance somehow. No, 6-piece. Oh my goodness, what a defensive hold. Even though it looked like they were down early with that window coming out, they are going to be able to dispatch Vengeance here. The solo beat, I don't know if it's going to be enough for Pandemonium. And yeah, 6-piece with a big hold, unless Kumis can really stall it out for a long time.
I don't know if that's going to be possible. We see the beat coming in from 6-piece, and that's it. Eli not even able to touch the cart, so that's a good push from Vengeance, but 6-piece, they just need to win 2 fights, and this map will be theirs.
I wish I could be in the comms right now for 6-piece because the way they played that when Farmer's ult came out was absolutely perfect. They basically knew they had so much room on first point that they could give up. All they had to do was stop Vengeance from capping point A, and they'd be fine. So when they saw that window come out, they had already positioned themselves to be able to get up the stairs and just avoid it completely, just take no damage from it, which forced Vengeance to have to go on the offensive. They sent Kumis up the stairs, and Kumis did get a nice pin. That was good, but it wasn't enough ultimately because 6-piece was able to avoid so much of the damage by just getting away from that ult, and they set themselves up to still be able to take a solid fight on first without giving up that point. That was so well done. I can't stress that enough.
Yeah, so very well played there from 6-piece. And now on the offense, 6-piece is going to be coming out with that double main tank again, Canada on the Monkey. But Vengeance isn't going to be on that Mei. They're actually going to be on the Sim. So going to be maybe learning their lesson from the last spawn hold and playing a character that just burns shields really, really quickly with that Symmetra. So Vengeance, I think, have the stronger comp into what 6-piece is playing here.
Yeah, if Vengeance does lose the spawn hold, though, I'm interested to see how Wi-Fi pulls this off with the Sim at a little bit more of a distance. But, I mean, really, you do have to play very aggressive if you're Vengeance, and you want to be able to try to find a win here. So, 6-piece coming out with their sort of, what we assume is a practiced scrim set comp, and Canada does find one on Wi-Fi. So, with that shield break going down, like you mentioned, Vengeance doesn't have very much to work with, and 6-piece is going to get a lot of space here. Vengeance did not hold that spawn door nearly as well as 6-piece did on their overtime push.
Oh no, Vengeance, they've just got one more fight left before 6-piece are able to cap here, and Vengeance does have they've just got a window maybe, whereas Six Piece is coming in, they've almost got the high noon. Six Piece has a better card position, but they are still playing the main tank, and that might be the difference here instead of playing something like a D.Va.
Yeah, you see Canada goes really, really low, and it forces the Immortality field to come out from Paul. But nonetheless, they're still able to find 2 picks, and I mean, they're just getting what they need to get this fight over with. Even though Paul goes down from Bingo, I don't think it's going to be enough. They're just going to be able to surge forward. They have 3 ults online already. Canada and Paracelsus are getting close, so some swaps are coming out from Vengeance. I don't even know if this Reaper Doomfist composition is going to get to the point in time, and if they do, they're not going to find enough value quick enough, I think. Ult comes out from Guitar just to kind of zone him off. This Reaper is gonna, definitely die as soon as he comes out of the Wraith form. And there's a quick lead. Guitar just going nuts on the flank. And Canada's gonna get this Primal and just push everybody off the point.
Oh, the beat is able to help 60 sustain, but Synex is going to go down. Vengeance is losing member after member. Bingo doing his best with that window, and it's not enough. Six Piece are able to cap and take this to a map 3.
That was an excellent turnaround for Six Piece. We were saying as we went into this map that, you know, it's kind of cool to be able to see a map set that lets us get different kinds of comps. And with this kind of rush coming out on this map, or double shield in some instances, we saw Six Piece come alive. And if they can carry that into the 3rd map, I mean, they have momentum. This is a really, really exciting series, and I'm excited to see how this plays out.
Absolutely. I think the map choice from Vengeance here, I'm anticipating some sort of more dive-focused map. Maybe we see Ilios, maybe we see something like Oasis, but really, Six Piece just did a fantastic job playing Rush there.
Yeah, they were all on the same page for pretty much the entire map. Very few slip-ups at any point. And whether it was incredible DPS ults or whether it was clutch Lucio ults, tank ults, I mean, they were just constantly on the same page and knew exactly what they needed to do. Like you said, Vengeance is probably going to find a map pick here that kind of doesn't favor the Rush if they want to find a quick and easy way to maybe dispatch Six Piece on the next map. But this is shaping up to be a great series.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting this to be this close. I'm very excited. It's a really good series so far, and it's really nice to see that Six Piece was able to make that map work for them, make the Rush really work for them, even playing kind of slight variations on that too. So now we're coming in with Joshin and a no from Me Dog coming back in for the side of Vengeance. Eli and Cypher are going out. So maybe Vengeance with some player swaps might be able to take the advantage back from Six Piece, especially if they're able to play the more ball comps or monkey dive comps that they are accustomed to.
Interestingly, though, we're going to see Lijiang as the next map pick. So when we think about the kind of compositions, you know, you see the, what is it now? I'm forgetting the names. You've got the control center. That's obviously a Rush map. You've got the night market. You're going to see some sim stuff with Rhine. But the other map, you can get that ball dive working there. But 2 out of the 3 are pretty Rush heavy. So do you think that lends a little bit of an advantage to Six Piece going into the final map?
I feel like it does, but I think maybe Vengeance might bust out something a little interesting on Night Market. I have seen teams play ball comps and make them work on Night Market, so I think Vengeance might be banking off that fact, trying to play a sort of dive comp against the Rush of Six Piece. And I think that's probably why they chose that map instead of choosing something more traditional like Oasis or Ilios.
Right. Potentially you could, say, bait people to the edge on Night Market, find a way to get some boops off. Maybe you primal them out of the doorways. I mean, there are ways to make it work outside of the sort of default sim TP strat that we often see on the map. So there are plenty of ways to make this a really close one. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we go all 3 points on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be a close map 3 no matter what. I think that as long as Vengeance is able to make Night Market work for them, then I think they'll be able to win. But if 6-piece are just able to play the better rush, are able to take control center and then not let whatever Vengeance does on Night Market get to them, then this is 6-piece's map to win.
And how do you feel about 6-piece keeping in? It didn't seem like we were getting any sort of comp swap or roster swaps. How do you feel about them keeping that momentum high with just keeping the same roster and going into third map?
I think that's probably a good idea for them. It's working. Whatever they're doing, they're keeping their stronger players in. It seems like. So maybe this will be the true test of Vengeance versus 6-piece with both the stronger rosters from these two teams in, or maybe 6-piece is just sort of banking on that momentum.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So if you're 6-piece, just keep running what's working and see if you can get that win off of momentum. I mean, I have no insight into the mentals of these teams, but if you've ever played a series, you know that the mental can get to you sometimes. You go down a map, maybe you go down a map to a team you don't think you should have gone down a map to. The tensions are high, it's playoffs, it's elimination. Maybe they're getting in their heads here, and maybe a 6-piece has a little bit of a mental advantage. I don't want to extrapolate too much, but either way, a very, very exciting third map we're about to see as we get ready to drop into Lishan.
Yeah, absolutely. The mental game is probably more important than a lot of other aspects of Overwatch. Really, if you're gelling as a team, if you're feeling confident, if you're feeling strong, then you're gonna be playing a lot better and playing to win.
For sure. So as we come to Control Center, no surprise we see Reinhardt's in play. We see the Sim and Junkrat. You're going to go White Room. I mean, it looks like we're going to see some pretty standard control room Overwatch here in the first point of Lijiang.
Yeah, absolutely. So both teams on almost the mirror here, except 6-piece is going to be running that Sigma. So Vengeance is coming in, they take White Room control immediately. 6-piece just a little too slow out the door, and so now Vengeance has the advantage. They're on the point, they're peppering down 6-piece, but Wi-Fi gets taken down by some nice nades there from Synek.
Yeah, that's a great way to turn around what could have been a losing fight just by positioning alone. With that early pick from Synex, it gives 6-piece a little bit of an advantage, but Kumi's just charging forward, does not care whatsoever that they're down one, and is finding a way to even this fight up. And with Guac going really, really low, Synex is down. They're going to have to back out. Vengeance finds a good way to turn around a losing fight, and now they're pushing towards the choke.
Yeah, they're going to be just pushing into the spawn doors here. They're holding this important choke on Control Center, and Vengeance has decided, you know what? We're not going to play Junkrat. We don't need Junkrat. We got the Doomfist. We're going to come in. We're going to punch and displace. We're probably going to see windows coming out from both these teams, maybe some window fire strikes, and walls as well. 6-piece is rotating around. It looks like they're going to try and take control from White Room, and Vengeance is already there. They are ready to meet them.
Yep, you probably throw out the window here, and there's both windows coming out. And if you're 6-piece, you got a quick pick on the Wi-Fi and a big shatter too, so you have space to work with. Even though you got to kind of push around this funky little Symmetra wall, they have room to work. Big shatter coming in from Kumi's though, and it's not going to be enough because Paracelsus puts in the beat. A Flux coming out. I'm not sure if it ended up going off. He might have gotten stunned out of it, but nonetheless, 6-piece is able to take the point. They've got one ult in the pocket. Vengeance has got beat coming up, so they might be able to re-engage with it, but that was a pretty clean win from 6-piece, if expensive.
Yeah, 6-piece is probably going to come in with the tire. They're going to try and engage with that. Crucially, though, they're not holding this important choke here. Vengeance is going to be able to walk through almost freely. They've got the TP, so they're going to TP directly into 6-piece. Oh, it's a bait, though. They don't walk forward with it. Wi-Fi's down early from the tire, but Joshin on this flank is going to get a lot of damage done.
That seemed practiced. That was a nice bait, and as soon as Joshin put down the TP, he just kind of kept going on the flank and was able to find a nice pick on the sim on the side of 6-piece, and you see Guitar swaps off and goes Doomfist. So that was really, really nice. We're seeing some great set plays here this match, which you always love to see.
Yeah, 6-piece does not have the sim now. All they've got here is the shatter and the window. The bomb from a no from me dog, not the most inspirational, but Wi-Fi's already in, already finds the kill onto Paul. That could be the end for 6-piece on this point. We see the wall coming down from the Symmetra. It's all Wi-Fi's in the back doing so much work. Finally goes down, but Guac dies as well. Now it's cleanup for Vengeance. They've got the window. They've got everything they need to make this their point. It's just Synex now, just Paracelsus on the point. Finds Kumi's, surprisingly enough, using the power of that window, but 6-piece not able to come back in touch. It probably wouldn't have been enough, but that's a little rough.
Yeah, Paracelsus, I think, kind of looked like he went to go try to get that health pack. Like you said, it probably wouldn't have mattered. I don't think there were really enough reinforcements coming in time, but that feels a little bit rough, especially for the point that we were saying kind of favored 6-piece, right? It's the rush point. You just had a great rush map on Havana, and you lose control center. So now you got to win out here if you want to have a chance to move on into the playoffs.
Yeah, they have to win this, and then they have to win Gardens as well, which is going to be a more difficult point for them. So we'll see both these teams mirroring each other on the Sim TP. We're going to see who is actually able to get to that window first. It looks like Vengeance is slightly ahead, but Synex gets a big punch onto Wi-Fi, already killing one, and that should be enough to stop Vengeance entirely. A great pick from Synex to just open up the fight here, and then he falls off the map.
That is twice now, I believe, that Synex has found the opening pick for 6-piece, if I'm not mistaken. Well done. Instantly stops the fight as soon as it starts, and 6-piece has quick control over the point. But Vengeance coming in very quickly. Wi-Fi finding Synex on the flank has to send him back to the point. Lamps coming out from both teams. Guac puts down the shatter. And with Josh and Pandemonium both going down, it looks like they're going to be able to retain their hold over the point. It's another very clean fight.
Yeah, Guac does go down in the end. Vengeance kind of getting staggered here, though. That D.Va...
Yeah, that's a brutal one.
Yeah, you always hate to see the D.Va staggers. That one wasn't quite so brutal, but it was still a little bit rough. Gives time for Guac to come back, and now 6-piece. They've got the window, they've got the wall. They're coming in with a lot more resources than Vengeance. Vengeance is really going to have to make something of this shatter here if they want to take the point back from 6-piece.
Yeah, this is 6-piece's fight to lose. I mean, with the Symmetra wall coming out, it either forces Vengeance to push in very fast or just to wait. I mean, you're going to have a tough time getting in, and it looks like they're opting to wait. So if nothing else, you're getting 10, 15 more percent before Vengeance can even push in, and we're over halfway there on the side of 6-piece. Ult coming out from Farmer, but it doesn't seem like it's giving them enough space. Okay, there we go. Kumi's opens it up with a pick. Shatter comes in, finds several, so that might be the opening that 6-piece needed. They didn't invest the beat there. I think Paracelsus might have gotten shattered. So that's okay. You get it up to 75+%. You'll come back in with some with a beat to work with, and maybe you can just take it here and call it a map. Or, well, call it a point.
Yeah, Vengeance very smartly waited out the wall from 6-piece and then pushed in before 6-piece was able to build more ults and make something of their window. And now Vengeance is set up for success. They've got a wall of their own. They've got a beat to counter out the aggression and maybe the shatter from 6-piece. And Vengeance just has to play this smartly, not get shattered here, and they should be able to win. It's a... Ooh, it finds
finger,
one.
But it finds one. All right, and nonetheless, 6-piece is still surging forward, deciding to use some ultimates here, even though they went down one early. Guac is in a bad way, just kind of cowering in the corner, and a lot of ults came out from 6-piece, but they did not win the fight. That was a very interesting way that opened up, with the odd little bomb actually finding one from a no from me dog. And after that happened, it felt like in my opinion, 6-piece probably should have just disengaged instead of continuing to push with the ults.
Yeah, I wasn't able to see, but that might have been a bomb TP. I'm not 100% sure on that, but that could be a nice little cheeky way to win that fight. And now Vengeance, they're going to be able to push in with a tire, and all 6-piece has is a bomb. They're going to look for a pick from side. Oh, Wi-Fi with 3! A TP tire to win that fight for Vengeance. But Guac actually, Guac takes a couple off the map. That's, you know what? That's fair enough. That's what 6-piece wanted, kind of.
Yeah, I mean, you get one fight left. If you're 6-piece, you have no ults to work with. Vengeance is sitting on a couple. A No From Me Dog is getting close. This is going to be a very, very difficult fight to win. Guitar having a little bit of a... Oh, no,
big slam from Kumi's!
Absolutely just laying 6-piece on their backs. It doesn't look like they're going to be able to get in. They pop the only ult they have from Paul, and it's just all over for 6-piece. A valiant effort, but they just didn't have enough gas in the tank going into the fight. They couldn't supersize the combo meal. There's no fries in the drink with that, and with that, Vengeance wins and will advance to the playoffs.
Yeah, well played from Vengeance there on the back half of that point. Just incredible job. And now, I hope this is the TP tire. I think it is.
It is.
All right, let's see it. Just drops the tire, TPs right into the center of 6-piece. Oh my god, just beautiful. Look at this. Just goes right through, pops it, gets 3, and that's a fight one right there.
That's the kind of stuff you can only get in a place like BPL. You're not going to find this in ranked. You're not going to see your team setting up any sort of comms or any of that. And you love to see those inventive sort of plays coming out. So well done to Vengeance and to Wi-Fi for a great little play there.
And Vengeance will be cementing themselves into Bad Patch Memorial League playoffs. 6-piece. Oh, 6-piece. We're going to have to say goodbye to you. I don't want to say goodbye.
May they rest in 6-piece.
I don't want to say goodbye. Some words about Vengeance before we do that, though. Very impressive match. I said that before, that their DPS line was going to carry them, but I was not expecting Pandemonium in that, especially in that last point, to just lay down the law.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was good. You take it away.
Yeah, I saw Panda just in the kill feed doing crazy things, supporting his team, just making mini dives onto the enemy team, onto 6-piece, finding crucial kills in the middle of fights. So really, really good job showing off what high-level Lucio gameplay looks like, and just putting on a performance there.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great performance from Pandemonium and from all of Vengeance there on the last point and throughout the map, throughout the series. It was great.
Yeah, and Cummies, they are so good at Reinhardt. Oh my god. Cummies is so good at Reinhardt. That's all I have to say. Just, they absolutely popped off this series. Everybody popped off on Vengeance. 6-piece, we're going to have to say our goodbyes.
Okay,
Hello.
6-piece. 6-piece, 6-piece. We hate to say goodbye to you. We really do.
Yeah, you guys had a really good run. That Havana gameplay looked really, really refined. You guys were just doing a great job there. But in the end, it didn't really work out. Thank you guys for being part of BPL and playing. It was always fun to watch your game.
I do have a question, actually, about that Havana map, if you don't mind. The sort of attack on the when you come out of spawn and you were running Reinhardt, Winston, was that something you were practicing in scrims? Because that was really, really clean and kind of an inventive way to break those spawn holds.
Yeah, that's something we've been working on for a little bit. We didn't execute it as well as we'd like to, but it ended up working. You basically just go super aggressive and get a couple trades because their spawns are really far away and yours are very close. You have a lot of cleave through shields and that sort of thing, so you can put a lot of damage on Ryan, you can pressure their backline, and you don't need as much peel because your spawn is 2 feet behind you.
Yeah, and plus, when the second we saw the sim, we kind of wanted to stay on the monkey just because like he could just take care of a bunch of the turrets and just make sim kind of obsolete in the sense that just putting her out of position quickly, like what happened in first fight, just really ended up thinking, ending up the fight quickly.
Well, just as a final send off, what are you guys' thoughts on the season overall, in terms of team wise? Just fully encompassing all of season 3.
This is my first ever season. Oh, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, I think coming into the season, I think everybody had pretty low expectations for us. I think my team definitely improved a lot as the season went on, and I think we ended up exceeding the expectations that people thought we would be when we started. I'm really proud of the way that my team played the entire season, and I hope that I get to play with these guys, or against these guys, sometime in the future.
This was my first ever season, and honestly, it was a blast. I loved going to practice. I would try my best to always be there. Sometimes I couldn't make it because of some issues, but I always, anytime I'd go here, I'd always have fun. Having a main tank who can always be very communicative. He'd always tell us what to do and always has the best plan of action. It felt amazing. It completely felt different from either comp or it felt different from as well the Overwatch Collegiate League. So honestly, I really loved it. I would love to come back.
That being said, now that Six Pieces run is done and we're looking forward into the future, will we be seeing either of you again in the future?
Yes, 100%.
Oh yeah, this is this BPL community is really something special, and it's where players like me can make friends and compete without having to be at that super top contenders level. So I love this community a lot, and I'm very happy for everything that Solomon and Invictus do, and everybody else involved to make this community what it is and keep this stuff going. So I'm definitely coming back.
I still have a bet with Mac Tackle, so I'm probably gonna raise the stakes now, but hopefully it'll unveil soon if I ever go against him. We're just gonna have to wait though.
Well, you gotta tell us the bet now. Go on then. Tell us the bet.
It can wait.
All right. Well.
Keep us in suspense for BPL season 4.
Okay. Basically, we had to change. We kind of decided a small thing on just changing each other's names. That's it. But I want to raise the stakes a little bit. Hopefully.
All right. Well, we are going to send Six Piece off into the sunset. Thank you guys so much for joining us this season. We hope to see everybody on that team again. I don't want to say goodbye to Six Piece. Oh, they're such a good
I'll say
team.
it. Goodbye, Six Piece.
Wow, no love.
Freya is cold.
no sympathy.
Look, I liked watching you guys play, but I'm excited to see what our teams pick for their matchups for the playoffs, which is coming up next.
Alrighty then.
Hello.
Have a good rest of the season, guys. I would love to,
Thank you, Six Piece.
come back.
If you're watching along.
Yeah.
cheering
Jeez,
on
everybody.
Josh or whoever. Yes, cool. That was Six Piece. We have now got our top 8. If we have a look at the bracket now, we can have a look and see. Here it comes. This is what it looks like right now. We're about to do our picking show in just a minute. Summit, Beatrop Bears, Cowabunga, and Whirlwind will be picking the winners of today's matches. So we have Vengeance, who managed to win, Zenith, Momentum, who have basically done the gauntlet and won both playing rounds, and Fallout, who have also done that and won both playing rounds. So they'll be our top 8 of the season. Let me actually just bring up people in here so that we can start doing this, because we can get it nice and quick.
Speed run.
Yes, basically. Okay, so from Summit, we have Hayden.
Hi.
We have Golden Apricot. From
Yes.
AC. From Whirlwind, we have Vincent. Second drag. And then the people who will be picked, we have Panda from Vengeance. We have Kaku from Zenith.
was a Mac as well. Hi, Mac. We have Toxic from Fallout, and then we have Jack and Leap.
I got let in.
Yo.
Hello. Welcome, top 4 teams. You've had a nice break week. I hope it was for you. Next, you've been able to see the 12 fighting to be facing you next weekend. Due to where the standing Summit, of course, number 1. They'll get first pick, followed by Cal, and Owen, and final remaining. Hayden, talk us through Summit's pick.
Okay. There's a lot of options we can do. Like, they got the Gladiators coach Foster. They got the goated backline of Panda and Farmer, and then the Sloths. Oh no wait.
Soon, man, too soon.
Momentum. They got like the Epic Hog Comp. They got Jack, my former teammate, the goat. They got a couple of Europeans, I think. How many Europeans?
1. And it's Kylo Ren.
Okay.
He's Polish.
Still got Europeans.
Too many.
Too many. But they're a scary team with their Epic Hog Comp. Fallout, we beat them earlier in the season. They could be a good pick. And then we got Zenith. So our pick.
Your pick, yeah. What's your plan?
I think we do got a plan, don't we, Salman?
We do. If you check out the BPL Solomon Discord stream, this is their plan, everybody. This is their plan.
Yeah. All the teams are equally bad, so we thought might as well, right? No difference.
We are 5-0. No team has beaten us.
Teams have taken maps off you.
I don't remember that.
And they're out. The one team that took a map off us is out.
Our only weakness.
Okay, well, I shall spin the wheel, and we will see whose Summit will be first picking.
Zenith, please.
You don't want that to happen, Tekton.
Oh, they're gone!
no.
They're dead!
Oh, come
They're
on.
gone! Summit is gone! Summit is gone!
What? It's over. It was nice playing. Can we make the loser speech now, or do we have to wait until later?
No, this will be.
Wait, tell Mister to get the winning.
Yeah, Mister, can you start making the win graphic already? Like,
No,
you should get a
they
head
are.
start now.
Okay. Let me talk about momentum a little bit. They are 1
And
and
then
4.
I get to talk.
They are 1 and 4.
2 and 4.
Not anymore.
Or 3 and 4.
They're technically
even.
3 and 4.
Oh, well,
Yeah?
okay. Mickey Mouse wins.
Okay, Jack, is there anything you want to say to Hayden?
Yeah. Let me talk a little bit about Summit. Alright, these guys are like kind of the worst players in the league, and they're getting by just by faking it, I'll be honest. There's not a single good player on that team that I can even name right now. So
who's
I
on this
think we'll toss them aside with relative ease. Like I'm really not too worried. We have the best comp, we have the best players, and we're just the best. Get ready to see us in the grand final.
Don't you guys just play like Balls Zarya? Like,
Yeah, that's
you guys
crazy
just
as
lose to
fuck.
Roadhog.
No, I actually play Hog. I actually play better Hog than Jax. No problem for me. I just receive 8 days out of the week. No. You'll see.
No, Mac is spinning with that one.
I'm pulling it out. I'm whipping it out right quick.
Jack is not. Jack should fear the
Thing
Mac
is, you
tackle
got
hog.
no. Back tackle goes Hog, but he doesn't have a speed boost because he doesn't have a Lucio player.
Bro, his name is Cameraman MK2. He plays with
Well,
Summit.
where's your mercy then?
Alright,
Okay, these two are gonna shit talk over. Jack, the Mac Tackle, Hayden, you're free to go.
I wanna stay. I wanna watch.
I'd like to stay here.
I'm gonna stay.
Baldwin would beat you.
Okay,
Cowabunga is
Chasey.
our second place team. Chasey.
Yes. I think without a doubt I can confidently say the underdog in the playoffs. I don't think anyone expected Cowabunga to be this high, especially Cowabunga. Talked it over a little bit. We had a list of names that we wanted to play, and I think each of these teams kind of has their good side and their bad side. Fallout, I got a lot of friends on Fallout. I don't know. I feel like they could be an easy win as well. Quick 2-0. Momentum, kind of the only team to beat Cowabunga, so I'm kind of glad they're out of the equation. Zenith gives us a lot of trouble in scrims, but I don't think they show up when it matters. And then Vengeance, a lot of good players on Vengeance, right? You have former PXP members in Wi-Fi, but I think we, Cowabunga, are going to pick Zenith.
Ooh.
I think that is the easiest choice. I think we can. Scrimbucks doesn't matter when it's game time, and they lost to some teams that we beat, and I think it'll be an easy dub.
Techie, you here? Do you have anything to say about that?
Oh, he picked me?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a throw. Very odd from you. You've literally been shit on us in every single scrim we've ever had against you. You've never beaten us. You are making a big mistake. I thought it was a foregone conclusion that you weren't going to be picking us. I'm sorry that we're sending you to losers this early, but that was dumb.
Nice. Well, there you go.
All right.
That's
Make sure we have that clip so when we 2-0 you guys, I can post it in Gen Chat and farm the stars.
True, I will start as well.
That's right. Cowabunga's a Mickey Mouse team. They won't get any stars. It's fine. Third pick is Whirlwind. You get to choose from the 2 remaining teams, which are Fallout and Vengeance.
Hello, Vincent.
Hello, Vincent.
Yo, what's up? Whirlwind is going to pick Fallout
Wow. Nice and quick. Why are you picking them over Vengeance?
because Vengeance are very scary. We've lost to them before, and I like to play against easy teams for easy wins.
Oh, there you go.
What do you think about that, Bradley? Toxic
At
Amateur?
least we don't have to rematch Beat Drop Bears. Let's go.
Yeah. And talking of that, Beat Drop Bears will then get the final team, Vengeance. You 2 teams, what do you think about that one?
I have an opinion. It's useful to get, a pretty bad team out of the way in the beginning, so we can really focus on momentum for the second round.
Oh wait, you weren't done. My bad.
No. Go ahead.
Facts.
I just want to let people know, relay this to people. I hope you're gonna have fun next week, because we're not gonna let you have fun. And Peepo is the backbone of your team, so good luck.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Lovely. Love that. Cool, well there you go. These are your top 8 teams of BPL Season 3. Summit versus Momentum, Beat Drop Bears versus Vengeance, Cowabunga versus Zenith, and Whirlwind versus Fallout. And now we're in double win territory. So if you lose once, it's fine. You get sent to the lower bracket, but that's your only lifeline at this point. These games will be on Saturday, and then we will have, I'm pretty sure, all of lower round 1, the semifinals round 2, and lower round 2. So 6 games on Sunday. So I hope you guys are ready and also available, because you'll be playing. Hope you guys are ready for a lot of high intensity action.
Yeah,
that's all done for today.
We're going to talk more about Thanksgiving stuff after next week, right?
Yes, that's a good point. We are very aware that there is Thanksgiving at some point, maybe. I don't know, I've never heard of it. And so we will have a look and see if we will move the schedule back a week. I kind of want to get it over and done with, but I realized that we may have 3-man teams, which, while would be funny to watch, we may not do. So just listen out to announcements. But these are your playoff matchups for round 1, and then we'll do a standard 8-team double in bracket after that. And that's not all, because we also have B-League, who have their final match coming up this weekend on Friday, and then they'll start their own bracket. This is the final matchups for them. Nightmare and 7-Piece, Heartbreakers Goliath, Redwood Rockets, Zero Fan Club, and Hayden Overwatch Team versus Atomic. So we've got both half captains of them here. We've got a nice Toxic versus Hayden matchup. That's all of it done for us tonight, for the weekend, in fact. Thanks everyone for watching. We will see you all next week for B-League Week 7 and a lot of playoff matches. Goodbye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Goodbye.